Yo, appreciate the 11 months there, Game Grid. Yo, what is up, Soda? What is up, Riot Town? What is up, Yoshi? What is up, Robbie? What is up, Dream? Bro. All right, we're not talking about pile shuffling. We can talk about, dude, yeah, it's so funny that, well, I think it's funny. I find it entertaining that my tweet last night that I ended up deleting because I think the tweet that I made was actually just kind of a stupid question. There was a better question I could have asked, which is like where my mind was, but I just didn't ask the right question. Like blew up to what it is this morning. This morning, or did I make the tweet this morning? No, I made the tweet last night, right? Yeah, I made the tweet last night. I deleted it within like 10 minutes. What was my question? My question on Twitter was, which is a dumb question, so before you say it's a dumb question, after I say the question, I already know it was a dumb question. That's why I deleted the tweet. I don't ask dumb questions, so I have to destroy the evidence on site. My question was, if someone is taking Adderall without a prescription at a PokemonTCG tournament, would that be considered cheating? And the answer is yes, because it's illegal. The better question to ask, and the reason I like even had that thought process is because I watched a video like last week or something where there's a podcast or a video where they were talking about Adderall in esports. And it's not so much about people without prescriptions taking Adderall. It's like how easy it is to get a prescription for Adderall, even when you don't have any of the necessary symptoms or whatever to pass the test to get a prescription for Adderall, whatever it's called. It's like really easy to get a prescription for Adderall. So effectively, and like in all forms of mental competition, esports, poker, Magic, Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, people take Adderall and abuse Adderall as something to gain an advantage. And I think there's probably a question of how much of an advantage can you actually gain. One of the discussions that's popped up on Twitter this morning that I definitely disagree with, and I didn't even really know was an opinion, was that even people who are prescribed Adderall shouldn't be able to take it for mental competitions, which I think is stupid. If you're truly prescribed Adderall, you should definitely be able to take it. That's like, I didn't even think that was like an opinion to have. I didn't even think that was an opinion to have. It was like, if you're truly prescribed Adderall, you're not trying to abuse the system. Yeah, obviously you should take it. But the discussion is more around mental competitions. People who, I mean, and then we can go to the point where it's like, oh, if you don't have a prescription, you're taking Adderall, or if you just kind of bluff your test. You bluff your test and you get a prescription for Adderall. Is that cheating then at that point? Imagine taking care of yourself. Yeah, that's a wild. That one's a little wild. That was a wild opinion that I saw on Twitter. It was like, if you are truly prescribed Adderall, for whatever reason, that is somehow like cheating or whatever. Which that's wild to me. But I was just thinking about it last night because I watched a video where they were talking about it in Esports last week or something. What if your prescription is illegal? Well, if your prescription's if you don't have a prescription, it's illegal. So then at that point, I feel like, I guess you could, that's what if your prescription, like illegal in the state? Is that a thing where like your prescription is legal in some states for Adderall, but not others? Is that, I don't even know, is that a thing? Drug testing coming for top 8. There was one point, I believe, in CSGO where they actually were drug testing players for Adderall, and if you didn't have a prescription, you got fined or couldn't play in the tournament or something. There was a point in CSGO where they were doing that. But like the thing, all it did was push the players to like that if they really are that adamant about having Adderall, they would just go get a prescription. Because like it's not hard to get a prescription for Adderall. Like it's not hard to get a prescription for Adderall. So then you just go get a prescription, right? So I think the discussion around like, so I was just curious what people thought in the Pokemon community. I was like, okay, well this is what the discussion is in esports. It's like it exists. Is it a problem? Is people doing Adderall just fine and just let them do it? People out here getting like quote unquote fake, and you could never like monitor prescriptions either, right? So like if it was like you can't have Adderall unless you have a prescription, it's like, well, it's not hard to get a prescription, so you just go get a prescription and then bam, you have Adderall legally. So it's like you could never like if it became illegal in Pokemon to have not be able to have Adderall without a prescription, there'd be just a ton of people who just get prescriptions who don't technically need Adderall who would then have Adderall. So then the question could just be like on like so we're never going to be able to monitor in that sense. That's fine. My question, my thought process is just more on a ethical level, or yeah, at that point, like would like, even if Pokemon didn't consider it cheating, that wouldn't matter. But like, would do I consider it cheating? That's kind of my thought process. Do I think it's cheating if someone who bluffs the test to get an Adderall prescription and then takes Adderall at a PokemonTCG tournament, are they cheating at that point? That's basically what my question should have been on Twitter. If you have a legit prescription for Adderall, I don't care if you take Adderall. I don't like that's not even like relevant to what my thought process or like my question. So that's what the question I should have asked on Twitter, but I asked the other stupid question. I don't know, to be honest. I have no clue. I've never taken Adderall before, so I have no idea what it's like to be on it or how much it like ever enhances your abilities to play the Pokemon TCG. But I know in mental competitions in general, people do it. Like people in the Pokemon TCG definitely take Adderall with a prescription, without a prescription, with a bluffed prescription. Well, with a prescription doesn't matter. If you have a legit prescription, that doesn't matter. With a bluffed prescription, when I say bluffed prescription, I mean like you just basically said all the right things to make it seem like you have ADHD or whatever to get a prescription for Adderall, which is like apparently insanely easy to do. It's insanely easy to like bluff the thing. What was the stupid question? My stupid question was, like, I just tweeted out, was we consider cheating if you don't have a prescription and you take Adderall at a Pokemon TCG tournament, which I think the answer is just yes at that point. So it's just like a stupid question. But in like all mental forms of competition, like I said, esports, chess, card games, everyone's doing it. Not everyone. There's not that many people doing it, but there's people in every community doing it with the idea of trying to give themselves an advantage at the tournament for sure. Not everyone's doing it. Yeah, and in like esports, it's like a lot bigger of a thing because esports is way more mainstream than anything like a card game or even like, well, chess is becoming way more mainstream actually as of late, but like not that long ago, like esport. Well, I mean, to be honest, like the big esports are like actually bigger than chess, I would say overall. So it's like a bigger deal in esports for a while. I don't know how big of a deal it is right now. I feel like in esports right now, it's just like, all right, if they're gonna do it, they're gonna do it. Just let them do it. I know at some point they were drug testing CS:GO players. It was CS:GO or Call of Duty players. I don't remember which. I think it was CS:GO players. I could be wrong on that, but some esport. I don't know like how they currently monitor like League of Legends professional teams or Overwatch or Valorant. Maybe there is drug testing. I don't think so though. As far as I know, there's not. I think it's gotten to a point where it's just like, well, if they really want to get Adderall and take Adderall, they're gonna do it. So just let them do it. Seems to be the situation, but I'm not like I'm not an authority on that. Yeah, I was just thinking about. I was like, and then I thought about it in Pokemon. I was like, okay. I guess I could think about it in general in esports, but it's like so widely used in esports. I don't even know if we're thinking about esports. So I guess it was just like, but like in Pokemon, I was thinking about, okay, like if someone with a prescription gets a prescription for Adderall when they don't need Adderall at all, and then they win a Pokemon, and they take it out of Pokemon TCG tournament, not even win, are they then cheating? I don't know. That's what I was thinking. The question I asked on Twitter was like very far removed from what the question I should have asked, but now there's everyone talking about Adderall on Twitter. Like, or someone's on, well, meth's just illegal, so then yeah, it'd be cheating. Well, I don't know if I'd consider it. I mean, it's just illegal. Anything you like, Pokemon even says you can do no illegal activities at a Pokemon event, or if they find you doing an illegal activity event, you're gonna get DQ'd, banned, whatever. I do have a testing group, yeah. Well, I'm not saying that it's a necessity to do well. Adderall is not a necessity to do well. Because Mako's question was, well, all the Koreans were the best StarCraft players, the hardest game of all time, and I doubt any of them took it. It's not a necessity to do well. Korea being better at esports than anyone is just a culture thing. But yeah, it's not a necessity. It doesn't mean it wouldn't enhance you, right? Like not every baseball player takes steroids. There's a lot of great baseball players who didn't take steroids, but some of them do take steroids, you know? Not all of them. Not all the great baseball players of all time take steroids, so some of them do. You ordered Costco groceries? What do we get? Talking about Adderall again? Hey, we're talking about Adderall for the first time. I'm doing acid on my hand. Always looks like it's... Wait, what? Context on that? What do you mean? I mean, I have players that I play with consistently every season. You sure all of them do? All baseball players? No, all baseball players definitely don't do steroids. That's not true. Well, I mean, I don't know that much about the scene, but I'm comfortable making that statement. What I brought 2 weeks ago? Did you actually? See, I don't even remember. What'd you say last time we were talking, Horse? What'd you bring up? The idea of just doing Adderall? There isn't a sport where some athletes aren't natural. Yeah, I'm sure in every athlete or in every sport, there are athletes that are enhanced in some way. Yeah, but not all of them. You said something about Yu-Gi-Oh players taking Adderall? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. In every mental competition, people are taking Adderall, like 100%. It's not even like a question. Did you ever hear about what that Super Olympics? Wait, what are you saying, Soda? It's a form of Olympics where everyone is just on something. Everyone's roided out of their mind. Like literally trying to find the maximum capacity in a sport for humans. Are you saying that's a thing or it's a thing they tried to do? Yes, that doesn't do anything for me. It was one of the best players taking Adderall and some of the. Oh wait, I do remember you bringing this up. Yeah, then you said you mentioned this to me. Drug test Yu-Gi-Oh players. Now I mean that'll never be a thing in card games. I don't even know if it's worth the effort either. Like what is the? Can you quantify? What is the quantifiable or what is the? Yeah, can you quantify the advantage that Adderall gives people on average? Because obviously it works better for some people than others, right? Yeah, can you quantify the advantage that Adderall gives people who don't require Adderall on average? I don't think you can, right? But I feel like you can definitely look at something like steroids and be like, yep, everyone will improve a lot. Like I feel like it feels like Adderall is not worth the hassle of drug testing card game players for. That seems like a little bit unnecessary, just like a waste of time, basically. It helps stay focused in later rounds when other people are fading out. But that can just, well, I guess that's like that would still be like a technical advantage, I guess. I'm saying, I guess that can be achieved without it, is what I want to say, but it doesn't mean it's not an advantage. Controlled substance for a reason, though. That's true. You could use caffeine for that, though. Should we ban caffeine? No, but obviously there's some things we should be able to use whenever we want, and some things we shouldn't be able to use whenever we want. You know? I mean, I take caffeine every day. Anyone can buy caffeine? Yeah. Like I think it's fine for people who are speaking for myself. I think it's fine if there's for people smarter than me to tell me what I should and should not be able to have in terms of like drug type stuff. I'm fine. I'm personally comfortable with that. If someone who actually went out of their way to become a scientist and study stuff and science stuff and comes to tell me, hey Azul, sorry, you can't have this because it's not good for you to have unless you have this. I'm like, all right, that's fine with me. And if they tell me caffeine's fine, I'm like, all right, then I'll have caffeine if I want caffeine. But like, I'm personally fine with that. Now, if I want to go out of my way and become the science guy, then I'll have an opinion on that. But I'm not that science guy, so I'll let the science guy tell me what I should and should not have. If the doctor tells me not to, if the doctor tells me not to have caffeine, then I wouldn't have caffeine. I'd maybe like want an explanation of why, because caffeine is so widely used and accepted as like a fine thing to have. But yeah, you got me, Soda. Bill Nye. Yeah, whatever Bill Nye says goes. I don't think Bill Nye cares what drugs you use. I don't know. I think Bill Nye might care a little bit what drugs people use. I think Bill Nye might have an opinion on what drugs people use in general on a day-to-day basis. I don't think it would be crazy if Bill Nye had an opinion on that. When does 151 come out? Next week? It's soon. It's soon. New set, not far away. And then when does Paradox come out? Paradox is like not too far after that. Yeah, that's But my tweet blew up into way more drama, or maybe I shouldn't say drama, way more discussion on Twitter than I thought it would. I didn't think anyone would really care except me, to be honest. But your doctor says don't drink, and you drink over 600 milligrams every day. 600 might be a little bit high. 12-hour stream. Sheesh. Yeah, we might. Yeah, I think we will do a 12-hour stream. I forgot it, to be honest. Yeah, when it comes out Thursday, right? September, October. Oh man, we got like a whole month and a half before Paradox. Because I don't think 151 is gonna be shaken up too much. Maybe it'll do more than I think, but 400 is the highest amount recommended per day. I think it's like you can go like I think going higher than that isn't that bad depending on your body weight and your adaptation to caffeine. But yeah, you should start lower than that to begin with. You're not someone who regularly takes caffeine. You appreciate the 7 months there is CMET time. But I'm not a doctor, so don't take my advice. If you don't drink 6,000 milligrams caffeine per day, you're a little bitch. We'll let you handle that, Soda. Do you get all of your caffeine in the form of soda? Are you drinking 6,000 milligrams of caffeine worth of soda? That's a lot of soda. Is there's only like what, like 30 milligrams of caffeine in a soda? You would die of obesity before any caffeine? Well, it could be diet soda. There's no calories in that. I feel like you definitely have some problems though. They do liters over there. Yeah, how many liters of caffeine do you drink a day, Soda? How many liters is it? How many liters of soda? How many liters of caffeine? We want to know the European numbers. My blood is basically Pepsi Max at this point. Diet soda's got to be a lie. What do you mean it's got to be a lie? No way with the amount of obese people. No, diet soda's not a lie. Actually, I'm pretty sure the stats show that people who drink diet soda actually way less than people who don't drink diet soda. So I guess like enough to already prove it. Like the only question would be like, what is like all the stuff that's in diet soda? I think is like the only discussion to really have. But so far, the research for that says that yeah, pretty much everything in there is like reasonably safe, or safe, like unsure if not safe, but like could require more science. Got to science it a little bit more. Issues about coming out about aspartame and stuff right now. No, I mean aspartame is put under the I keep up with some of this kind of stuff. I don't actually drink diet soda myself, but aspartame is put under the may cause cancer category by the I don't think it was the FDA. I forget who it was, but there's a lot of things that people use daily that falls under that category. So it's not like the panic category or anything like that. If aspartame is bad for us, I'm dead. Well, it can't be that bad for us because there's people who've been drinking diet soda for, I mean, they've already died. And as long as, if they lived like within the average of lifespan, then it obviously isn't enough to literally just like kill you. My league is not able to host challenges, but I'm the organizer, so I don't get to participate. Well, you can still put on a good time for everybody else. A lot of some things will most likely cause cancer. Yeah, exactly. It's not falling under like anything more extreme than a lot of other stuff. You're the points giver now? Yeah. You get to feed the local area with championship points. All these desperate Pokemon players. I stopped drinking soda a long time ago. I mostly stick to kombucha for my carbonated beverages now. Wait, is carbonated kombucha a thing? I've never had carbonated kombucha. I've had kombucha before, but can you have it carbonated? I mean, I don't see why not, I guess, but... Yeah, you're on the right track there, Soda. Go become a scientist and start inventing stuff. What even is a kombucha? It's like fermented something, right? It's like not bad. It's like kind of sour. It's like, yeah, fermented tea, yeah. Kombucha is naturally carbonated. Is it? I don't remember having it. I don't remember the kombucha I had last time being carbonated. But is it like lightly carbonated? It's not like carbonated, right? Kind of insane that some people hate water because we invented stuff that tastes better than water. Every drink ever invented was invented to ideally taste better than water. That's what I'm saying, Del Cookie. Advanced is right there for your consumption. Why would you ever take Adderall illegally? Like how beer is carbonated? Oh, is that how beer? Dude, see, I didn't even know that. So you don't add. So beer is just naturally carbonated. You don't add carbonation to beer. See, I didn't even know that was. I didn't even know that was the process. So this is a science stream now. Everyone's learning. Well, I'm learning. I don't know if anyone else in chat's learning. Fermentate. Well, I didn't know fermentation led to carbonation. I didn't know there was a correlation between fermentation and or there causation of fermentation to carbonation. So I'm not, like I said, I'm not a scientist. If I was a scientist, then it would make more sense for me to know these things. I refuse to learn anything ever. Never learn it. You appreciate the 9 months there, Killer Cam. Dude, I'm just like, dude, I did not know. I didn't know this many people were gonna be talking about. I mean, I don't really care, to be honest. It doesn't seem like anyone's having really any worthwhile conversation about it, though. I didn't know that there was gonna be this much conversation around Adderall with my Adderall tweet, but apparently there is this conversation around Adderall with my Adderall tweet. But I don't think anyone's actually having any kind of, is the term fruitful conversation around it? Yeah. You made it as an influencer? Yeah, I guess. My tweet wasn't even up that long, bro. I deleted it pretty fast because I was like, wait, this is a stupid question. I don't know if this has been mentioned before yet, but people with ADHD typically feel calm on Adderall. Yeah, I mean, that was a weird conversation that got started on. If you have a legit prescription to Adderall, like, the people who think like that's all of a sudden is a form of cheating or that's just weird. Yeah, if you have a legit form, then that isn't a legit prescription for Adderall. Then you should take your Adderall whenever it makes sense for you. I don't know. Yeah, the discussion I saw, a couple of discussions that I saw on Twitter about the idea of like Adderall in general being a problem, even if you're legit prescribed it legitimately, that's pretty weird. All right, let's get off the drug talk. Another thing that Soda brought up, which I think we could read, was wait, what Celio thread did you want me to look at, Soda? The one about luck? Take pre-workout out. Take pre-workout before turning. Easy. I mean, all I need is caffeine. What's the play for locals if you expect Lugia? I mean, like, what level of Lugia? Miraidon? Nah, Miraidon's not favored. Miraidon was Sky Sealstone? Ooh, that's something. But how do you find it? You have to play like Lumineon and Arven. Like how much Lugia? If you expect a lot of Lugia, you should play something with the Duraludon. But like, how much Lugia are you expecting here? I have ADHD. I don't have Adderall because it's not. Oh, it's not legal. I didn't know that. Adderall's not legal. Like not legal in the UK. Like you can't even get prescribed it. You find it with Town Store. All right, now you're cooking. I mean, Sky Sealstone and Miraidon would be a thing, but you have to be able to find the Sky Sealstone early. Because at some point, the Lugia is just... If you don't KO the Lugia turn 2, that means you're maybe not taking a knockout on... You're not taking a knockout. So you have to, like, be able to KO, like, turn 2. So are you going to have the... Are you going to have the Sky Sealstone turn 2? I don't know. I don't think... How are you finding your Sky Sealstone before the Lugia is dead? Because you have to kill the Lugia. You can't just leave the Lugia and... Like, you can't just not... You're like, oh, I'm not going to take a knockout this turn. You can leave... You can leave your Lugia V-Star on the active. That's fine. I'll pass. And then they're like, okay, I win. And they're like, yep, that's fine. But I'm going to get you with that Sky Sealstone next turn. I guess one thing you could play would be Escape Rope. Because no matter what they send up off the Escape Rope, you can KO that and draw a prize card. And then you can go after Lugia later. But can't get it prescribed over here? Interesting. America do we sound of kind of like suspiciously different with some stuff sometimes. Where it's like the rest of the world has it banned and America's like, nah, that's fine. Not saying Adderall is one of those things, but it'll probably be a diverse meta Iowa Cup. I mean, then I wouldn't stress about it too much. Like, if it's diverse, then I wouldn't even, like, hone in on Lugia. Unless you think Lugia is going to be the most popular deck. Or are you saying you want to be able to deal with Lugia because you expect some top players to show up and play Lugia? Oh, shit. Let's go. Game grade with the 25 gifted. Over to Captain Jeff, Raji. Spatial Rift, Primary, Carry, Jesse, Inert, J-Rip, Alpha, Duffy, Jim, Misi, Abram, Ground War Turtle, Lord, the Dorito, Plays for Days, Eku, Royd, Cheesy, Dumali, Ace Wing, the Cram Jam, Panda Flusher, what? And Begbie. Welcome to the pack. Welcome all back to the pack. Appreciate a ton. Game Grid, SLC. Appreciate the support. Appreciate it a ton. Welcome all to the pack. We're fresh out of oranges, but we got plenty of... No, I'm not going to say... I was going to say the A word. Peanuts. Appreciate it. Diverse meta means play what you're most comfortable with and know your matchups. For the most part, yes, but don't... Apply like a slight... Appreciate the 3 months there, Foxy. Like... One deck I would not recommend anyone play right now. Yeah, one deck I would not recommend anyone play right now is Rapid Strike. So, like, even if you're most practiced with Rapid Strike and it's your favorite deck, generally, on average in the meta, Mew and Lugia are too popular to play Rapid Strike. So don't play Rapid Strike. You should still apply a little bit. There's like a baseline of meta analysis that you should apply to your deck choice. And like I think Rapid Strike's a really good deck. But it's one of the few top decks that does have a bad that does have bad matchups. It's like one of the few though. The majority of them, of the top decks, Lugia, Guardy, something, are all like no matter what happens in the meta, it's a good deck to play. Like no matter what happens, Lugia, Guardy, Lost Box, Lost Tina. I hate to say Lost Tina, but I guess I gotta say it. Miraidon's another one that I would be like, well, if Lost Box and Guardy are too popular, I don't think you should be playing Miraidon either. So like, baseline analysis of the meta. There's some decks that should be excluded, depending on the meta. There's a couple decks that should be excluded from your choice. But like a majority of decks, like any like the decks that, like I said, Lugia, Guardy, Lost Box, Lost Tina. Well, Lost Box is actually one if there's too much Lugia. I wouldn't play Lost Box either, to be honest. But it doesn't have like a bad Mew matchup on top of that, like Rapid Strike does. So. You look way fitter than your videos from 4 months ago. What's your secrets? Calorie deficit. That's it. We need Azul versus Mahone best of 7 to finally determine the Lawson versus Miraidon matchup. Wait, does Mahone think it's favored? Does Mahone think the Lawson matchup is favored? Wait, does Mahone think Miraidon is favored against Lawson? Yes, I'd probably not. Well, especially, why not Lawson Box? If Lugia is too popular, like local meta, I wouldn't play Lawson Box. I think at a regional, like Lugia is still a fairly strong, powerful, popular deck. You know, 10%er. I think Lost Box is probably still a fine play at a regional, but like locally, if there's like so the way you can analyze a local meta too is like, all right, if the two best players in the room at a local meta who you're expecting to be in top 8 show up, and they're going to be in top 8 and they're playing Lugia, I wouldn't play a deck that has an unfavorable Lugia matchup. Like, I'm not going to... My goal is to win the tournament, and if 2 of the other people I expect to be in top 8 alongside myself are playing a bad matchup for me, then I'm going to switch decks. Like, if I think I know what they're going to play. Obviously, you might not always know, but... He definitely says Tina's favored. Pretty sure he says Lost Zone is as well, but I might be remembering that one wrong. Tina... I don't... Well, it depends. With the path build, I don't think Tina's favored, because if Tina goes first and turn 1 paths you, the Miraidon deck just cries. But the non-path build, honestly, is probably fine. He beat all the Lost Zone decks at Worlds, if I recall. I mean, that just doesn't mean any... Like, it kind of does. Like, that doesn't mean nothing. But you want to be, like... I don't know. That's like where a lot of people, like... start to, like... They break. He said it himself. Oh, okay. Yeah, like, you need to be, like... In order to, like, become a... Like, to be a better player and get the most out of your testing, you want to be more critical past... Oh, I beat 3 lost boxes in a row on ladder. I'm 3-0. I have 100% win rate. The matchup's favorable. Lock it in. You want to look past that and be like, okay, what actually happened? You know, smaller sample size is going to lead to more variance. Yada, yada, yada. What's all the drug talk going on in the Pokemon community? I made a tweet. I made a tweet yesterday asking a stupid question that I then deleted because it was a stupid question. And then apparently it, even though I deleted the tweet, enough people had their own opinions on it that they put out their opinions, and then that made more people put out their opinions, and so on and so forth. Not to say that I'm the only one that matters, but my tweet was the catalyst for the Adderall talk. Yeah. Talk about drugs. Now we're done talking about drugs. For sure they agree on that sentiment. Yeah, they probably do. My lighting testing doesn't it? So you can still get a ton out of ladder testing. You just have to be more critical of, I mean, out of any testing or any games played at tournaments, challenges, locals, cups. You just need to be more critical of your you should be as critical as possible of what actually happened and not just the end result. You don't just want to be like, well, in my testing today, or in my testing on ladder, I went 20-0 against everything in the format. I won 20 games in a row. My deck's broken. It doesn't lose to anything. There's no bad matchups. When in reality, what if you have bad matchup? What if you actually have bad matchups to, like, Lost Tina and Lost Box, which are like the 2 most popular decks at Pittsburgh? You roll up with your deck to Pittsburgh and you just get bodied because the matchups actually aren't as good as you thought they were. So yeah, just you want to get as much out of your testing as possible, not just the end result. You don't just want to play a game of Pokemon and be like, the end result was I lost, or the end result was I won. Therefore, that's the only thing that matters. And I'm not going to think about or analyze anything else any further. There's not always more stuff to take away from your testing, but whenever there is more stuff to take away, you want to recognize that, so that way you can utilize that to be even more further ahead in your testing than just like that actual game. The most played deck in Barcelona? I don't know, bro. That's a Mickey tournament, bro. There's like 200. What? There's like 200 Masters players registered, so we're gonna have like 175. Bro, I don't know. Europeans are weird. It's probably Europeans' time to think that Arceus is good, to be honest. And the most popular deck at the Mickey will probably be Arceus, to be honest. I think it's gonna come around where all of a sudden European players are like, oh, Arceus is broken, bro. Why aren't the Americans playing this? Dude, it's just so weird over in Europe, man. No, probably. I mean, it'll probably be Lost. It'll be close. I think it was closer at Pittsburgh than I thought. I thought Lost Tina would be like solidly the most popular deck, but it was like Lost Tina was 13%. Lost Box was 12, I think, and then it was like 10s and 11s after that. So it was really close. I don't know if more people are hype on Lost Tina or less hype on Lost Tina after Pittsburgh. It's probably about the same. So it'll be close though. I guess I would guess that Lost Tina is going to be the most popular deck at Barcelona, because Europe hasn't had their reality check of that Lost Tina's not that good of a deck yet, whereas like everyone who played it at Pittsburgh has gotten their reality check, so there'll be less of it moving forward. So my guess is going to be Lost Tina will be the most popular at Barcelona, but not by much. Like, it'll be like it was at Pittsburgh, where it was like very little. I think it'll be Lost Box. Yeah, like that wouldn't surprise me either, though, if it goes Lost Box. No matter what is the most popular deck at Barcelona, it won't be by very much. It'll be like 13, 11, 11, 11, 10, 10, 10, 9. Like, it'll be like super close towards the top. No, the only thing what equals a healthy meta is if it is fun and enjoyable to play the game. That is literally the only thing that matters. If the game is fun and enjoyable to play, that's it. And generally there is a core, so some people will argue a fun and healthy meta is when the better player wins more often at a certain rate higher than other players. Now, you don't want it to be chess levels of hard to play Pokemon, so we wouldn't want better players to win at the rate that better players win in chess, because then no one would want to play Pokemon. It's supposed to be a little bit more relaxed, enjoyable of a game. And if you want those percentages, you should just go play chess. So we don't want if you're better, your win rate to match if you're better in chess in Pokemon. We don't want that high of a win rate for better players on average in Pokemon the way it is in chess, because Pokemon is not supposed to be chess. And if you really want chess level win rates for better players, then you should just go play chess. So some players will make the argument if the better player is winning more, that's when it's a healthy meta. But because we're not playing chess, I think it's just like when the vast majority of the community enjoys playing the game currently and doesn't feel like it's kind of like, I'm just gonna, if I have a tournament near me, I'll play Pokemon, but I'm not trying to play Pokemon outside of that. Then that's a sign of a healthy meta. It's just when the vast majority of the community enjoys playing the game at a higher rate than they would on average. And then that's what equals a good healthy meta. But generally, the game is but there's a correlation between the better player winning and the game and the meta being healthy and more fun. If you play Pokemon and you find yourself not being able to ever beat your opponent consistently and everything feels like a 50-50, that's like less fun, right? Because you don't get to have any skill expression. Even if you're not like a super competitive person or a top level player, you still want that feeling of skill expression in a game, of you outplaying your opponent or playing well and then you winning because you played well. Even if you're not a super competitive player, everyone enjoys that feeling of playing well or playing better than their opponent. So like, even if you don't realize it, there is a correlation between a healthy meta and the better player winning more often. But at the end of the day, it just comes down to how much the vast majority of the community enjoys the game. That's the mental healthiest meta, Slap. When you're getting out and going for a walk, that's the mental healthiest meta for sure. Good game, one game fun, basically, yeah. Temple of Sinnoh fixed the Tina matchup versus Lugia. I think it's very good against Lugia. Like I would probably, no, I can't give him too much credit. I would play Temple of Sinnoh in Lost Tina right now, probably. There's a lot of Lug floating around. Lug's very good right now, so. Chess should be more like Pokemon and rotate pieces to different ones that move differently. Is there any game like that? Is there a game like that? Different kind of chess. Yeah, auto chess. Oh, true, like TFT and stuff, right? You ever played 4D chess? No, I've never played 4D chess. I've heard of it, though. If Lug is good right now, then Arc Dumbreon will be good right now. No, unfortunately for Arc Dumbreon, there's not a direct correlation between Lugia being good and Arc Dumbreon being good. That is not something that is helping the Dumbreon out. Unfortunately for Dumbreon. Dumbreon is still bad. Not even Lugia being good will save that deck. Did you ever play Prismata? No, that sounds familiar, though. That sounds like I know that as a song, to be honest. Is there a song called Prismata? I've never played a game called Prismata, no. That sounds familiar, though. I did see in the, I know I always, like, shit talk. Actually, I think I said this yesterday. I always am shit talking colorless Lugia, because I think Single Strike is better, but It was a Kickstarter card game meant to be more chess-like. I don't know it then at all. Did you miss the Adderall conversation? Yeah, we're already done talking about Adderall. Charizard just bodies Arc Umbreon now. I mean, no deck should care about Charizard. A majority of the decks naturally beat Charizard. Do I beat Charizard? Is the deck good enough? Do I beat Charizard? Should never be a question you ask for any deck you're considering playing in the format right now. That shouldn't be a question you ask. It should just be, do I beat actually good decks? What is your favorite video game series? Video game series? Maybe Halo. But like obviously like the newer Halos have not been that good. It's just really the old ones that are really good. My favorite game of all time is maybe BioShock then, because BioShock 2 was kind of whatever. BioShock 1 was my favorite game of all time, and then the one in the sky was, I forget what it was called, to be honest, but it was really good. Resume my opinion on colorless Lugia. Oh, it might be better. Like with 151 and the cards you get from 151, colorless actually might be the way to go. Because we saw over in Japan that colorless was doing really well at the Infinite. Yeah, BioShock Infinite. I take melatonin. If I sleep before a tournament, should I get DQ'd? Probably Soda, to be honest. God of War. I haven't played any of the old God of Wars. I've only played the two newest God of Wars. Being on Lost Box with Scissor? I don't know. I haven't really tried it. It doesn't seem very good. The problem with Colossus is an auto loss versus Miraidon. That's just not true. You don't just auto lose to Miraidon. You're like a one prize deck. You're just like a different deck. Yeah, you don't auto lose. I would have to test it. My assumption is that you're not auto losing that matchup though. It might be unfavorable. I could see it being unfavorable. The first God of War was insanely good. You mean like the first of the new ones? I still haven't even beat the second one. But the God of War games, like I didn't 100% complete the first one, but I almost 100%ed it. And then that's what I'm trying to do in this one as well. So it's taking me a while to get through it. You think Miraidon is better with or without Path? I don't know, to be honest. The first thing I'd have to test is the Lugia matchup. The old first one? Yeah, I never played that. I didn't play any of the old ones. I heard they were good. I heard they were good games for back in the day, but yeah, I never played any of them. Shut up, Soda. Dude, dude, one day I'll figure out a better way to explain that to people. But for now, all you have to know is if you believe that, you're wrong. I know you know the difference, Soda, but like if for anyone who actually truly believes that is wrong, and then like I don't know, I'll come up with a better way to explain it one day, but such a tilter, man. Okay, let's actually we could talk about this Celio Twitter thread here, actually, to be honest, because I think I do have some like I could like explain this maybe a little bit different than like I didn't read Celio's whole thing yet, so maybe I can't explain any different than Celio, but I mean you just play beach court because I wouldn't think about beach court like that, to be honest, Stella. You're not playing beach court. You don't play beach court in Miraidon to like the pivot is nice, but it's basically, do you want a build of Miraidon that has an answer to Path versus trying to disrupt with Path? Because if beach court didn't exist, Miraidon would just play a different stadium. It's not like it needs beach court to make it compete with the Path build. It's just like, oh, I would rather play a counter to Path than play Path to the Peak myself, basically. And then you would play whatever stadium gives you like some amount of utility to make your deck function better. So it could be, I mean, yeah, it can be that, or it could be like the stadium where you look at the top card and you could discard it, because then you could look at the top deck. If it's an energy, you leave it on top. If it's not, you just discard it, then play generator. Like, it doesn't matter what the stadium is. Beach court doesn't like do that much. So yeah, even town, like you could just play town store. Like you would just probably play town store, to be honest. Like, so it's the utility of the beach court isn't like the reason to play it over the Path build. It's do you play Path, or should you play Path, or should you not play Path, is basically the question. Because the Path is the power stadium. It's like, do I want answers to Path to the Peak, or do I want to play Path to the Peak, basically? Yeah, you probably would play store, to be honest. You probably would play town store. Especially if there was a tool card that you could use to retreat with, but one of those doesn't exist right now. Port allows for bigger Raichu hits. I mean, it can, but you have a pivot and you play switch cards. So if you just hit a switch card, it's the same thing. Like, I'm not saying the Beach Court offers no utility to the deck. I'm just saying it's not like you're like, oh, do I like the 1 retreat cost of Beach Court, or do I like disrupting my opponent with Path to the Peak? It's do I want to play Path or do I not want to play Path? And then, okay, let me use the best stadium that's not Path instead, basically. It's not like Beach Court is like a super power card in the deck, basically. Beach Court's kind of just like, oh, I guess it's the best stadium to play and ride on. Any reason for playing 2 burn at 3 research instead of 4 research? I don't know. Not playing 4 research I feel so troll. Research is so good in Lugia. Like early game, late game, mid game, first turn, second turn, third turn, fourth turn, fifth turn, sixth turn. You know, like research is just so good in Lugia. Like, how do you not play the freaking 4 research? I don't know. Because like when you have to dig, when you got turn 1, got to get Archaeop's Ninja Growl. Turn 2, got to dig for urns. Turn 3, got to find a Pokemon to attack. Like, it's just so good. I don't know. I don't know if I like the idea of not. Am I trolling? Oh. All right, hold up. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, not that one. Let me try this again. Okay, perfect. All right, I did it. But like I could see 2 Iono being better. It's just like really hard to rationalize it actually being better. All right, so Celio made this tweet this morning. It's nothing like controversial. It's just like a good discussion. See, this is like actually a good discussion tweet, whereas like a lot of the other stuff is like whatever. Celia tweeted, one of the biggest mistakes you can make as a Pokemon TCG player, and I would say as like a card game player in general actually, is to blame a loss on luck. I agree with this as well. I've actually been trying to like remove luck from I'm pretty sure you copy paste this tweet every year. It's possible. I think you should probably try and just remove luck from your vocabulary when discussing the Pokemon TCG and variants. I think just like calling it good variants, bad variants. You're cheating yourself out of a learning experience and growth as a player, because I think a lot of people use the excuse of luck instead of trying to come up with what they could have done wrong. Look for any way to hold yourself responsible for a loss, tie, or overall unsatisfactory outcome. So with that, a little bit, luck will always be a factor in games, but the most successful players are those who circumvent variance to the best of their abilities. If you hold yourself responsible for your losses and pinpoint where you went wrong, you can fix that for next time. This is something I often work on with students. People are quick to blame an external force for their losses. This feels good in the short term because you don't blame yourself, but is ultimately hurting your growth long term. And then of course got the Metafy plug there. Then we got some obviously like I don't know how serious these tweets are. I mean, some of them I think are pretty. I've seen some bad takes from this person, Rich_Havoc on Twitter. So this one might be serious, to be honest. Me loses coin flip. That was totally my fault. I will learn from this and come back stronger than ever. I mean, this is also. I also think this is actually a bad response from Celio, though. Play a deck that cares about opening the coin flip less. I think it's also just like a bad response, because at the end of the day, basically, the way you should pick a deck for a tournament, the way you should like truly think about picking a deck for a tournament is take all the decks in the meta and be like, which ones, through testing and analysis of the meta, do I think achieve a certain level of win rate? And then which of those decks do I want to play? And then play that deck, basically. So there's a certain level of win rate a deck has to achieve where it should even become a consideration for you to play for a tournament. And what I tell most people most of the time is you should pick a deck. Like probably for the vast majority of players, the best thing you can do is pick a deck like 3 weeks before the major tournament you're planning to go to and just work really hard on that deck to become comfortable with the deck. and your preparation for playing that deck specifically will give you an advantage above the majority of players. What's the win rate? I have no clue what the win rate is. I don't know what the number is, but just through playing as much Pokemon as I have, I have an idea of when I think a deck qualifies or not, basically. I don't know what the number is. So if you're losing more than winning, that's all you. Well, no, it could be your deck choice. If you're losing more than winning, it could be you, but it could also be your deck choice. Like, that's why you do have to have like a baseline level of meta analysis. But like I was saying, the decks that you could like pick from right now, and probably like Guardy, Lugia, Lost Tina, and I just had another one in there as well, I think. Like, you pick any of those decks for any of your tournaments you're going to, League Cups, League Challenges, probably even Peoria, they're probably all going to be like fine plays. And then the difference maker for your success is not going to be your deck choice, as long as you actually did like a base level analysis of the meta and picked just a solid deck. If you just picked a solid deck for the meta, no matter what really happens, the majority of your success is going to come from your actual play, and you're more likely to play better with a deck you're more prepared with. So for the vast majority of players, like vast majority, 95% plus probably, would benefit from picking a deck 2 to 3 weeks before a tournament, and then simply just like not playing anything else. Like, just focusing on that deck, working on your list, learning the matchups, figuring out what tech cards you want to play in the deck as the tournament gets closer. You shouldn't test 3 or 4 decks and try and come up with the perfect pick between those like 2 days before the tournament. You're just going to have worse results. Your result will 100% be better. Baseline analysis of the meta. Pick a solid deck choice. Practice with it. Then that's it. Work on the list. Learn the matchups. Yada yada yada, and then the most of your success will come from that. If you're one of the players who like plays with 4 or 5 decks leading up to a tournament, and then picks one of them, you're like your success is just gonna be worse. I don't know. There's a Raz said, how do I get good enough to not open with only a 60 HP Pokemon against Lost Box when I go first? So once again, this is like, and I'll explain why these Rich's tweet here and then Raz's tweet here are literally irrelevant. I think Celio's tweet here is also not a very good like a good response to this tweet. What deck are you playing and what is your list? And in best of 3, if that is the root cause of both of your losses and there's nothing objectively wrong with your deck choice or deck list, then you just got unlucky. But that is rarely the case. I'll take overestimates for 500, please. While there are things people can do to control for luck, when PTCG Live decides to have me start 1 basic and 6 energy, I'm not going to sit down. I'm not going to sit down and reflect on how the regional winning list I net decked or my play were poor. Obviously, this is another bad response here from Kai. I try and agree with this until my opponent has VIP pass turn 1 and Colors every turn, every game, and I have Manaphy attached pass. That's not true. They don't have that, and if they have that, they're probably playing quad Manaphy with 56 energy, so it's the only thing they could possibly have. This is true except for when I get donked. Like, I can't do anything about that realistically. I can't say I agree. I've coached sports for years and years, and there's so many factors that play, from motivational drivers to psychological cues. It's not so black and white. I mean, that has nothing to do with what Celio said, though. Nah, it was variance. I've never misplayed in my life. Solid tweet from Jolt. Let's get it, Jolt. Just general good advice for getting better as a player. That's why we get mad at those anomalies of luck, because they're supposed to only dictate the outcome of a minority of the game. I played Gas Cannon Prize on my Malamar. I mean, sometimes it's bad luck, right? League challenges, so a scoop is lost. All right. So I think a little bit, to expand on what Celio's saying up here, and maybe even put it a little bit better, there is a like curve on one side of the whatever spectrum or whatever you want to call it. There's unlucky and lucky. And if you only play 1 game of Pokemon ever, and you play a solid deck for the meta and a solid list, and you open Manaphy Pass, that is unfortunate. And if you never play another game of Pokemon ever, your experience in Pokemon was unlucky. Because that's it. You played that 1 game, you opened Manaphy Attach Pass, you got donked. But if you actually show up for round 2, and once again, more tournaments, and continue to play solid deck choices with a solid deck list and play well, the distribution of unlucky to lucky goes away really fast, and the amount that's in your control becomes very high. Now, it's not, you don't have to actually go to that many tournaments. And just for like the reference point, because the most successful player in the game is Tord, you could just look at Tord's past 5 major tournament results and be like, I'm going to 5 regionals this year. This is Tord's past 5 major tournament results. There's potential for me to potentially replicate this. and use that as a reference point of like probably the capacity of how far you could go, right? That's the max you could probably achieve as a player, or the max you've seen in the game. So we know that's at least achievable. Towards past 5 major tournament results is achievable for anyone, and it's definitely surpassable. It is surpassable, but at the very least you could achieve that. And the majority of your results are in your control. And the spectrum of unlucky to lucky like goes away really fast as long as you play more than one game of Pokemon. As long as you play more than that one game of Pokemon where you got donked, where you went Manaphy Pass, and more tournaments than that, just that tournament, the amount of unlucky to lucky and how little it matters and how much your actual choices matter, from deck choice to decklist choice to getting better at a process of preparing for a tournament to playing better in a tournament is well within your control. So there's basically no reason to ever complain you got unlucky until there's basically no reason to ever complain about getting unlucky until you replicate towards previous 5 major tournament runs with similar or better or identical tournament results yourself in your next 5 tournament runs. And then at that point, I think it's okay if you want to complain you're unlucky, go for it. But you're not going to be able to do that to begin with. So you'll be constantly trying to do that, and then there'll be no point where you can actually in your Pokemon career complain that you're unlucky. I think the counter argument to Celios is what R realized between Worlds 2022 terrible and LAIC 2023 successful. Luck and control both matter, and recognizing that your outcome in a tournament is made up of both is important. Recognize that you can improve on while understanding. But thinking about luck is just pointless. It doesn't matter. If you just keep working on your process and improving as a player and getting better at choosing a deck and working on a deck list and playing better, like luck, it's already based on the results from the best players in the game. We know what is possible, so you have no reason to complain about luck, basically. You did something wrong in your process, and if you're someone who like wants to just show up with your, I don't know, give me a really shitty, if you want to show up with your shitty Rapid Strike Malamar deck, you can't complain about getting unlucky because your deck sucks. Like, you didn't do bad because you were unlucky. You did bad because your deck is terrible. So you have to take some accountability initially with deck choice, and that's why you have to do like a baseline level of meta-analysis and be like, well, Rapid Strike Malamar's not a good deck. I shouldn't play that deck, and if I play it, I shouldn't complain, you know? When I go 0-5 with my Rapid Strike Malamar deck, that's cool, but I got to play my Rapid Strike Malamar deck, and that's what I wanted to do. And then that's fine. That's fine. But if your goal is to actually try and get better and win more, you have to like apply all these things and get better at them and improve on your process and improve on the process of deck selection, deck list refinement, and then improving your play in general as a player, as well as any like mental or physical things that you struggle with at an actual IRL regional, like, you know, having to deal with the 9 rounds of play, you know, like the tips that I give everyone: drink water, eat food, and if you what is the correct use caffeine, then take caffeine. Every player's points of bad. Yeah, everyone has the bad and good variants. Just like you got donked with Manaphy, Tord also got donked with Manaphy. But the thing is, you're complaining about it and Tord isn't, right? Tord, instead of complaining about it, Tord goes and wins the next 4 rounds, right? So you got donked, you went Manaphy Pass, Tord also went Manaphy Pass. But the difference is, when the good variants come up for a good player, they take advantage of it because they know how to properly play through the scenarios. You, as a bad player, your Manaphy got donked, and then you complained about it, and then you went on to misplay the next 4 rounds, and that's why you're 0-5. Tord got donked in the first round as well and started 0-1, but Tord is now 4-1 because Tord didn't misplay the next 4 rounds. So, like, you get as much bad variance as everybody else at a certain point. Once you've gone to enough tournaments, your distribution of good and bad variance is the exact same as everyone else, and it doesn't take that many tournaments to go to for it to basically equalize across the board. Like, it's probably like 3 major tournaments, maybe. Like, once you've gone to 3 major tournaments in a season of Pokemon, your distribution of good and bad variance is basically equal to everyone else's. And it's just what you do when the good variants come your way and how you minimize the bad variance that makes a difference between the good players and the bad players. But yeah, it's probably, we can just call it 3 major tournaments. After 3 major tournaments, you have you've achieved the same potential amount of good luck and bad luck as literally everyone else. So maybe the first regional went really bad and you went 0-4, and like you played well, good deck selection, good deck list selection, But then the other two from there, it's probably all in your hands at that point. It's unlikely that you'd go 0-4 from getting like donked 8 times in a row, 2 regionals in a row, right? So now you have to make most of the scenario you're getting put in every single time. Although that getting donked 8 times is like pretty unreasonable in general, so. Complain versus recognize it though. You can say, hey, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It's just irrelevant to recognize the bad variance. You know what I'm saying? Like, well, I know that's not true actually. I take that back, Snoopy, because it is good to recognize the bad variance, so you can be like, all right, I made the right play, but I played research. I could have played Iono and disrupted my opponent and hope they don't get boss next turn. Or I can play research in an 8-card deck, and it's more. And if I get my energy, I win. All right, I should probably play the research. I see what you're saying. Yeah, it is good to recognize it. It is good to recognize bad variance, so that way you don't think you misplayed when you didn't. Yeah, it is just the complaining about it. To be honest, it is just complaining about bad variance that is the problem. But yeah. On a serious note, you can also have bad variance in a game and still misplay, causing yourself to lose. Yeah, exactly. You can draw terribly, but be in a spot to win the game, and then misplay and then not win the game. And then that's what I'm saying. When the good variance, or just when the situations come around for you to win games, better players are better at taking advantage of those situations. But like I said, yeah, like after like 3 or 4 major tournaments in a year, everyone has an even distribution of good and bad variance, and it's just what you do. It's just what you do with that. Well, dude, now I gotta see it. And don't listen to Grant. Anything Grant says you shouldn't listen to. I'm always unlucky, but I also always play badly. Oh, okay. Actually, no, you can agree with Grant. That's fine. I just saw the I'm always unlucky, and I was looking at something else. I was like, don't agree with Grant. The best players win games when they shouldn't. Yeah, that's because their opponent eventually misplays. Like, as long as you keep playing optimally, as long as you keep repeating a good process of deck selection, deck refinement, and then playing well, you'll just end out on top the majority of the time. And you'll, like I said, you'll be able to repeat and potentially repeat the take any like good player and look at their last 5 major tournament runs. Like that is theoretically repeatable. And we see more and more players having like very good 5, 6, I don't know how many tournament runs in a row, you know. Appreciate the gifted sub there, Punch, over to Trick Roar. Going back to the pack, bud. Azul received my deck before a cup and then got a game penalty going to top cut because they said one of the sleeves was marked slightly fatter at the bottom. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Any tips that you use for sleeving and checking sleeves? I check my sleeves and count my deck once in between every round. So I would just recommend doing that. And then look for anomalies on the sleeves. Anomalies? Yeah, sure. Look for marked sleeves. You're making all the deck choices this season since you had the most top 8s. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I think I said most dubs. I think I said most dubs. Did I say dubs? We only had 1 dub this season. I can put my foot down. Would you consider Zodiac's Japanese build a consistent deck? I don't know. I haven't played it. Consistency doesn't matter. Stop. We need to actually abolish the term consistent. We need to remove. We have to get rid of it. It's got to go. The only thing that matters is win rate. Saying consistency just doesn't mean anything. We got to remove the word consistent. All that matters is win rate. If the deck wins enough games, it doesn't matter how its consistency is perceived. I actually had a talk with this with a couple of my friends who play last night, and I was like, the term high roll doesn't mean anything. Like, the only thing that matters is your win rate. We were talking about the Chi and Pow deck. And it was like, that probably is the deck in the format that is perceived as the most high roll deck, but it literally doesn't matter. Like, high roll, consistency, it doesn't matter. All the only thing that matters is win rate. The only thing that matters is win rate. Being consistent is part of your win rate. If you dead draw 4 of 5 games, your deck's win rate's gonna suck. So that's all that matters. Lugia's inconsistent, which is why we don't play it. But Lugia's not inconsistent. Lugia's not inconsistent. Lugia just feels bad. It just feels bad to play. But Lugia's distribution of variance is very pronounced in its coin flips. So it's not that Lugia is inconsistent. It just feels terrible. Lugia is not an inconsistent deck. It just feels terrible. Because flipping a coin with Mezagoza and getting tails feels a lot worse than using your last Curlia with 4 cards in deck and whiffing the boss, right? It feels a lot worse to lose on turn 2 because you flipped tails on a Mezagoza than it did to Curlia into a 4-card deck and whiff your last boss, right? Consistently winning, only dubs. Lugia has coin flip, so it's more luck-based. No, it isn't. Lugia is not more luck-based. Its variants are just more pronounced because you're physically flipping a coin. It just the way it's just how it's perceived. The only thing that matters is win rate. If Lugia has the highest win rate, expected win rate in a meta at a tournament, nothing else matters. It's the best deck to play. I don't care how many coins you're flipping. The win rate is literally the only thing that matters. If it's expected win rate through actually playing games where you're flipping coins and potentially dead drawing is higher than everything else, it just is the best play at the tournament. Rising Burnett feels so bad. But that, once again, that's like another thing that just does not matter. Well, I mean, you could come to the conclusion. I'm not wrong here, Mamako. I'm just not wrong here. I'm right. Notoriously inconsistent deck, but it is quite broken when it works. Is more, but that's what I'm saying. Consistency doesn't matter. It just matters about win percentage. At the end, you just literally said what I said, Mamako. You literally just said what I said. But the matchups are so favorable that it should have the highest expected win rate. If it has the highest expected win rate, then it's just the best deck to play. That's a fine way to... You didn't say it? It's Grant? Whatever. The Grant said it. Grant's saying what I'm saying, but using the term inconsistent. Lugia has fewer actions, so its luck is more volatile, so less pronounced. Yeah, that's a fine way to put it. But at the end of the day, just like I said, yeah, that's a fine way to put it too. That's what I'm saying. Like when you're physically flipping a coin versus playing a Iono and Guardy and whiffing off the Iono and Guardy, they both could be 50-50s, right? But one of them you're like doing a bunch of actions. You play your Iono, use Curlia 1, Curlia 2, Greninja, Mew. Oh, I whiffed the item card I needed. All right, pass. Whereas Lugia is just like, all right, I'm flipping one coin. And if I get tails on Mezagoza, I literally lose. All right, let's go. But it's still a 50-50. The game still comes down to a 50-50. But playing well minimizes the amount that a single coin flip will win or lose you a game as well. So you see that coin flip and you think you lost, but then that maybe overshadows how many mistakes you made leading up to that coin flip where you could have played better, and then all of a sudden maybe you're not losing just on that coin flip, and you're the one who's losing on that coin flip, but a better player would have already won the game by then. At the end of the day, high roll, inconsistent, consistent. The only thing that matters is win rate. That's it. So every game comes down to a 50-50. I'm learning so much. Exactly, Soda. And like I said, let's just call it 3 major tournaments. If you go to 3 major tournaments, you have the exact same... After you've been to 3 major tournaments, you have the exact same distribution of good variants and bad variants as literally every other player in the game. So there's nothing to complain. If you play one game of Pokemon ever, and you go Manaphy Pass and get donked, then your Pokemon experience is unlucky. But as soon as you've been to, like, I don't know, 5 League Cups, a couple challenges, 2 regionals, like, you have the exact same distribution as everybody. Grant is still spitting. Let him cook. No. He's just talking about the one player who gets a really good distribution. Like, if that same person played that deck in 3 tournaments, they would go 0-4, drop in 2 of them, and then they might make day 2 in one of them. Maybe a top 8, but you try and minimize that, right? The goal is to minimize that. The expected outcome of that deck isn't very high, so you would never play it in a tournament. It's just the people who do play it in a tournament who don't know any better that you shouldn't play it in a tournament might hit an extreme fortunate end of variance, but it still doesn't make the deck an actual good play to have played. Which could be what we saw with the Chi and Pao making top 8 at Pittsburgh, actually, to be honest. But to be honest, I haven't played the Turbo Chi and Pao deck, and it looks kind of cool. It might be better than I give it credit for. Do you feel like you feel stuff like limitless data or other matchup data out there is relatively accurate, or this kind of consideration? What's up, Villa? It's helpful to a point, but you should always try to, like, you can take stuff at face value if you don't have time to apply your own opinion to it or your own testing to it. So you're like, bro, I have no time to test Lugia against Mew. What does Limitless say the matchup is? It's favored, it's unfavored, and whatever you want to do with that information, you can do with it. But if you can sit there and play 10 games of the matchup, you should probably just play 10 games of the matchup. So I think for convenience sake, taking some of those stats is good, but I wouldn't fully I would only take what the Limitless stuff says at face value if you literally just don't have time to do any trial and error yourself, or there's not someone you trust who you could ask the question to as well. All that matters is win rate, and cheating increases your win rate. The real question right now is, does Adderall increase your win rate? That's the real question in the Pokemon community right now. The Pokemon community wants to know. It adds all of your win rate. That's a different kind of optimization right there, Soda. That's not the kind of optimization we're talking about. All right, I gotta go pee, and then we're gonna finish this VOD review. We're close. We're close. Very close. Yeah, I'll be right back. I need to go pee. Wait, are we already getting to top cut? Are we just top cut matches now at this point? I think we are. Yeah. Oh yeah, we did finish all the rounds yesterday. Yeah, I gotta go pee, but I'll be right back, and then we're gonna get into this. Finally get into the remainder of Pittsburgh regionals. I'll be right back. NAC drains bank account, so Coors is allowed. Wait, I don't get this meme. Oh, you nasty Coors. You can't have alcohol at a Pokemon event. At least I don't think. No, I mean, no, you can't. No, you definitely can't. Why am I even like questioning this? Are you looking to pick up a new sponsor now that you aren't with Full Grip anymore? Of course. I mean, I'm always interested. There was a bar serving alcohol at NAIC this year, but it wasn't in the venue, right? Was it? Or am I trolling? Was it? It wasn't in the venue. It's outside of the venue in the hall. Maybe I am trolling. I might be wrong on that. Don't take what I'm saying as fact, but yeah, in the building is different though. In the building is different than in the hall. Like that's like a huge difference. Yeah, that's like, I mean, that's different though. There's like a business in that. Yeah, that's like way different. You couldn't bring that beer. Um, you couldn't bring the beer into the hall though. You couldn't do that. It was inside the trade area. I mean, that's fine. Like, what is the trade area? Is that which where people are trading though, or is it like an official trade area? But even then though, that's like, that's whatever. The difference is like bringing it into the venue or not. Do you drink alcohol at all? Not very. The last time I drank anything was in Japan, and then before that was like, yeah. Last time I drank anything was in Japan, and then before that was like many months to be honest. I don't even know how. It could have been a way more months than I think. It probably wasn't that long. It's like probably at max 6 months before Worlds was the last time I drank anything before that. But it probably wasn't 6 months. But that's probably the max it was. So yeah, not very often. As well taking shots before the round. I mean, you could theoretically, I guess, leave the venue, take a shot, come back. Wait, I'm old enough to drink. Yep. There's still other conventions at the same time as NAC. Yeah, exactly. Like, Ace told me at a bar in Milwaukee. What was Milwaukee? Did I go? I don't know if I went out to a bar in Milwaukee. Maybe I did. I don't think I drank. Well, I don't remember Milwaukee at all. I don't, maybe. The cool market across the street from Milwaukee. Milwaukee market across the street from Milwaukee. Are you talking about NAIC or Milwaukee? Is Path Maridon or Jesse Maridon better? Excuse me, it's Sagen Park Maridon. Or Path Maridon. I don't know. You tell me. What do I drink? I mean, I don't drink very often, so what I don't know. Whatever they have. I don't like beer. I'll tell you. Mixed drinks. Mixed drinks. Like I don't have like a. I mean, I guess okay. Now that we're getting more specific, not beer, mixed drinks, Long Island. Or actually, like I don't think I have a go-to. But now that I'm like kind of breaking it down, I do. I guess I do kind of have a go-to. There's a bar with a bunch of footstools and games. Oh yeah, I was there, but it's not a bar. It's just like a food place, right? Is that the place you're talking about? Like the food type place? Have you ever had an Augustineer? No, I have no idea what that is. The worst is the Irish bar outside Peoria. $5 cover charge for the middle of nowhere city. I mean, everything about Peoria is pretty mid, to be honest. Like, this doesn't surprise me. $5 cover is amazingly low. I mean, it's not very expensive, but for Peoria, paying a cover for Peoria, I don't know about that. Peoria's about to be my party regional. First time there, and everyone says it's boring. I mean, ask Peoria. I have 95 points with Arc. All right. I'll find you, Mamako. Need the autograph from the legend. All right, let's get into this. Let's get into these top cut rounds.
Yeah, dude, Peoria is just a massive L, bro. Peoria, yeah, it's just not. The problem is it's just not near an airport. That's the problem. It's just you need to have it like we need to have these regionals near an airport. Just be near an airport.
What do I think about the One Piece card game? It's pretty fun. I played a little bit. Lorcana greater than One Piece. The gameplay of One Piece seems better than Lorcana, to be honest. Here should be replaced by Birmingham, Alabama. I don't know if that's an upgrade, but get ready for the worst misplay of your life on my turn too. All right, I'm mentally preparing myself, Jesse. Did you try Lorcana? I haven't physically played it, but I watched Chip play some games with it at Pittsburgh, and it's like okay. What's a good method of streaming TCG locals? What do you mean, like from your point of view? I guess a GoPro would work from your point of view, but otherwise I wouldn't use a GoPro. Dude, it's actually crazy. Yeah, Lorcana's fan-made client is actually like pretty good. Yeah, Lorcana's fan-made client is like actually good. It's actually kind of crazy. Wait, is this your first time on stream, Jesse? It definitely is a different experience for sure. It definitely is. Definitely, it does become a different experience. Is there any other card game that ever made you want to take a break from Pokemon? No, I never have invested like. Yeah, I've just never invested enough time to ever make that a consideration. Like, I mean, something like One Piece or Magic. Like, if I had gotten to them a little bit more, but I just haven't like ever played enough to ever like. Even if I enjoyed One Piece quite a bit from what I played of it, but I haven't played like enough. I don't have enough time to invest enough time to ever be like, oh wait, maybe I should take a break from Pokemon and try this out. Especially in like this situation where like I have my Pokemon Worlds invite. So if there ever was a season to be like, all right, let me dabble in a different game for a little bit, you know, for part of the season, this would be the season to do it. Well, obviously next season after I win Worlds would also be a season to do it as well. And then I plan to get top 4 in the season after that. So like next couple seasons, it would be like possibly, you know what I'm saying? Or I could just like win the first regional of the season like Estrada and then go play One Piece for the rest of the season. But obviously like so much more of my life is based around Pokemon. But like I could like take it up as at least like a hobby or a more competitive hobby and like go to way less Pokemon competitions. Then I'd have way less traveling, but I could still keep up with Pokemon content and stuff. Yeah. How much I cap? What do you mean I cap? What am I capping? Sack online? Better streamer online? Get out of here, Soda. No game will have a competitive meta without 3 sets at least. You're talking about Lorcana? I don't know. Wasn't like One Piece's base set pretty good? I didn't play base set One Piece. I think I played One Piece at 2 sets in, but it was still pretty good. I don't know. I feel like the more sets that come out though, there's almost like a higher chance to ruin the game. Cuz like if the game's mechanics are good, it's going to be enjoyable at a base set level, even if there's not very much to do because there's not that many cards. But obviously base sets are pretty big in comparison to like follow-up sets. Like base sets, not just like a base set like we get like Scarlet and Violet base set, like base sets where it's like the first set of a game. See, Jesse's getting there. Yeah, luck basically it does matter, but it basically just doesn't matter at all. Unless you like I was giving the example earlier, like if you played one game of Pokemon ever and you went Manaphy Pass, you played a solid deck with a solid deck list and you played well and you still got Manaphy donked and you quit playing Pokemon after one game, your overall experience in Pokemon was unlucky. But if you go to like 3 major tournaments and then apply a solid process of deck choice to deck list refinement and then play well, your distribution of good to bad variance will be like the equal to literally everyone else's in the tournament. So there's no reason that you should have an excuse as to why you didn't do better, for the most part. How was your placing at Worlds, and what do you think about current meta? I got top 4 Worlds. Current meta? I don't know. It's fine. I don't know. I'm not in love with it, but it's like whatever. Have you tried Flesh and Blood? Nope. That's the big Outbreak TCG of recent times. No, the big Outbreak TCG of recent times is definitely One Piece. Flesh and Blood is maybe a good game, but the cost at which it takes to play Flesh and Blood is so limiting to being able to get into the game that it's going to kill the game. If the game's not already dead. I actually don't know where Flesh and Blood stands right now. But having to pay like $800 for a deck is like absurd. Whereas like One Piece is like 100 to 200, which is like, and then Pokemon is like 60. Like, did I change my ads? Nope, the ads still run once an hour. I haven't been locked away. I don't know if everyone gets them. I don't know how they work, to be honest. Most enjoyable era of the TCG? I don't know. So era, maybe GX's. GX's was pretty good. Wasn't always great. GX's. I mean, GX's, EX's, Primes. I don't know. That was all good. A good argument against letting competitors with high championship points register before general public. Yeah. Well, I don't think it should be players with. Well, no, it should be players with high championship points. I think there should be some favoritism towards top level players in the game. I think it should be favoritism towards top level players. My perfect system for North America as an example, because I don't know what numbers I'd give the rest of the regions, but I think the top 16 players in North America last year and the top 16 players currently in North America at the end of each quarter. So if you're top 16 at the end of a quarter, they should all get like a spot reserved for them at every major tournament that they can use within 24 hours. And after 24 hours, their spot gets, put back into the pool. But I don't know if they'll ever do anything like that. They already do that for ICs effectively, but it's only for top 16 at the end of each quarter. But yeah, they get like a reserve slot for like 24 hours or even like 12 hours. Probably 24 hours because it depends on where you live. But and it would only be like locally, but there ain't no reason not to. I mean, they already do it for ICs for the players with the most CP. But yeah, I think there should be. I would even go as far as saying, do like personalities in other games ever get favoritism to register and play in tournaments? Like in Magic, are there people who are personalities, or Yu-Gi-Oh, where they get like pre-registration for a tournament? They do, because I honestly don't think like people like Mahone should actually have to register for a tournament. Like if like obviously like his spot shouldn't be reserved indefinitely, but if they were like Mahone, you get preferential treatment or you get preferential registration for regionals or whatever. You get 24-hour spot. Like having Mahone at tournaments is like a good thing for the game, because he like content creator, brings more people into the space. Him being at tournaments is a positive experience for the people who go to the tournament. Mahone has fans, and then he also like vlogs the tournaments pretty often, right? So like, yeah, I honestly think like Mahone should just like, if he wants to show up and play in a tournament, they should just let him show up and play in a tournament. They obviously shouldn't like hold his spot indefinitely, but like if they're just like, yeah, you have 24 hours to register for any tournament you want to when registration goes live, I think it's better for the game. It's better to have Mahone at a major Pokemon TCG tournament than Joe Schmo. It's just the way it is. So if Mahone is taking Joe Schmo's spot, then oh well. In other games, companies would pay them to go. Yeah, exactly. They get to pick his outfit then. His pants at Pitt were criminal. Yeah, I just like, yeah. Like, and it shouldn't be a big deal either. Like TPCI is a business at the end of the day. So if having Mahone there helps grow the game, then like that's a good thing for everyone involved. So at the end of the day, it shouldn't be something that people are actually mad about. Like it's just a good business move, right? TPCI and care about the game are never in the same sense. I mean, that's just not true. It's just not as much as it probably should be. Yeah, the indefinite hate on TPCI I think has definitely gone too far. To the point where like no one like has any like the amount of the lack of logic and reasoning put behind anything TPCI does, or when they're actually doing something positive, it's still always viewed as a negative. Like a good example would that be like the TOs and TPCI in general for like ICs have consistently been increasing the cap of major tournaments, but people are still complaining when they cap. It's like they're responding to the growth of the game at a fairly healthy rate, and people are still complaining about it. It's like people are just like there's no logic for people's opinions when it comes to TPCI. It's like people only see red when they hear about or think about TPCI. They're just like, oh, they fucked up, they did something wrong, something's bad, TPCI, they gotta go. And I'm all for complaining about TPCI, but only when they actually fuck up or do something wrong. And I can apply like a baseline layer of logic to the situations before I just like lose my mind. And just immediately just like complain about TPCI. Like you can at first like look at the situation and separate the situation from just TPCI as what they how they generally tackle situations and be like, okay, did they actually do something positive here or was it another negative? But instead, anything that revolves around TPCI is always a negative in the Pokemon community's eyes because people are just bots and don't know how to like stop and think logically for like 1 second. They really aren't awful. Yeah, especially when you compare it to like, if you compare, and I've been saying this a lot recently, I'll say it again. If you compare Pokemon to literally any other competitive card game out there, Pokemon is in such a better spot than literally every other card game. It's actually wild. We have it so good with Pokemon. Now, it doesn't mean that, I don't think that means that we should be complacent and let TPCI get away with everything. But in the market of what is actually happening out there for other competitive card games, like we have it so good in Pokemon. Like as long as we keep seeing improvements from TPCI in some areas, that's a good thing. Why are we in a good spot? I mean, our prize pool's not bigger than Magic's, but our game is growing healthier than Magic's. They're responding to the growth of the game in a very healthy manner in terms of trying to make tournaments bigger. They gave us the bigger prize pool. Cards are super cheap right now. It's so easy to play the game. A competitive tier 1 Pokemon deck costs like $60. Like, it's just like insane how good Pokemon is right now. How good the game is right now. It's actually crazy. And I don't think like we should give TPCI. We shouldn't not complain about TPCI ever, but like we shouldn't complain about everything that's not worth complaining about. Not that it's not worth complaining about. It's like, oh, it's like a small thing that they definitely did wrong. We shouldn't complain about. But it's like anything that's not perfect, people automatically jump to being like a major problem when it's probably just like, no, it's kind of neutral. It's like, okay, tournaments capping in general is not great. And this is only in America. In Europe and Latin America, it's different. Like, tournaments capping is not great, and we'd love to have everyone play, but like you can't do that, obviously. There has to be a cap at some point. And us continuing to hit the cap means the game's growing and continuing to grow, and then they'll get more space next year and so on and so forth and repeat. But we're not in like the Europe situation where it's like last year they had 600 people show up for a tournament, and now the cap this year is 720, and like both times registration sold out instantly. So in North America, it's good. But yeah, all right, let's finally watch this game. Top 8: Rahul with the Lugia versus Jesse with the Miraidon. This matchup, I'm not actually sure about this matchup. Without the Paths of the Peaks on Jesse's side, I'm leaning towards saying this is probably just a 50-50. It depends if Rahul plays the Stone Journer, but I'm just kind of guessing Rahul played the Stone Journer because if he didn't play the Stone Journer, you're trolling. So I'm just going to go ahead and make a guess that Rahul is playing the Stone Journer here, which makes a big difference in this matchup to like offset the prize trade on Jesse's side of things. But we'll see what Rahul's got. Also, I don't know what these players are choosing to do. I actually think it's correct to go second in this matchup. I haven't fully tested it, but every time I play Lugia and I go first, I'm like, this sucks. I wish I went second. And every time I go second as Lugia, I'm like, all right, this is pretty cool. I get to play a draw supporter. I'm playing the game. I just win the prize right now because I have Stone Journer. So I actually think it's probably correct to go second in this matchup. I have no idea who won this coin flip. Yeah, I have no idea who won this coin flip and who chose what, but Jesse is going first here, so my assumption is that Jesse won the coin flip and chose to go first, but I don't know. Well, I guess we'll see how this goes. Yeah, like I said, it definitely feels like going second in this matchup. It just feels better. It just feels better. It's hard to like rationalize going second in this format, but I'm pretty sure it is the correct thing to do in this matchup. Very few matchups is it actually correct, but every time I play this matchup, I'm like, bro, I just wish I was going second. Jesse was talking on the Tag Team podcast, like Lugia was a favorable matchup, and he did beat a lot of them. It might be favorable. Like I said, without Path, I feel like the matchup is 50-50 to slightly favor for Lugia, but I haven't played it that much. Because even with Path, the matchup felt super close. And I was like, maybe it is slightly Miraidon favored when they have the Path, but like, I feel like the Path, having Path or not having Path, doesn't change the outcome of the matchup too much. You might be a little bit more consistent without Path, but I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, I'm not too sure on that, to be honest. So my assumption is that it's pretty close. With Path, it felt like it was probably slightly unfavorable. I haven't played it that much though, so I'm not an expert on the matchup, especially without Path. So So I think we have 2 generators in the hand here for Jesse, and probably going to look to just load up the Raikou. There was a Lugia start here from Rahul, so it's probably going to be a Lugia on the next turn. So you just want to punch it with a Raikou here from Jesse. Okay, we did get 1 hit. Yep, should go to the Raikou here. And then the next attachment from Jesse should probably go... I mean, should probably just go to the Raikou. I'm trying to think if there's ever a reason. The Zapdos grab here from Jesse is actually interesting. Because this is a target that Rahul could boss. We'll see what Jesse's hand is. But, like, I don't know if you ever actually bench Zapdos here, to be honest. Because you could always just get it next turn. I guess Jesse does want to get another Pokemon in play here. And you do like the Zapdos in this matchup because it allows the Miraidon to KO a T-Tar. But you could get... What could you have gotten here instead from Jesse? You do want to leave a bench space open for the possibility of Luminion. Getting the Zapdos... You want to get the Zapdos here. I think the best thing to do is to grab the Zapdos. Like, if you had to pick one you'd want to put in play right now as Jesse, it would want to be the Zapdos probably. But there's a possibility that Rahul's hand sucks and it's just like boss read the wind. I don't know if it's worth playing around that potential from Rahul, though. I don't know if it's worth playing around that. If there was another Pokemon that you would definitely want to put in play besides the Zapdos to fill up that 5th bench space on the next turn, then you could have grabbed that instead, I guess. But it's like the only thing to think about there. And you definitely want to play both generators here from Jesse, so you want to thin out the deck as much as possible. There's the heads on the Aroma. Although Zapdos was just for Dragonite V. Dragonite V and T-Tar. I mean, you can use Raichu to KO either of those, but it's better to attack with a Miraidon for 3 energy plus a Zapdos to KO a T-Tar than it is to use a Raichu for 4 energy because then you go -1 energy and all of a sudden you might not be attacking next turn. So the hand here for Rahul is pretty good. A head's there as well, so double chops can be in the discard pile and has the research. So Rahul's in a pretty good spot here. So from right here for Rahul, all you want to do is find Stone Journer. Was Stone Journer prize? I didn't really pay attention. It's not priced. You want to find... Well, hang on. Let me make sure Rahul plays Stone Journer. But you want to find Stone Journer and bench Stone Journer here. Like, basically as soon as possible. I don't think you ever hold on to it. I think you always just literally throw it down immediately. Let me see. I'm pretty sure Rahul had the Stone Journer, but... Yeah, okay. There's the research. And we can get a Read the Wind here as well. There's an Ultra Ball. So I think I would just... I think Rahul should Ultra Ball here and grab Stone Journer and bench it. So that way you don't have to expend another energy to get it into the active. Who won the coin flip? Did Jesse win and choose to go first or second? I'm not sure. But that's what I'm saying. Like, if Rahul goes first in this situation, I feel like... if Rahul goes first in this situation, I feel like Rahul's in a way worse spot going first than going second. This is what I'm talking about with going second, so... See, we should see the Stone Journer bench here as well. Also, it's correct to bench Stone Journer here. I'm pretty sure. I'm going to go ahead and confirm as well. I mean... you definitely know Jesse plays Iono here, but a lot of Miraidon lists also play Judge. And actually, I'm going to check Jesse's here. Jesse does have the one of Judge as well. Like, turn 1 Judge going second, or turn 2 Judge going second, or turn 1 Judge on your second turn going first, or turn 1 Judge going second, plus a knockout. It's, like, super powerful into, like, tons of matchups. So, like, Jesse, like, going for Judge aggressively here wouldn't be a bad play, for sure. But yeah, I think the Stone Journer should 100% come down here from Rahul. Like, I'm trying to think like how much it would matter if Jesse like boss KO'd the Stone Journer, but then theoretically Rahul just wins the prize trade by going 2-2-2 for the rest of the game. So like what Rahul wants to try and force here is the one prizer, but it's possible it might be hard to get into the one prizer now that it wasn't on the bench. I guess it's still possible, but the problem here more so than anything is like if Rahul gets Iono'd or judged, you have to find the VMAX and you have to find the V star and you have to find the Stone Journer, which is like a lot more to have to find, right? But Rahul had an Ultra Ball in hand. Maybe the Stone Journer was even in hand. I don't even know. So you could just bench the Stone Journer right now. And if Jesse really wants to boss KO your Stone Journer, which Jesse's field is not set up super well to boss KO a Stone Journer, then you're in a, I don't know, you're like in a fine spot as Rahul because then Jesse put himself on odd prize cards. I don't know. But now if you have to like, yeah, I would just have benched the Stone Journer here, I think. Yeah. Lugia chooses to go first every time, no? Yeah, I suppose I'm just disagreeing. I mean, why would you ask that question? If my statement previously was I think Lugia should go second, you can think Lugia should go first, but then you asking a question of Lugia chooses to go first every time, no. It makes no sense if my previous statement was literally just, I think both players should choose to go second in this matchup. Why attach V-Guard to the active? Could it save that Lugia from Raikou being hit? Rahul attached the V-Guard before playing Research, so Rahul is simply trying to get an energy out of the hand to attach to a Lugia to use... Read the Wind. Rahul was just trying to use Read the Wind here. That was it. All right, there's the Flaffy. And thinking about Luminion, also has Miraidon. Goes for the Mezagoza to thin out the deck first. And grabs... I don't even know what you... Maybe you grab the other Miraidon. Grab the Billy. That makes way more sense. That's the only dead Pokemon in the hand here. There's Luminion. I can't tell what the hand is. Goes for the research. Could have gone for Arven here, but I don't know how much value... I mean, Arven maybe would have been more likely to guarantee the attack, but... there's like a value between like attacking and then... There's a value of like attacking versus not... attacking versus setting up more. So even though you can guarantee something doesn't mean it's always correct. There's an energy in hand, no energy in discard pile, so we should see the research on the energy. I'm curious to see what you're talking about, Jesse. I'm like, now I'm kind of getting excited for what you're talking about. We'll see. What is the damage in play right now? Damage is 120, 140, 280. I mean, you KO the active here, right? Unless I'm trolling. All right, here's the attach active. And then, oh, there it is. All right. Jesse, oh yeah, so Jesse initiates the retreat and he's immediately like, fuck, I forgot to use Flaffy. So at this point, I think the correct play from Jesse here is probably to retreat to Zapdos. You appreciate the prime sub there. I'm Eve. Welcome to the Red Pack. We're all out of Gatorade. We got plenty of waffles. Yeah, that's a rough one. I literally do. That's so funny that Jesse did this. It's so funny that Jesse did this because I do this all the time when I play this stupid deck on PTCG Live, bro. I literally retreat before using Flaffy all the freaking time. Don't worry, we got the stone. We chilling. Oh, okay. So you messed up, but you have the fix for the situation. Okay, cool. That's funny though. So we see that Force Seal Stone coming down on Luminion. Good question. Is the Force Seal Stone better on the Luminion or the Raikou here? I actually think the Force Seal Stone is better on the Raikou. Well, hold up. You could get a Bravery Charm off of the Fleet-Footed. So I guess that'd be a reason to not do that. Okay. Now, this could get still really bad, though, if Jesse... I assume Jesse's going to go search out a Switch card here. It'd be funny if Jesse plays the Switch card before using Flaffy. That would be insane. That would be crazy. I don't think we're going to see that. We might see that. Are you going to do it, Jesse? We'll see. Yeah, I guess because of the possibility of the Bravery Charm. Okay, Flaffy first... That's rough though. Burning your force, that's like a generator next turn that just got wasted. So that's actually really rough to be honest. Here's the Fleet-Footed. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. The chance of you actually drawing a Bravery Charm there is like basically nothing. And it's possible you end up in a scenario where you want a Bravery Charm on the Luminion to prevent the Luminion getting KO'd by something. You know your Raikou's getting KO'd. Unless you get a Bravery Charm. I don't know. That one's rough for me. It's probably unlikely you'd want the Bravery Charm on the Luminion anyway. So it's probably correct to have left a Bravery Charm possibility on the Raikou open. Because you want to prevent Rahul from being able to use this Lugia to get a 2-prize knockout this turn and force Rahul to find the T-Tar or find the Stone Journey and utilize one of those instead. All right. Now the Force Seal Stone comes down to the Flaffy. And then there's the Smack for 2. There's a Generator prize as well. So Jesse only has 1 Generator left here, actually. Yeah, Jesse only has 1 Generator left here. Of course, Rahul doesn't know that. But with no other energy in play and no pivot setup in play, I would actually like to maybe see... I wouldn't hate to see... This is like a weird situation where actually... Like, generally, you don't want to put 3 2-prizes in play as Rahul. I'm, like, thinking, is it ever worth it to attack with T-Tar here? But it's not. Don't listen to me. You just want to attack with... Stone Journer, probably. Honestly, at this point, I think Rahul just wins the prize trade. And my bet is definitely on Rahul to win this game at this point. I think you're comfortable attacking with Lugia here. Yeah, I'm trying to think of the best sequence here from Rahul. Do you want to attack with Stone Journey this turn? You don't have to. So you could save it. But the sooner you force Jesse on odd prize cards, the sooner you can bench T-Tar. If Rahul attacks with Lugia here, Rahul can't bench T-Tar until the Stone Journey is KO'd. So I think you actually want to attack with Stone Journey this turn as Rahul, so you can bench the T-Tar sooner than later. Also, it allows you to use Luminion sooner than later as Rahul. So I think it's correct here as Rahul to actually attack with Stone Journey and force Jesse onto the odd prize cards as soon as possible, I think. Can sing with Zapdos and force a boss also. Archeop's weak. That's true. Jesse could set up Zapdos and boss KO Chops. But then you just lose to getting bossed back. So I don't think you want to go down that route as... I mean, yeah, because like it's really easy for like... If the Lugia deck hasn't burned a Luminion yet, it's easy for
it's easier for Lugia to go boss with Lumineon. So I don't know if you want to go that, but it could be fun, I guess. Yeah. So yeah, I think you should attack with Stonejourner here as Rahul, because you just want to put Jesse. Like Jesse is like in the current board state. Jesse's forced on odd prizes at some point because there's no other 2-prizer in play, unless Jesse is playing like a secret Echoing Horn or something. Like Rahul goes attack with Stonejourner. Even if Jesse goes boss KO Lugia, Rahul goes attack with Stonejourner, and then Jesse has to KO a 1-prizer. So it's probably correct for Jesse to just KO the 1-prizer sooner than later, but maybe not actually. Maybe Jesse should wait for that extra turn, to be honest. We'll see what Rahul goes for. And I wouldn't hate to see Rahul put a gift on the Lugia, to be honest, if he can. So that way, if Jesse does go for the chase, and yeah, Rahul does go for that. There's an Ultra Ball Thin at the deck as well. But basically, you just don't want to bench a 2-prizer here. All you want to do, you can bench another 1-prizer. Don't bench the T-Tar. Well, is it really that bad if you bench the T-Tar here as Rahul, to be honest? I would probably just bench the Serena, to be honest. I think that's what I would do. I would just bench the Serena. Grabs Illuminate. That also seems reasonable. Benching T-Tar here, to be honest, from Rahul isn't that bad, because the chance that Jesse chains back-to-back boss KOs on Lugia, then T-Tar with 0 energy in play is basically 0. So benching T-Tar here from Rahul, to be honest, isn't that bad. I don't like benching T-Tar here, though, if you're going to leave the Lugia in the active, because then Jesse can dig to set up with Research and doesn't need back-to-back boss and playing at a hand only. Can like dig for a Raikou KO, set up more energy in play, and then go boss on the following turn after a Research with the Miraidon KO the T-Tar, so... See, attach retreat. And I think I like the safety gift here. I'm actually not sure how much that matters on Lugia. Like I said, I mentioned it before, Rahul put it in play, but I'm actually not sure how much I really like it. And then hopefully Rahul will use the right attack here. We'll see. So for Jesse here, I honestly don't know the best play from Jesse here. It's probably... The best play from Jesse here is actually Miraidon with a Bravery Charm knockout, right? Force Rahul into T-Tar after that. Yeah, okay. And then from Rahul wants to look to go boss KO. Boss KO, or Boss KO, T-Tar. Boss KO into T-Tar KO would be good. So that's Rahul's game plan here. Because as soon as Jesse knocks out the Stonejourner, you can bench as many 2-prizes as you want as Rahul. As long as you don't like lock yourself out of like Aluminium play or something. So I think Rahul's in a pretty good spot here. Drapion grab off the Mezagoza. Have they both gone double heads both times? The hand here from Jesse, I don't know. It doesn't seem that good. Looks up Iron up a Miraidon. You'd probably want to see... you probably should go grab Raikou here. Because the 20 less HP... The 20 less HP actually wouldn't matter if you don't get a Bravery Charm, but the extra energy I think is like too much to cost. So like Raikou is like your more likely attacker in this scenario. Yeah, honestly, from Jesse, the more I think about it, the less I like the Zapdos. Because theoretically, if Rahul is drawing prize cards, the Zapdos can come into play as a response to a T-Tar attacking once the T-Tar attacks. But right now, the Zapdos is just eating up a bench spot. I don't know, did Jesse prize the Flying Pikachu? Jesse maybe did prize... Actually, I think Jesse did prize the Flying Pikachu here. Yeah, the Flying Pikachu is prized, so the pivot's not there. Oh, and the second Mareep is prized. Actually, maybe Jesse didn't have anything else to get anyways, to be honest. I was going to say, second Mareep or Flying Pikachu seems better than the Zapdos here until the T-Tar attacks. But once the T-Tar attacks, it's taking a knockout, which frees up a bench space for the Zapdos. But the other 2 cards you would get over the Zapdos are prized for Jesse. So I guess that makes sense to have the Zapdos in play no matter what. Now the question is, yeah, can Jesse set up this Raikou? Is not far from the setup. Thinking about where to attach. Attaching to the bench makes the most sense to me. And then goes with the Research. No Iono. No Disruption. And the big deal about this matchup, honestly, as long as you play it well from Rahul's side, is there's no way for Miraidon to disrupt the gift energy of Rahul. So like Rahul won't be losing to won't be like getting hand locked by like a Judge or an Iono or anything like that. Because when Jesse takes a knockout after that, you just draw a bunch of cards. It looks like Jesse does have the KO, but once again, this would leave Jesse with 0 energy in play if the Raikou gets return KO'd. I don't know how good Rahul's hand is, but I think there's a Research in there, so there's plenty of options. This is definitely where you really want a Bravery Charm from Jesse to force Rahul to have to go into a T-Tar as opposed to just using a Lugia. The Lugia would be too efficient here. Of course, this is, but I think on Rahul's side, you really want to attack with Lugia here. So I think Rahul should do something like Boss KO one of the Miraidons off the bench, and then bench T-Tar, and then have a gift on the Lugia and the T-Tar if possible, or just have another boss in hand. It depends on the energy here for Rahul, because Rahul would want to attack with a Lugia without a double turbo. Yeah, because you want to KO the Miraidon here. Well, it doesn't really matter too much from Rahul, because Jesse only has 1 Bravery Charm left. So here comes an Urn for 2. I don't know if Rahul... Well, Rahul does have the Luminian, so Rahul could go get boss. Like I said, I think I want Rahul to go get boss. Ideally, boss plus bench T-Tar. I don't know if the bench T-Tar is a possibility here, though. Why I almost like, well, maybe I'm not a big fan of it. But yeah, I don't know if Rahul also has the energy to attack with Lugia with 4 non-double turbo energy. But I guess you don't need a gift on the T-Tar if you just have back-to-back boss in hand. Oof, yeah, so I think it is going to have to be... So here comes Luminian. So I don't know if I like this boss play from Rahul, to be honest. It depends what's in the hand and how many cards would be able to be potentially drawn off the gift. But it's possible... Because as soon as Rahul puts a double turbo on the active Lugia here, it's actually not possible for Rahul to ever take another knockout with this Lugia, or 2-prize knockout on this board with the Lugia. Which, like, if Jesse KOs this, Rahul might not be able to set up a T-Tar. Another Lugia gets benched. And Rahul maybe had enough colorless energy to make this Lugia a threat to be able to KO a Miraidon this turn, which I think was definitely the better play. If Rahul could have KO'd a Miraidon with this Lugia, that's the play you want to do. Because then this Lugia can then KO the Luminian next turn, because you're not KOing the Luminian this turn. But because Rahul is KOing the Luminian this turn, this Lugia is not a threat anymore in terms of getting a 2-prize knockout. So now on Rahul's side, Rahul next turn has to set up a T-Tar. Whereas otherwise Rahul wouldn't have had to have set up a T-Tar. But I guess Rahul's not benching a T-Tar here anyway, so maybe it doesn't make a difference, to be honest. But definitely should set up some kind of pivot. Does it ever make sense in my head, though? Well, actually, no, that actually does make a difference, right? Because right now, Jesse could go boss KO and Archeops, right? And then a T-Tar probably can't get set up on the next turn. It depends how many double turbos are gone. But I guess that would be the big thing here. It's like Jesse could go boss KO and Archeops. And there's no 2-prizer on board that the Lugia can KO. Once again, I don't know the energy remaining in Rahul's deck, though. So I don't know if I liked this play. Because the way this board state played out, I almost feel like it would have been better if Rahul had played Research and tried to go T-Tar KO to leave the Luminian in play for Rahul to pick on later with a Lugia or literally anything. I actually think it was better for Rahul to go for a T-Tar KO this turn if this is the board state remaining. Because now actually Jesse boss KOing Archeops I think just wins Jesse the game. Or basically wins it. Yeah, basically just wins the game, I think, right? Yeah. A boss KO on Archeops I think just wins this for Jesse now. I don't know how many. I think there's 3 double turbos gone. I could be wrong. There might be 1 more double turbo left. If there is 1 double turbo left, then Rahul could still set up a T-Tar with just 1 Archeops. But also, even now, isn't it hard for Rahul to get into... Well, no, I guess there's the beach court in play, because you can just set up Luminating and retreat it. Never mind. There's a pivot in play. Oh, maybe it's like that much easier because there is the pivot in play, to be honest. I kind of forgot about the beach court that Jesse put in play, or the beach court that is in play. What DT is prize? I can't imagine he plays 4. No, it's probably 3. One DT is prize, so technically he would think it's available. All right, so Jesse thinks there is one available. Okay. Yeah, so KO in the active here from Jesse might just be the right play. Jesse's actually going to set up the Zapdos for a 1-prizer option. Actually, if Jesse could like set up Zapdos boss KO Archeops, that'd be kind of insane. Would that be the play? It would force Rahul to have a boss as well. There's the attach. There is a boss in the hand for Jesse. Yeah, I think Jesse's gonna go for it. Yeah. See, now with the boss in the Archeops, see, this is why like this play doesn't look as good though. It depends on Rahul's prize cards though. It depends on the prize cards, to be honest. There's the knockout, and I think that's why like attacking with this Lugia with four non-double turbo energy was like such a big deal, because it forces Jesse to have to respect the Lugia. But now Jesse doesn't have to respect the Lugia because there's a double turbo on it, right? I don't know if Rahul could. I don't know if there was another colorless energy in the deck that was a non-double turbo. I think there was. I think Rahul could have attacked with this Lugia with 4 non-double turbo colorless energy, and should have if that was an option. Because now I don't think that T-Tar is getting set up. Because yeah, I think the last double turbo. I can even check here where it is in the prize cards. Let's see. Yeah, it's in the double turbo's in the last 2 prize cards. And Rahul knows it's prize. So Rahul knows there's a possibility if the Archeops gets bossed here and I don't get the double turbo off the prize cards, which becomes a 50-50 on that last turn, then I don't actually have a way to win the game. Jesse does have 2 prize cards left, so Rahul can just retreat to Archeops for a turn, like bench T-Tar, attach to T-Tar, load up energy on T-Tar, or even punch with Archeops. No, you can't punch with Archeops this turn. Yeah, so yeah, Iono plus start to set up T-Tar. Oh wait, what the heck just happened here? Okay, that makes sense. Wait, what does that make sense? The only thing Rahul has to be careful of here is like you have to make sure you attach here. No, it should be fine. And then you have to... I actually don't know if it's correct. I actually think this might be a mistake from Rahul. Because you need the T-Tar to be able to attack next turn. But you also have to draw into an energy to attack with, because it's possible. Like what Rahul's gonna do here is just retreat to Archeops pass, but then Jesse could just go knock out Archeops, and then Rahul has to have an energy in hand to be able to attack with the T-Tar. Actually, in this situation, Jesse can run to the Zapdos, which is even worse for Rahul. There is a gift energy in Rahul's hand though that Rahul could attach to the Archeops, but then Jesse just won't take a knockout to trigger the gift energy, and we'll just pass. No, you wouldn't do that because there's only 2 singles on the T-Tar, so taking the knockout would be fine. I just wonder if Rahul should play the Iono first to try and draw into one of these single strike energy first, and then search the other one out and put it on the T-Tar. I think that might be better. Because you also have the gift energy that would go back to the deck that you could search up. But I think the gift energy is your last way to retreat anything that's not the actual single strike Pokemon. So you might not be able to do that because then you would just lose the boss on Lugia. But you lose the boss anyway here as Rahul, so you're not playing around boss to begin with. You appreciate that Prime sub there. Dark White Dog. Welcome to the Red Pack. We're all out of milk, but we got plenty of pennies. Rahul attached to single strike energy for turn, right? Yeah. Yeah, there's the Iono. Okay, here we go. Iono time. Jesse needs boss, and Jesse just wins. Rahul cannot win this turn and has to retreat to Archeops. No boss in hand for Jesse. Jesse can always run to Zapdos, though, or the Flaffy and just pass. Or could even... Oh, wait, hold on. Was there ever a play from Rahul? Nah, probably not. We have the Fleet-footed as well here for Jesse, and if that's boss, that'll be enough. There's no boss there. But Rahul does need boss... Rahul needs boss on his turn as well. I guess you do put the gift back there, to be honest. And Jesse could attack with Zapdos here. I don't know if you should attack with Zapdos here, though. You probably don't attack with Zapdos here, to be honest, with Jesse. Like, you probably play Research, retreat to Zapdos, and pass, if you're Jesse. The one thing I would maybe do is attach an energy to your Flaffy, depending on how many switch cards you have left, just to make sure it can... Wait, what happened? Oh, my gosh. I thought Jesse played a generator there. You ever just pass? Well, you never pass with Raikou in the active. You would retreat the Raikou, but you can pass with Zapdos in the active. Yeah, you should research and retreat to Zapdos pass. Depending on what you get off of your... It depends what you get off your research. How important you think having a prize card might be. Because remember, the Archeops can also, like, search out energy. So KO in the... It depends how many energy Rahul has left, but KO in the Archeops versus not KO in the Archeops might be about the same thing, because Archeops is its own way to move itself, so I don't know. Oh, wait, there's also... Oh, Escape Rope also wins. Oh, wait, actually... Doesn't Escape Rope just win Jesse the game here? Not really, because you can't KO the T-Tar, right? No, you would win the game. If you can fill up your bench as Jesse with Zapdos, you're doing 230. So Research actually wins the game here for Jesse. As long as Jesse has one basic Pokemon left. Which I'm actually curious as to why Jesse didn't get a Pokemon off this Miraidon. Yeah, Escape Rope. Then there's the Escape Rope. Okay, so Jesse has game in hand here. As long as Jesse benches... Yeah. I don't know why Jesse didn't thin out the deck by another Pokemon on that last turn. That doesn't make any really sense, to be honest. Yeah, I didn't even realize that we could Escape Rope win here. And then at first I thought we couldn't, because then Rahul could send up T-Tar, but... Yep, Escape Rope. Knockout. Yep, alright, cool. Alright. But I think that all goes back to that turn. I mean, there was 2 things that happened on Rahul's side of the field that I think... Well, actually, I kind of want to go back and watch it. What are we at? 533.41. There was 2 things that Rahul could have done better. One was bench the Stone Journer. Bench Stone Journer, so that way you don't have to retreat into Stone Journer this turn. And this would actually made Rahul start to run out of energy. Yeah, I didn't want to bench something else for him to boss KO, right? Oh, true. It does have less HP then. Yeah, you're right. Then the Lugia would be able to get a knockout. You're right. I thought Rahul was going to win the game no matter what next turn. But yeah, technically on board, Rahul did not have a way to KO anything with just boss. So yeah, you're right. Like right here, now Rahul has to retreat to the Stone Journer, which means Rahul goes down this double turbo. Rahul didn't actually need to lose this double turbo, because if you had just benched a Stone Journer, and this double turbo actually lost Rahul the game, because if Rahul had this double turbo, Rahul literally wins with the T-Tar on the turn where the last double turbo is prized in the deck. And then the other mistake I think Rahul made was actually attacking with this Lugia here without the 4 colorless energy, which once again I'm not sure is possible. Or I think instead of bossing, what Rahul should have done was research and try and go for T-Tar knockout, and then save the boss play for Lugia plus boss on the next turn. So I think both of the Rahul should have changed both those things. This play should have been a research to hope for. This should have been a research for a T-Tar knockout instead of a boss for a Lugia knockout, and just leave Luminine in play to take advantage of later. And then Stone Journer should have been benched at this point, because Rahul had an Ultra Ball in hand and could have benched Stone Journer. Also had a Lugia V-Star in hand and a Research in hand. Just literally had everything. So we should have just seen Stone Journer bench here, so we didn't have to burn the double turbo on this coming up turn here. All right, what did I say? 533. And most of those plays would have changed things. But then I feel like it ended up with Rahul putting himself in a position where he had less options turn to turn after that. All right, so I'm curious to see if Rahul will choose to go first or second there. And like that's what I'm talking about with this matchup. Like Jesse won the coin flip. Jesse chose to go first. But the way the game played out on Rahul's side is if Rahul plays a little better, Rahul just wins. Well, not definitely. If Rahul plays a little bit better, Rahul doesn't definitely win. If Rahul draws a little bit better, Rahul just wins 100% of the time, though. So, like, that's what I'm saying. When you go second, the setup for Lugia is so much cleaner and less, like, frantic and, like, panicked that you can more easily set up that trade of just, like, Lugia's into a Stone Journer, and then I'm always winning the prize trade as Rahul. So, I don't know. That's why I feel like this time the Stone Journer is prize, which is really bad. The Stone Journer is, like, your saving grace in this matchup. So, I'm curious to see. But, yeah, Rahul chooses to go first here. Once again, like I said, I don't know. I don't know. Going second just feels so good. I don't know. So Rahul goes first. The hand actually just sucks for Rahul no matter what, though. So going first or going second, I don't know if it was saving Rahul here, to be honest. But at least if you go second, you get to read the wind as well. So I guess you get that to work with. So Jesse's going to be looking for that turn one knockout with a Raikou, most likely. Little Raikou's a little bit easier to set up than the Miraidon. I guess theoretically you get the knockout here with the Raichu as well, but Raikou's going to be the go-to here. And then try and set up. I wonder how much bench space you actually leave open here from Jesse. Because that hand looks like a Squawkabilly. That looks like a Squawkabilly or immediately gets the Zapdos again. I don't know if I like the hurried Zapdos here from Jesse. Because like once again, once a T-Tar attacks, oh, there's a Squawkabilly in the hand. I don't know if I like this aggressive Zapdos from Jesse, because once again, when the T-Tar takes a knockout, that's the turn you could bench the Zapdos, I feel like. So I'm not a big fan of that. Ends up the Drapion here. I feel like the pivot of the Flying Peak. Well, actually, is the Flying Pikachu prize again? I actually don't know. Miraidon, Mareep, Raichu. I feel like the pivot of the Flying Pikachu is a little bit more important in the early game than the Zapdos. I'm not a huge fan of the aggressive Zapdos from Jesse. I feel like it makes it harder to move. Zapdos is a good turn one attacker if your Jennies are hitting. Wait, how much can it actually KO a Lugia? Oh, if it can KO a Lugia, maybe it is worth it then. I guess that is fair. If you do hit the generators, then attacking with a one prizer is so much better. You're actually probably right then, I guess. It does do 110, doesn't it? Yeah, maybe that is true. That might be worth it then. And that's a big hit there. I don't know what the rest of your hand is like, but yeah, Zapdos are pretty good here. I think the Raikou attack is guaranteed because there is the energy in the hand for the retreat. Why does it matter though? It thins the deck, and if they ever are bossing your Zapdos, they are losing. Well, because there's just like Pokemon that you could put in play that would just be more useful. That's like saying, well, I have the Squawkabilly. I could play a Snest Ball to put Squawkabilly on my bench. It thins my deck. But it's like, what if you could put a more useful Pokemon? The question is just, what is the most useful Pokemon to put in play? Why does at that point, why does anything matter? But the question is just, is Zapdos the most useful Pokemon to put on your bench? That's the question. That's what I'm saying, though. But I answered I'm not just making a statement of don't get Zapdos. I'm saying I think there's better things. I'm saying like the pivoting of I literally even said it. The pivoting of Flying Pikachu seems more useful. But then Jesse made the argument in chat, well, you could attack with Zapdos turn one. Which, to be honest, attacking with Zapdos turn one, I definitely see the appeal of that. That sounds pretty good. Because then you put your opponent on, you put the Lugia player on the odd prizes. And if Lugia ever ends up on odd prizes, I feel like they just literally lose the game. So I do like the idea of putting Lugia on odd prizes, to be honest. Because if Lugia ends up on odd prizes, they literally just concede. So. The reason for using the Flying Pikachu is just the better of the two. It can hold 4 Seoson and it's got more HP. Oh, we haven't even played a supporter here from Jesse. There's the research. Could have maybe held out for a switch card here. Yeah, I think it's actually with a hand like that, with the idea of the Zapdos play, I don't hate Jesse playing a little bit more aggressively for the Zapdos play. And did hit the Zapdos play. I actually don't hate the more aggressive play there from Jesse of going for that. I don't know. Does Ryan lose to a lot when cards rotate? I have no clue. You lose Raikou, right? I assume Raikou's biting the dust. Has the escape rope though? And probably should play the escape rope. Probably like saving the energy on the Raikou is like a pretty big deal, especially when you have no pivot setup as Jesse. I think I do like this. And then here we go with another fleet-footed. Got the Bravery Charm as well and the Forest Seal Stone. So even if an Iono comes down from Rahul, gonna have the out of the Forest Seal Stone. I mean, I'll have fleet-footed to work with as well. Slime Pikachu is better because Zeraora gets one-shot by Cram. I mean, that's not the only reason, but that is that can be a reason. I think that was that. Oh no, there was an Iono in hand there for Rahul. I think Rahul maybe top deck. Did Rahul top deck research? No, the research is just in hand. Dude, this is what I'm talking about. Like, well, in this scenario, Rahul did prize the Stone Journer, so Rahul's prize trade wasn't going to be as good. But like, I don't know. It just feels like going second is just better as Lugia. Like, I don't know what else to say. Like, going second as Lugia just feels so much better. So, like, imagine if Rahul had went... All right, imagine if the Stone Journer wasn't prized and Rahul had went second. Like, you go second, Lugia, research, double chops away. Like, you just get to set up to the clean setup. But when you go first, your setup is so much more panicked to trying to get to the exact same setup. Like, the thing... Because, like, the deck... I guess it doesn't always win the prize trade, though. Because the Zapdos does throw things off. So maybe the Zapdos is, like, enough to make you want to go first in the matchup. Because then if Jesse goes first, Jesse can be more aggressive for the Zapdos play, and that does throw off the prize trade pretty aggressively. I could see it. The Zapdos is like something I haven't really like thought about too much as a concern in the matchup, because usually people just aren't playing the Zapdos, but I guess there is like a possibility for it to be a big deal. So the question is, can Rahul actually get a KO here? And to be honest, looking at the hand, I think the answer is no. Yeah, I don't do that. What do you do? The Stone Journer's prize, so even if Rahul had a Pokemon search card, yeah, I don't even think there's a way for Rahul to get a knockout this turn. Rahul needed to just draw into one energy, though. If Rahul had just drawn into... No, that's not true. Rahul needs to draw into a double turbo or a single strike energy. Actually, maybe Rahul did draw into it. Rahul's playing as if it's there. I don't think it's there, though. So I think Rahul is just going to retreat to T-Tar and just Crackalanche. This is actually terrible. Yeah, so Rahul whiffs the attack here. Rahul just needs to draw into a single strike energy, though, or a double turbo energy. But, unfortunate. Rahul thought I was playing the path build, apparently. Oh, really? Wait, like the whole time or just game one? Yeah, there's the mill. I mean, this game is... I don't understand. I don't think you ever win here as Rahul. You're so far behind. Even if Jesse doesn't get a KO here, Jesse's like super far ahead still, so... is that true? Well, no. If Jesse doesn't get a KO here, it's not feeling that good. No, it is still feeling pretty good because there's two prizes in play at this point. So yeah, even if Jesse doesn't get the KO here, I don't think Jesse's panicking. You're still feeling pretty comfortable. And if Jesse does get the KO here, that's even better. Puts the beach card into play. And then does have the boss KO on the Lugia, which I think Jesse should go for here. Yeah, you should just take one-hit KOs. If it's a one prize or a two prize, it doesn't matter. If you take one-hit KOs from this point on as Jesse, you probably just win the game. I wonder if there was ever an argument for Jesse to retreat, but you probably want to set up the Miraidon as much as possible to respond to the T-Tar, so it probably makes more sense to attach the Miraidon and just use the active. If you retreat there, you do get to use the fleet-footed for one, but... so what is the possibility for a comeback here from Rahul? Is there one? Attack with T-Tar. You're scared of Miraidon. I mean, with no Stone Journer in the deck, this almost feels impossible on Rahul's side. And I'm pretty sure it is impossible, to be honest. I'm pretty sure it is impossible here for Rahul. I can't think of an out here. 2 Stone Journers? No, that's not even enough. Stone Journer into Urshifu VMAX, I guess. If you don't attach a Dawn, then you get to hit you have to hit a Gen, which can never be trusted. Yeah, it's definitely better to probably attach to them right on, just to have the possibility of it. To be honest, if Rahul packed it up here and just conceded that, I wouldn't hate it. I think it would be a reasonable... This would be a reasonable concession for sure. Prioritizes the gift energy. I guess maybe just to thin out the deck. But yeah, the gift doesn't really do anything here. Okay, so I guess the play for Rahul is T-Tar, KO Raikou, and then either attack with Yveltal to boss KO Squawkabilly, or hit the Stone Journer off the prize cards, and then attack with Stone Journer instead. And then hopes this T-Tar doesn't get KO by Miraidon on the next turn, which is unlikely, but it is possible. So that is Rahul's out here. But it's not like a good out, because you're... And then Jesse has to whiff for like 2, maybe 3 turns if Jesse hides behind his Zapdos. So Jesse has to like whiff for 2 or... No, Jesse has to whiff for like 2 turns. There's a collapse, the Billy Bite. Oh, but then there's the Billy... Actually, is that correct from Rahul? Because if Rahul doesn't get the Stone Journer off the prize cards, there's not a Pokemon that the Yveltal can KO for 2 prize cards. How much do you care about Jesse's Beach Court? I'm pretty sure this is a misplay from Rahul. Like, Rahul has to leave the Squawkabilly in play for the Yveltal to go after. Because the game plan from Rahul has to be Single Strike Crush. If you get the Stone Journer off the prize cards, the Stone Journer can KO a 2 prizer. That's only if Jesse leaves the 2 prizer in the active. But if you don't get the Stone Journer, Rahul has to be able to retreat the T-Tar to the Yveltal, then Yveltal boss KO Squawkabilly, and then go back into T-Tar or Lugia, KO a 2 prizer to win. So the Collapse Stadium there never makes any sense, I don't think. And in fact, it maybe just helps Jesse, because now Jesse can go replace your stadium and then use Luminion, right? Well, no, I guess Rahul's taking a knockout so you get a bench space to work with. It really just gives like Jesse one more bench space to work with. Yeah, the Collapse Stadium actually literally just never makes any sense there. I don't think it actually ever does. It thins the card out of your deck, but it actually limits your options as Rahul, so it's worse. It's worse to do it than not do it. All right, there's a Crush. Lost an Urn. I think there was also an Urn played already, I think. Generator in hand and Fleet-Footed. If you're trying to maximize the odds of Generator, you want a Fleet-Footed first. Well, actually, you want to... Actually, I don't know if you should Miraidon here first as Jesse. How many cards are Iono to the bottom of the deck? This actually might be... It's like, not a huge misplay, but... That's a lot of cards. But I don't know how many energy are in those cards, I guess, as well. If there's energy in the cards, then that's fine. I guess, yeah, that's the question. Is there any energy in the cards? Not just cards in general. The question is energy. Because you theoretically don't want to shuffle the deck. You theoretically don't want to shuffle the deck if there's energy in those cards. I don't know if there is energy or not. Oh, wait, there's the 4 Sealstone. We just went with 4 Sealstone. Okay, I forgot about 4 Sealstone completely. All right. Dub for Jesse. Yeah, it was not a very eventful game, but yeah, game 2 was not very eventful, but game 1 could have been played a lot. I mean, as better as you can play in Pokemon sometimes, it feels like. Game 1 could have been played from Rahul for sure. Yeah, game 1 definitely could have been played better from Rahul. Replay from round 13. Okay. I should go up ahead a little bit more here. Ogre versus Mew. Yeah, Rahul could have done the bench Stone Journer, and then the other play was don't take the knockout on the Luminion with the Lugia, and then instead research attack with T-Tar. Would have been the plays that Rahul could have done better. The big one was the big one that ended up mattering the most, I think, throughout the sequence of the game, that was just not benching Stone Journer. Because I just don't think Jesse boss KOing the Stone Journer is ever punishing enough to not just bench Stone Journer instead. Like, I think benching Stone Journer always just makes more sense. All right, Colin with the Mew versus Estrada with the Lost Box. This matchup's pretty favorable for Kyogre, of course, because you just draw 2 prize cards and then you just mill your whole deck and then you Kyogre for 4 prize cards. So the most your hand can ever be disrupted is down to 4 through a Judge or an Iono for 4. So, and the Genesect start is actually really good for Andrew, because then Andrew can get a turn 1 hit on that with Cram and make drawing those first 2 prize cards that much easier. And to be honest, on top of that, it can lead to a situation where Andrew doesn't even have to ever use Kyogre and just goes like Cram Punch, Genesect, and then Greninja hit 2 other Genesects, and then just use Sableye for the rest of the game and KO 3 Genesects. But I'm actually not sure what Colin's list looks like. Colin does play the Penny Hour, so that changes things. Does play the Penny and double switch cards. So that's a little bit less likely of a play to happen. So the more likely play is going to be Estrada goes Greninja 2 Genesects, and then Sableye KOs 1, and then Kyogre for 4. So the one play that's weird that can come up sometimes on Colin's side is Colin might want to this is like the only matchup where I feel like Kyogre is consistently useful. but it of course is mid. Yeah, Ogre's like okay. It's really good in this matchup. Ogre is really good in this matchup. Yeah, Ogre is really good in this matchup, and then it's like actually a pretty bad start for Colin too. Ogre is really good in this matchup, and then it's like gives you a better chance against Lugia, but your Lugia matchup is still tough. One play you can do here, this is not going to be that much of a threat for Andrew to even consider, but you can like not put Greninja down turn 1, and instead you can hold on to it, and it looks like Andrew's hand doesn't even allow for that, to be honest. You can hold on to the Greninja to avoid the boss plus loss zone on your Greninja, so that way you guaranteed get a use out of it, so you can just like guaranteed get more damage and play on the Genesect. Azul nice and thought I said Kyogre was mid instead of calling myself mid. This is like the only matchup where I feel like Kyogre is consistently useful. But of course I'm mid. Oh, I thought you said of course it's mid. Yeah. I mean, I don't disagree with you. This is like the matchup where it's consistently useful. You can use it in other like it's not like you can sometimes find use for it against Guardy. And like obviously it's a win condition against Lugia when you play against Lugia, but the Lugia matchup is so tough anyways. It wrecks Miraidon. Yeah. It unnecessarily wrecks Miraidon though, because you're already beaten Miraidon to begin with. Like it's just like super unnecessary, but it does do it. Yeah. I'm not sure about that 4 Seal Stone use there from Andrew. There's definitely I'm sure that's gonna go get a Colress. There's definitely like an argument to use your 4 Seal Stone right there, right now. But you could like switch cart into Comfey first, and then use Comfey, and then if Comfey finds Colress, the 4 Seal Stone can find anything at that point. I think I would have started with the Comfey use there, to be honest. Yeah, I think I would have just gone switch card into Comfey, use Comfey. I don't feel like you're too pressed here as Andrew to actually make a play happen. And if you are pressed to try and get the turn 1 attack off, as a shot, like a shot is really trying to get off a turn 1 attack here, then saving the 4 Seal Stone to find the missing piece for the turn 1 attack makes more sense, and trying to find the Colress off the Comfey first. Yeah, I assume that it is a Colress, but we do see the switch cards in Estrada's hand, so could have definitely gone into the Comfey first. I don't think that draws very good for a turn 1 attack there. It's like okay. Not great. Rod and Water, that seems fine. So the Mirage Gates are super important in this matchup to try and utilize your Greninja aggressively, so I don't see what the other takes were. Yeah, I don't think we're seeing a turn 1. Yeah, I don't think this is gonna lead to a turn 1 turn 1 Raikou attack or anything like that. Although, to be honest, the turn 1 Raikou attack doesn't even get a KO on anything. It does keep the vacuum, though. So we're at 3. Get the 4-5 off the vacuum. I don't think... Well, actually, I don't know. We might be able to get to 6-7. There's a lot of... I think there's one... there might not be a Comfey in hand. I think there's a Comfey in hand, but there might not be. No, I don't think there is. I think we're not attacking turn 1 here from Estrada. Does have the vacuum at the very least, and you probably want to do that, because if you get judged next turn, you'd rather have 2 more cards in your loss zone. Does give up the Mirage Gate? No. Rethinks it. Gives up a water energy, so 2 water energy gone. I think Estrada plays 5 though, and has another one in hand. It feels bad to lose a water energy like that, but the gates are probably a little bit more important. And I was thinking about the attachment to the Raikou as well. Seems fine to me. You have the Colress in hand to work with. I'm not sure if it's correct or not correct there, but you'll have the gate next turn, so that should be enough. There is a 4 Seal Stone from Colin. Actually, I'm not sure what Colin should grab here. I think I would go with Judge though. Yeah, and Colin is going for the Judge. Flings his card around so often. Yeah, I know. Estrada's like throwing the cards around on the table. Yeah, the Judge makes the most sense here. I think from Colin, you definitely need a hand refresh because your hand's not great. Could go for the Iono, but I mean, you have a good shot at getting your attack off here as Colin. As long as you need to draw like an Ultra Ball or an S Ball or a Genesect here even, or just basics. I mean, do you have 2 Genesect in play or 2 Mew? I can't even tell. I think it's 2 Genesect. So yeah, there's a decent shot for Colin to get an attack off here still. Am I playing this sped up? Yeah, it's at 1.5 times speed. These players are Pokemon players are too slow to play it at normal speed. Didn't look great. 4 Seal Stone's fine. Lost City's also fine to put in play. Being aggressive with Lost City is pretty good in this matchup. Obviously, depending on what you're KOing, it's a little bit better than other things. Another Genesect here for 2. Any more to chain? Nope, just a pass. So really slow start for Colin, but it wasn't a super aggressive start from Estrada. But if both decks are going to sit there and do nothing, it definitely favors Estrada. So yeah, both decks are going to sit there and do absolutely nothing. I think that you give the advantage to Andrew here over Colin. So Lucha's gone up to 6. There is, I think there's a Colress in hand. Maybe I'm trolling. We might, is Andrew might just be passing again. Oh, no, there's Nestball. Okay, we got another Comfy coming. So we can get to 7. Get an attack off with the Greninja, or maybe just retreat to Cram attack. That seems fine as well. Like I said, the Cram punch into Genesect here is like so good. It's like a free 110 damage where you want it. Like punching a Mew sucks because then it evolves to a VMAX, and then Psychic leaps away, and then like you aren't able to utilize that damage. Pokemon players pretend to play fast by fidgeting a lot. Yeah, there's actually no such thing as a fast Pokemon player. It's all fake. Batch Retreat. Thinking about which energy to get rid of. This can be really important. If you get like Ionoed here or Judged again or something, you want to have energy in the deck that would allow you to be able to Mirage Gate back into play. Or you want like certain energy in the discard pile as well, so that way if you draw into a Super Rod, you can play the Super Rod. There's the Penny from Colin, though. So this is like the value of the Penny's insanely good in this matchup. But is this actually going to lead to Colin getting an attack off? Colin's been struggling here. And the first Genesect just for 1. I actually, Colin might whiff again. We'll see. Throws down a Fusion Energy. Had a Choice Belt in hand there, I thought. I'm pretty sure Colin had a Choice Belt in hand and didn't attach that. I could be... No, Colin did have a Choice Belt in hand and chose to not attach it. That's so weird. I don't know why Colin just went -1 card for no reason. Is there a tool card that Colin's trying to save? I don't think so. Okay, so this would be a good turn for Estrada to actually attack with Raikou. If Estrada can set it up. If Estrada can get the Raikou attack off, this would be a good turn to attack with Raikou. Just get 2 prize cards, and then worry about the Kyogre for 4 a little bit later on. We'll see what Estrada's got, though. I mean, he's got the gates. Lightning's in the discard pile now. Here comes the Greninja. Might not be able to get there. Oh, there's a Colress. I would assume, yeah, and double VIP pass. You'd love to see that. All right, my assumption would be that Estrada should be able to get to the Raikou attack here. Oh, actually, we're only hitting for 160, though. Estrada needs another bench Pokemon. Okay, there we go. Artisan. Another bench Pokemon. Does need to get that second Comfy in play. More draw power. We've got it. Here comes a Mirage Gate. And I think Estrada does play the triple lightning, so there theoretically is 1 lightning energy left here. There's a lightning, and then in hand should have, I think it has 1 more energy for turn. So retreat the Cram to the Raikou, use Fleet-footed, knock out the Mew, get your 2 prize cards, and then you should need to focus on getting 4 prize cards between 2 Genesects or a Mew and a Genesect for the rest of the game. Yeah, Estrada's in a really, really good spot here. Because, yeah, drawing the first 2 prize cards before your opponent draws any prize cards. There is a 2 prizer in play, though, in the Raikou, which obviously isn't great for Estrada, but the amount of extra turns Estrada has just been able to go through their deck without Colin drawing any prize cards just means the Kyogre play is going to be that much easier as we get towards the end of the game. If Estrada even needs it at this point, to be honest. It's possible Estrada just wins the game without using it. Because, like, next turn, Estrada could go, like, I don't know, Greninja double Genesect, and then go Sableye, and then the game's over. So, Estrada doesn't even need to necessarily go for that play. There's the Ice Cube grab from Colin. It's an interesting choice. Although, wait, Colin did Colin prized double Genesect, but why wouldn't you get another Mew? Finally, we see an Ultra Ball for Colin. Yeah, Colin did prize double Genesect, but I don't know why you wouldn't just get a bunch of... Why you wouldn't just get a Mew V there. It's an interesting choice from Colin. Yeah, I feel like you should just grab a Mew V instead. Mew's just better than... Ice Cube's a snitch. Nobody likes that guy. They didn't prize 2 Mew Vs as well, right? No, it's just 2 Genesects, no Mews. Yeah, I don't know about the Artisan. Oh, was it Artisan for Ice Cube? I thought it was Nest Ball for Ice Cube and then Ultra Ball for Mew VMAX. Okay, it was Artisan. Okay, I thought a Nest Ball got played. My bad. That's why I was so confused. But yeah, I guess that makes sense. The extra draw power then in that situation makes sense. It was the Iono. It's fine. To be honest, actually, not to be honest. Colin actually needs to find a modifier here. My bet would be that Colin does find a modifier here. Still has a Genesect left and is getting 6 cards to work with. So should be able to find a modifier here to take out this Raikou. But if Colin whiffs, Colin could be in trouble. Is ICU just bad now? It's not as good. I wouldn't play it. There's not as much Spiritomb. The Lost Tina players are starting to go to the Drapion and stuff like that. So yeah, I wouldn't play it. There's a Cram. Tails? Dude, imagine the modifier whiff here. That would be crazy. Cast return, Genesect for 2. Okay, there's the modifier. Sheesh. There's a Lost City. I don't know if I would play this Lost City, to be honest. There might be more value. I don't know how. I mean, you don't really want Andrew to be able to use the Artisan, but I feel like using saving the Lost City to like go boss KO Greninja plus Lost City, or to Lost City KO a Sableye so it can't be super routed back would be better. I don't actually love this Lost City placement here from Colin. I'd rather save it to like Lost City the Greninja or Lost City a Sableye. Because if you Lost City one of Andrew's 2 Sableyes, then Andrew can't chain Sableye and go like attack with Sableye, bench Sableye, active Sableye gets knocked out, super rod Sableye back, bench Sableye, attack with Sableye. And then you have to like dig for the Sableye that just got KO'd every single time. So I don't love this Lost City. Like Andrew doesn't need to like Andrew would probably use the Artisan to get another Sableye this turn, but what if Andrew just has like a Nest Ball or Naturally Draws with the Pokemon? It's like the same thing anyways. I feel like there's more value to be gained from this Lost City. Maybe it's fine though. Another play that like Andrew does have the possibility of now, which we probably won't see Andrew go down this route, could be KO Mew VMAX plus KO Ice Cube, but any damage you put on the Mew VMAX is always risky because it could get Psychic Leap back to the deck. So you don't really want to ever punch a Mew VMAX, but it is like a possibility here from Andrew. All right, Comfy 1. Andrew is pretty low on supporters here. The Roxanne was in the deck, but it is like through like 3 Colress. I'm pretty sure it's through like 3 Colress, maybe just 2, and does not play the Palpad. So there might be a point in this game now at this point where Andrew just like whiffs some attacks in a row. But Andrew so far ahead, you're like comfortable whiffing attacks for a couple turns because you can always just win with Kyogre here as Andrew as well. So Greninja 2 Mew is always an option. It's not a very good option. Like Greninja 2 Mews is like super reliant on getting the Dragonite play next turn, which is just like not worth it if you can avoid it. You don't really want to go all in like that if you can avoid it. Okay, Beach Court from Estrada. Here comes another Comfy. Like I said, Andrew doesn't actually have to... like I said, in the situation, because of how many draw supporters Andrew's used, it's possible that Andrew doesn't actually pull off any attacks for a couple turns, but that's also just fine. Andrew doesn't need to pull off any attacks for a couple turns and can literally just win the game with Kyogre eventually. And that might be what Andrew's just kind of focusing on him. And I end up just passing. Does have another switch card in hand, though. So is going to the Cram. I'm going to at least get a Cram Punch off. I actually don't even know if that's worth it, though, to be honest. I almost feel like... I don't know, but it also protects the Comfy, because you honestly don't want a Comfy to die. Like, this damage is not super relevant for Andrew to potentially utilize, but it does open the possibility. It protects the Comfy a little bit as well, I guess. I was almost wondering, like, what if you just hold the switch card? Be able to chain more Comfies next turn. Maybe is that not just more important? Because, like, this 110 damage is, like, it could matter... I don't know. It depends how many tablets are on the discard pile as well. Like, how possible is it for a Psychic Leap to KO this Cram? Maybe it's not that possible. I guess this Mew did just use Technoblast last turn. But we could see from Colin here's like bench another Mew V, retreat to the Mew with the Fusion Energy, attack with that Mew V max this turn, and then Psychic Leap the other one out of play next turn. Colin doesn't actually even need to Psychic Leap this Mew V max with damage out of play until like because if it's on the bench... It's the same thing as a 2 prizer on the bench because Andrew doesn't play boss. So it's not like Andrew can go boss KO the Mew with a Dragonite at any point. Now, I don't know if Colin knows that. I don't know if Colin knows that exactly that Estrada is playing the Kyogre build, which means no Drapion, probably no boss, and is working with that information at all. Or if Colin is thinking that all the possibilities are possible. I don't really know what Andrew's playing yet. I don't know if Andrew has gotten rid of anything. The only thing that Andrew has maybe done so far, because I don't think a Recycler's hit the loss zone or anything to kind of telegraph that the Kyogre's in Andrew's build. So it's possible Colin's playing with the idea that it could be boss, could be Drapion, whatever, could be any of those builds. I actually kind of like this play from Colin though, kind of ignoring the Cram and actually attacking with the Ice Cube, which I assume is what we're going to see here from Colin. I actually like this. You don't have to attack with the Ice Cube. Well, I don't like that Genesect bench though. So this is where Andrew can be like, okay, I'm going to ignore the Kyogre play and I'm just going to go after your Mews. I guess the Ice Cube is maybe always a threat. Maybe you can't do that as Andrew. It feels like you could, though. Is Colin going to attack with the Ice Cube to KO? I'm curious to see what Colin actually KOs with the Ice Cube, to be honest, as well. Are we going to KO the Cram, or are we actually going to chase something on the bench? Bench locking yourself out of Psychic Leap. Yeah, see, now that you bench locked yourself out of Psychic Leap, now Estrada going like a Greninja both Mews into starting to Sableye both Mews is like a viable play. Because Psychic Leap's not a real... reality here, as long as you can keep the pressure on the Mew V, like by going like if you go Greninja this turn from Andrew and go hit both Mews for 90-90, the next turn you're threatening Sableye KO Mew V max into Sableye KO Ice Cube to win. And if you Psychic Leap and leave yourself with just one Mew V left, then Andrew can just go Sableye KO that Mew V, and then you have no Mews in play. But I guess you still have the Ice Cube to work with, so maybe having the Ice Cube around as a threat is good enough. But I guess at that point Estrada could just bench Manaphy and then lock the Ice Cube out of being an option, and then because can Ice Cube hit the active? I actually don't even remember. I literally played this card. Hey, let me read it. one of your opponent's Pokemon. Okay, so you could still hit the active with the Ice Cube, I guess. So then I guess the Ice Cube is still always a threat no matter what. So you don't run out of threats, but removing the damage off your Muse would be more impactful. So I guess that wouldn't be a big deal for Colin. So I guess Andrew's best play is to go for the Kyogre play, probably. There's the Iono and the Penny. I actually don't know if Iono is better than Judge there. Well, I guess in the event that Andrew does draw prize cards, Iono could hit harder than the Judge. That's what I'm actually wondering. Is Iono actually better than Judge? I'm actually not sure, to be honest. And here we go. Ice Cube up. You can't attack with the Mew because I'm pretty sure Techno Blasted. I mean, you probably want to leave the Mew VMAX in the play anyways. And then does snipe around it. Yeah, that's what I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that's better. The reason you'd want to do this is because you're more so prioritizing Andrew not being able to put a Comfy in the active as opposed to losing your Ice Cube to an attack from Cram. You probably don't care if Cram KOs your Ice Cube here as Colin. If anything, that's better for you because then your Iono hits harder. And you just want to reduce the amount that Andrew gets to use Comfy, which like on my, like what I was talking about Andrew's previous turn, do you want to go into the Cram here and burn a switch card to go into the Cram here? Or should you just leave a Comfy in the active? And if Colin wants to KO Comfy, you're like, all right, that's fine. But then you are always guaranteed a Comfy in the active, and you have a switch card to be able to use your Comfies more instead of a switch card into a Cram, which doesn't let you use your Comfies more. Because at this point, you could make your game plan as a Strata just to use Kyogre for 4 prize cards. So that's why I didn't feel like, oh wait, Colin actually went after the Sableye, not the Comfy. I actually think Colin should have KO'd a Comfy there, not the Sableye. I don't think the Sableyes are that big of threats here. I think the Comfies are bigger threats because I think the win condition for Andrew here is more likely going to be Kyogre than anything. I didn't realize that, actually. That Colin went for a Sableye instead of a Comfy. If you're not, maybe it's like fine. I don't know, to be honest. That's probably fine. Yeah, that's why I said I wasn't a huge fan of the idea of the switch card there. It wasn't a huge idea of the switch card there. Because you could have just saved it to use more Comfies. I feel like saving to use more Comfies should be better. Hitting Comfy over Sableye. I like the idea of hitting Comfy over Sableye there, I feel like, as Colin. Remove the draw power from play. Well, the thing is, like, does Colin know this is Kyogre is like another question. Does Colin know that this is a Kyogre deck? I don't actually know, to be honest. Now, if Colin does know that, then I would have liked the other play a little bit better. So here's a Mirage Gate from Estrada. And see, now we see, this is like exactly what I was talking about, why it felt weird for Estrada to attack with Cram there, because the damage is so irrelevant. And then you lose a switch card, which enables Comfies. Is now we see Estrada literally harder treating the Cram to get back into a Comfy. That's why it just felt weird for Estrada to actually, one, lose a switch card, which is like a way to enable Comfy, and then end up with Comfy not in your active. Although the threat of Ice Cube, actually I don't remember if Ice Cube was on the bench on the last turn or not. But see, now we're just like harder treating our Comfy here as Andrew. When I feel like just like prioritizing Comfy uses from Estrada on the previous turn was probably better than... The Cram damage is just so not relevant on that Mew. It's just never going to matter, probably. But using more Comfies probably will matter. And having like even like a switch card at the end of the game to be able to get into a Kyogre could be a big deal as well. What do we think? Oh, are we ever keeping the vacuum here? I was wondering. I'm curious as to what Estrada was actually thinking about there. It didn't seem like you needed to. We're getting pretty close to deck out here from Estrada as well. Could escape rope into another Comfy and use it, but yeah. See now we even see Estrada prioritize saving a switch card to be able to have the mobility of moving between Comfies on a future turn. So Estrada could have used one more Comfy here, but it values the switch card itself here, which I think makes sense. This attachment to this Comfy is a little weird. I don't know. Is it just going to die to the Ice Cube, right? And Colin should go after this Comfy here. Colin 100% should go after this Comfy here. That 100% should be the player. You also didn't have 3 Comfies before? Yeah, you didn't have 3 Comfies before, but I think still the idea of just holding the switch card, leaving a Comfy in the active was probably better. Alright, I'm not sure what this is going on. Alright, they seem fine. I think it was just a Genesect for 1. Giving up 1 with 2 leaves nothing to switch to. Yeah, but if the threat of the Ice Cube exists so heavily anyways, you should be getting Ice Cubed anyways, right? I don't know if the Ice Cube was on the board or not. If the Ice Cube's on the board, then you should ask yourself, what is Colin's best play? And I think Colin's best play there was to Ice Cube snipe a Comfy. So at that point, you're like, all right, I should probably just hold my switch card then at that point. And then it almost becomes better to maybe switch card into the Cram next turn to then go Cram. See, that was like a really bad play from Colin. Like, Colin should easily be able to, like, Andrew could have attacked with Sableye last turn, right? Wait, could Andrew actually have attacked with Sableye next turn? I'm pretty sure Andrew, yeah, there's 15 in the loss zone. Andrew choosing not to attack with Sableye last turn, well... Could have just gone Mirage Gate. No, maybe that's not 100% true. But you just like, but even if you don't know Andrew could have 100% attack with Sableye and action, you always KO this Comfy here. This pivot on this Comfy is insanely powerful. This Comfy is like the best card, the best thing on Andrew's board by like ×2. It's like not even close. I think we're actually pretty close. I think Andrew might be able to deck out here and actually win the game. We'll see. Got a couple Comfy uses, has Nest Ball for the Kyogre, has a Recycler in hand, has the Pokestop. So I think if we go Nest Ball for Kyogre, Comfy Stop, I think that should do it. I'm surprised we didn't see the Nest Ball first there from Estrada. But maybe it doesn't have a way to recover it, so knows... got an energy now to work with the Ninja. This should be game here from Estrada. Unless it's prize, I guess. I don't know why Estrada's not using the Nest Ball for Kyogre first here, though. But maybe we don't have it. Maybe we don't have game here. Did draw the Roxanne, so could play the Roxanne. But Estrada keeps counting the deck like... Okay, now we're using the Nest Ball. But that's why wouldn't we use the Nest Ball immediately? Maybe didn't want to shuffle the deck? It's possible Estrada didn't want to shuffle the deck there and knew what was on the bottom of the deck, but I don't know if the deck's been shuffled up to this point or not. I'm pretty sure it has, though. So Estrada, I think Estrada should have... Counting the deck, Estrada... Well, maybe Estrada needed the energy to be able to use with the Greninja. That's possible. But yeah, now there should be game on this turn, almost certainly from Estrada. One more Comfy plus a Pokestop should be more than enough to get to the deck out point and KO double Genesect. I don't think it really matters. Is that the best thing? I don't even know. That's probably the best thing to send up from Colin. All right. Comfy, last 2 cards in deck. Yep, there's the deck out. And then doesn't even need to fully deck out. Could have had like 1 card left in the deck here from Estrada and still would have won here. And then here comes Recycler and Rod, double Recycler. There's Recycler. Does need a little bit more. I think has double Recycler in hand. And there's the second Recycler. Okay. 5, Kyogre. KO2 Genesect. Game. And we move on to game. Yes, this is like, yeah, Colin should have just been pressuring the Comfies the whole time. So definitely some mistakes on Colin's side. Also, when Colin put back in... I think another mistake from Colin... I would have to like actually go back and look at this one. When Colin put back in Penny and Iono, Colin probably should have put back Judge and Iono. Just put back the 2 Disruption cards instead. Did Colin not look at the deck and then cut it once and present it afterwards? Maybe. That would be an insufficient shuffle from Estrada. When right. Yeah, we can go back and look at it. I got nothing better to do. Is this when Estrada used the Nest Ball? Is that what you're talking about? No, they're shuffling right there. Is that what you mean? Oh, wait, no, you are right. Yeah. That is actually pretty bad from Andrew. So Andrew went, play Nest Ball, get Kyogre, look at the deck, then shuffles the deck sufficiently, but then looks at the deck one more time, sees, like, I don't think Estrada was cheating here at all, but that definitely is, should at least warrant a warning for Estrada in this scenario. If the judge noticed, that would be a warning. Because then Estrada looks at the card again, looks at the deck, sees the bottom card, is like, was thinking about, okay, do I need to look that is 100% cheating? No, that is not cheating. If you think that's cheating, you don't understand the term cheating. That's not cheating. Looking at your deck after shuffling. But cheating requires intent to try and gain an advantage. Estrada's thought process there was Nest Ball, Kyogre, shuffle deck. Oh, wait. Do I need... wait. I want to confirm something's deck. Oh, wait. I know what's in the deck. Looks at the bottom card during that process, and then it's like, I don't need to look. Cuts it again, and then puts it out there. Because Estrada just knows he has game. He's not, like, thinking about that. It's not in his thought process to, like, care about what's in the deck. He has an initial thought of... it didn't affect the game at all. That doesn't matter. That's also a bad take. To be honest, both of you just had bad takes there. Saying that's cheating is a bad take. It could be. Estrada could have cheated, but just saying it's 100% cheating is a terrible take. There's a difference between cheating and making a mistake. And in this situation, I'm almost 100% sure it's a mistake from Andrew. Saying it didn't affect the game at all, laugh my ass off, is also a terrible take. It doesn't matter. If you think only cheating that affects a game makes a difference, then you're just lost. In both cases, both those comments in chat means you're just lost. I don't think Andrew cheated, but also Andrew should have got a warning for that, for sure. Andrew 100% should have got a warning for that. And then if he did it again, it should be a prize penalty. But I don't think it was intentional from Andrew. It wasn't intentional from Andrew, but it still warrants a warning. And if he did it again, it should warrant a penalty. But saying because it didn't affect the game, it's irrelevant is a bad take. And saying it's 100% cheating is also a bad take. What did he do? So Andrew plays Nest Ball, gets Kyogre, looks at the deck, shuffles the deck sufficiently, shuffles it, looks at the bottom of the deck, sees the bottom card, cuts once. At that point, when you see the bottom of the card, you actually agree with us, so that's okay. I don't think I am agreeing with you, because you said it's 100% cheating. I'm definitely not agreeing that it's 100% cheating. You just don't know what cheating means. looks at the bottom card of the deck, and then cuts it once and passes it back. But Andrew just knows he has game. Like, in this situation, Andrew just knows he has game. So he's just like, okay, I know I have game. Okay, I'm just going to go through it and do game here. He just knows he has game. So he knows, like, the cards that are left in the deck just don't matter. But his initial thought, like, he should still shuffle his deck. He should sufficiently randomize his deck. You can't tell someone that they have game, even if they have game. Or you can't, like, be like, oh, you have game here, so it's fine if you just, like, break the rules. So you still have to follow the rules, even if you have game. You're still supposed to. Yeah, so he looked at the bottom card. So he should have still shuffled sufficiently after, but it didn't end up mattering. But that doesn't mean it shouldn't have been a warning. But I doubt the judges even noticed. I guess you could maybe analyze the situation and be like, no matter the outcome of what card would be on top of the deck, depending on what I comfy for, I could never lose the game anyway. So at that point, even though I sufficiently shuffled, I shouldn't receive a penalty because of that. I guess you could make that argument in the moment as a Strata if they were like, okay, we're giving you a penalty because you insufficiently shuffled. So like Strata could appeal it and maybe like get a warning or a penalty reverted, but all right, game 2, a little bit better of a start for Colin. You definitely needs to be super aggressive in this matchup. We need to see turn 1 attacks, turn 2 attacks, turn 3 attacks. We need to see 6 attacks in a row here from Colin, maybe one less if a Strata actually puts a 2-prize Pokemon in play. But we need to see a lot more of that than Colin. I think there actually is. The thing is, like, there might be a way to actually play this matchup with the penny where you like keep your bench super low. The problem with that, if you don't fill your bench, your draws off Genesects are just so weak that even like a punch from Cram from a Strata into a Mew VMAX can all of a sudden make your board state really weird where it's like hard for you to keep up. I don't know. It's like really hard for Mew to play. Like I played against, who was it at Milwaukee? I played against someone at Milwaukee. Who was it? Raymond Long at Milwaukee. Played super well. Was playing Mew with Penny. And tried to do that strategy of kind of like conserving the bench and then being able to penny stuff out of play. And I like drew my openings in both of the games were super poor, but I ended up beating him both times. So like it was almost enough, like playing with like a limited bench and trying to penny stuff out of play and Psychic Leap out of play up to the point where there's no possibility for Kyogre to actually get a 4-prize turn. But you're like your draws off your Genesects get so weak when you don't have 6 fusion Pokemon in play. And if you have 6 fusion Pokemon in play, there's generally going to be enough stuff for your Kyogre to pick on where they can do the 4-prize or even like a 5-prize turn with a Mew VMAX or something. So I don't know if it actually ever makes sense to actually play towards that. I don't know if we'll see Colin play towards that, where you go like triple Mew 2 Genesect, and you have the option of Psychic Leaping, and then you can start to penny your 2 Genesects out of play at some point. But then if like a Strata just goes like Rock's Hand, punch you with a Dragonite, you're just like, damn. And you could just lose because of that. So I don't know if it's actually like a viable strategy, to be honest. It is like something you could do though. But I haven't like tested enough of the matchup, like playing down that line specifically with Penny in Mew to know if it actually works, to be honest. Like works consistently. Because obviously like some percentage of games that would work for the Mew player, but does it work often enough whereas that's a line you should attempt to execute every game? Do they know every card each other has before the match? No. There's the deck lists are never public. The closest that gets the deck list being public in the Pokemon TCG is sometimes in the finals of ICs, the players will share deck lists with each other because both players have probably been streamed at that point. So both players could go back through the stream and find the player's exact 60, or they could just like swap deck lists and save everyone time. So the only time it comes up, I've ever seen it come up, is finals of ICs. Sometimes players swap deck lists. Like I think I swapped deck lists with Bradner at the NAIC that I won, if I remember correctly. Yeah, like I swapped deck lists with Bradner. I'm almost positive I did in the finals of NAIC. Season before last. I was like, we've both been on stream multiple times. We could just go back through the VOD, and we could go back. Did you and Reagan swap at OCIC? No, because I knew Reagan's list, so I didn't offer to swap. But if Reagan had offered to me, I probably would have agreed. Vance Kelly was not on stream until Worlds Finals. That's true. Yeah. Toward 1 LAIC because his opponent knows his 60. No, toward 1 LAIC because Lucas calls a through. I mean, you could argue it's because he didn't know it was 60, but he also just threw. But like, I mean, you could argue it one way or you could argue it the same reason. But like, all Lucas has to do is count towards energy, and there's like, oh wait, you can't attack anymore. Like, irrelevant of what towards 60 is, like Lucas should just know, oh wait, there's a really strong possibility you just literally can't attack anymore. All right, pass. And then Lucas would have just won that game. It has nothing to do with like knowing someone's 60 in that situation. That's a little bit different. But yeah, if you're gonna be in the finals and your opponent has been on stream before, you should either ask to swap lists if you both have been on stream, because like why not? Because you both could waste like an hour or 2 hours trying to find the exact 60 of your opponent, or you could just swap lists and like that's like that much easier, right? Throw for Tord, man. So like it's either you being lazy by not knowing the 60, or the only other thing that could happen is like your opponent wasn't on stream. If you weren't on stream and your opponent was on stream, then I wouldn't give them my list. But if you've both been on stream before, I would be fine with it. I wonder what this ruling is here. I have no clue. Does anyone know what happens here? Oh wait, is this the judge scenario where they take? No, actually, is it? Is this a situation where Colin played 2 supporters? No, it doesn't seem like it. I'm pretty sure it was a headset issue. Oh, okay. It's a headset issue. Okay, we're back into the game now. Another battle VIP pass for Estrada. I mean, you have to do anything this turn to be. If you can get like a turn 1 attack with Raikou here, it's pretty good for Estrada because you just get your 2 prize cards out of the way. You can just focus on your last 4. But there's actually quad Mew on the bench here for Colin. I didn't even realize that. So Colin did go with. Now was it because Colin prized a bunch of Genesects, or there's 1 Genesect prize? It might have just been how Colin naturally drew there as well, to be honest. Are player comms ever released from matches? Not as far as I know. Yeah, not as far as I know. And there is the Raikou grab there from Estrada. So Estrada might be going for a turn 1 Raikou attack here. Like I said, it is pretty good. Like you just get your first 2 prize cards out of the way. And then it does allow Estrada to like go from there to go with like the Raikou for 2 into like into attack with Greninja, hit 2 Genesects into like Sableye to win. And then you don't even have to ever worry about trying to do the Kyogre play. But the Kyogre is still always an option, which is nice. Mic'd up Pokemon would be cool, not gonna lie. It would be interesting. I wonder if how much actually gets. I mean, I never say anything on stream, to be honest. So if you got my oh, there is the vacuum. So we're pretty close here for Estrada. You have to give up a Sableye. Losing Sableye kind of sucks. There's the 4 Seal Stone in hand though, so I think this would lead to a turn 1 attack here from Estrada. I think Estrada does have the turn 1 attack here. Sound bites, yeah. Like my I would literally have 0 sound bites because I don't say anything, but. I'd be curious to know what other players are saying, though. That's for sure. All right, V-Star, Mirage Gate, or something. I have no idea what Estrada needs here. But Switch Card, Mirage Gate. I don't know if Estrada's already retreated yet or not. I think it's just been Switch Cards so far. So should be able to hard retreat with a Mirage Gate here from Estrada. Should they figure out how to live stream all the World Championship semifinals / quarters? I mean, they already know how to do it. It's just whether or not they want to put the time. It's whether or not they can put the time to do it. They did it the year before this year because Top Cut was only done in 1 day. I don't think they. I guess the question is just like, should they do it? I don't know. Should they? It'd be cool to see all the. I don't know. That's kind of a lot of matches. Like at some point, you're just like, bro, just progress. I want to get to the next round of the tournament. To be honest, right? At some point, you're like, can we just get to the next round of the tournament as opposed to. Yeah, at some point, I just want to see the next round of the tournament. Like watching every single top 8 match, like it's kind of boring after a while. It's like, all right, let's get to the top 4 now. Let's get to the finals. Like, I don't think they need to be honest. I think just maybe doing both top 8, 2 top 4s in the finals, or just top 8, top 4 finals is also fine. To be honest, I don't think it's that big of a deal. It felt off not getting to watch your semi. I don't think it's like I personally don't think it's a big deal, but yeah, I personally don't think it's a big deal. But I know that's what a lot of people said to me. It's like, it would have been cool to watch my semifinals as well. But I guess I was the one playing it, not potentially trying to watch it. So if I had been on the other side, maybe I would have wanted to watch it, but yeah, I can understand it from like the spectator perspective. Seeing a little bit more would be nice, but like, yeah, I don't know. See, watching 4 top 8 matches sounds kind of draining, to be honest. So I'd say maybe no more than like 2, like like no more than like 2 top 8 matches for sure. Both top 4 matches, 1 top 8, 2 top 4s, then the finals, that'd be fine as well. But yeah, watching like 4 top 8 matches sounds kind of annoying at some point to me. It sounds kind of draining. So I personally want to watch all 4 top 8 matches, but 2 of them, maybe that'd be enough. All right, so Colin's played. I think this is where Colin plays the judge. After having already used the Elsa Sparkle. So the Elsa Sparkle has come down here. There is the Forest Seal Stone. Lines up the Ultra Ball. See the Ultra Ball to get the Mew VMAX. I don't know if I like that from Colin. I maybe would have just tried to RNG into the Mew VMAX here and then save the Forest Seal Stone to be used a little bit later. I don't think you need to like... Oh, and then actually... so it actually takes the judge. That's interesting. Okay. I don't know. I feel like judge here is not that good. Then shuffles the hand into the deck. Thankfully, and they do catch it immediately. So this is Colin's second supporter because Colin did use Elsa Sparkle. But they were on stream, so they were able to identify all the cards that were in Colin's hand, and then they just take those cards from the deck, put them back in Colin's hand. Andrew thankfully did not shuffle his hand into the deck yet. But that makes this like super bad for Colin because then Colin has like a draw 1 here, and they actually don't give a prize penalty here either, I believe. Did they actually give a prize penalty? Maybe they did actually. Prize penalty is just like, dude, it's just, especially on the stream games, it feels so bad. But yeah, I don't think they gave a prize penalty here. I think they just gave a warning, which is cool to see. Easily reversible. And now, to be honest, yeah, it's easily reversible. And Colin is now like in a terrible spot. Has used the Force Seal Stone for a card that is not usable. Double prize penalty. They did get a penalty for it. Oh, they did do a double prize penalty? Oh. I don't do a double prize penalty is effectively a game loss. I don't know. And there's a Psychic Leap to go back to the deck for 100. Wait, why do we want to go back to the deck, though? Do we want to go back to the deck here? Sheesh. This turn... Oh, dude, I don't know. Should it be a double prize penalty? I guess... Actually, to be honest, I don't know about that. Andrew can't KO a Genesect here with the Raikou, but I don't even know if Andrew wants to draw 2 prize cards here and maybe just rather punch a Genesect and not KO it. That does open up the possibility for Colin to penny it, though, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. Can just Raikou for a win if he doesn't go in? Oh, wait, true. We're actually in a situation... Yeah, Andrew only has 2 prize cards left. I literally forgot about that part. I was like, all right. I mean, I guess we're chilling. We still got 4 prize cards to draw. But literally, Andrew... Yeah. I don't know. It's just like... Dude, a double prize penalty is literally just a game loss. Just give him a game loss anyways. Yeah, a double prize penalty is literally just a game loss anyways. I don't know. Like, I don't think that should be... Unless Colin has previous warnings throughout the tournament... I don't think Andrew... I don't think Colin should get a double prize penalty. Like, a double prize penalty literally is just a game loss. If Colin does have previous warnings throughout the tournament, then I think it is fine for Colin to get a double prize penalty here. But then at that point, should it just be a game loss? I mean, double prize penalties aren't always game losses, but I think it just, like, should scale... You went with a double prize penalty? No, I know I did win a match with a double prize penalty, but I think it should just like scale up. I think it should be like warning, game loss, match loss, or yeah, warning, game loss, match loss, DQ. Like, I don't know. It just feels like 99.9% of double prize penalties are literally game losses. So when we can like fix a scenario and we're positive Colin, we're not positive, but like if we're picking between the 2 options of was Colin trying to cheat and play a judge and an Elsa Sparkle on stream? Probably not. So we're going with the other option of Colin made a mistake of playing a judge after playing an Elsa Sparkle. So we're saying that what Colin did was a mistake. If it's a mistake and we can fix it and Colin has no priors. Now I'm not saying Colin does have no priors in this tournament, but let's just assume Colin has no priors. Make it a warning. If another situation like that happens again, all right, then we maybe give a game loss. But I don't know. I feel like it was like very fixable and could have ended with just like a warning instead of an effective game loss. Obviously, it's not actually a game loss, but there's no way Estrada doesn't win in like 2 turns from here or something. So... Yeah. I don't even think we need to watch the rest of them. We can probably skip ahead. There's a punch to the Genesect. Punch to the Genesect, and then... Oh, no, there's Echoing Horn for win, even. All right, I didn't even watch the win. I didn't even see the Echoing Horn for win. Yeah, that's game. All right, yeah. I mean, it's just like... I don't know. I just feel like when we can fix them... If we have the ability to fix them and the player hasn't been super sloppy throughout the rest of the tournament, I feel like we should try and fix things more often than just giving out double prize penalties, which are effective game losses. So at that point, just give them a game loss. I don't know. Yeah, everyone in chat wanted a game loss. I just want it to be I just don't want it to be anything. Unless Colin has, like, priors, I'm saying. No, but a double prize penalty, like that's the thing. Is like a double prize penalty in the Pokemon TCG is just basically a game loss. So like you could make them, you can call them two different things, but it is just basically a game loss. Like you could be like, oh, instead of a game loss, we're doing a quad prize penalty, but it's not a game loss. Instead of a game loss, we're doing a 5 prize penalty, but it's not a game loss. Like there is a like there obviously is a difference, but effectively 99.9% of the time, a double prize penalty is just a game loss. Like like you're not winning from a double prize penalty situation. So I think the rules should be adjusted. I think the rules should just be adjusted to the point where it's like we're a little bit more lenient when things are reversible. And as long as the player doesn't have priors in the tournament or have a really bad track record at tournaments, then it should just be like, okay, so your first mess up this tournament, we can reverse it. It's going to be a warning. Because like I said, prize penalties, double prize penalty is literally just a game loss to be like it is just a game loss. It's very rare that it's not a game loss. Azul, since you're not an actual fan of Pokemon games, anime, what IP or franchise are you actually the biggest fan of? I mean, probably Star Wars. I guess I would probably Star Wars, to be honest. I think about what I mean, I was a big Marvel fan before that everything got really there's some good Marvel stuff still, but it's not as good as it used to be. I think most people were mad, thought it was some sort of stream entitlement because anyone off stream would get a game lost. So I've heard that argument before, Aquarius, where it's like, oh, because they're on stream and they can rewind it because they have a camera. Well, why wouldn't you try and maximize the amount of Pokemon that's played? That makes zero sense. That makes it, it's such a stupid argument. Yeah, it's such a stupid argument to be like, oh, but if they weren't on stream, they wouldn't be able to reverse the judge. But it's like they are on stream, and we can use that footage to reverse the judge. Why wouldn't we? It's the same thing as being like, if there's like a he said, she said, not on stream, but there was a judge nearby and saw what actually happened. That judge's what that judge saw actually happen in the situation would change the ruling. But if there's a he said, she said, where there wasn't a judge nearby seeing what happened, then that would just come down to the judge's discretion on what they thought actually happened in the scenario, right? So you can go really far with that. And even like players sitting next to the players that had the problem can influence a judge's decision in the outcome of a ruling. Unless that's changed recently, which I don't think it has. So there's so many things that can stack on top of each other that could be, well, you could get to a scenario where there's like no situation where you can get to a point, like even off stream, there's situations that get resolved outside of just the two players and a judge, right? That gets called over. So why does it matter that even though there's just one table that's a stream table, if there is extra information we can use to solve the broken same sets that come up on stream, why wouldn't we use that information? Like, why not look at Colin's hand before the judge and get the 4 cards out of the deck? It's just stupid to be like, but you wouldn't be able to do that at a normal table. Yeah, but there might not be a judge standing next to you at every normal. At that point, top cut can't exist because in a top cut game, there's a judge sitting next to every single top cut match. You can't do that. That can't have top cut. We're ending top cut. That's it. No top cut. No stream matches. Everything has to be the exact same way. In normal Swiss rounds, you don't have a judge sitting next to you the whole time, but in Top Cut, you do. We can't have that. Nope. You can't do that. Those matches are now illegal. You can't. Those aren't real matches anymore. Actually, everyone who's won a tournament now is no longer a tournament winner because they had judges sitting next to them during their Top Cut matches. So you go like infinitely far with that. So we should just maximize the amount of Pokemon being played. At the end of the day, you should just maximize the amount of Pokemon being played. If you can use stream footage to reverse a game state that got broken or fix a scenario, you should. Of course not. All the other tables aren't going to have a stream, but like that's whatever. Who cares? Like you don't have a stream, who cares? Play better so you're on stream next time. I don't know what you want me to tell you. I'm never no stream Top Cup games. No. I need to go get some water. I'll be right back, chat. My water bottle's empty. TPCI needs to send reps to champions' houses and take their trophies. Yep. We're taking it all back. Not every game was played exactly the same way. So, yeah, I got to take it all back. It does sound a lot like meta manipulation. That's what I'm saying. All these players out here just trying to manipulate the meta. All right, I'm going to get some water. I'll be right back. We got the finals left now. We're almost done. This matchup is terrible for Miraidon, but we're going to watch it anyways. I'll be right back.
All right. Bro, I feel like every time I'm done doing a VOD review stream, I'm always like almost losing my almost always losing my voice. Starting to feel it already. But we only got one round left. Jesse went the Miraidon and Strata with the Ogre. This matchup is terrible for Miraidon. Lost Box already a favorable matchup against Miraidon, but to make things harder, to make things even more difficult, you add the Kyogre in there, and it becomes almost an impossible matchup to win for the Miraidon. It is winnable. It is possible. You got the Disruption. You got the Judge. You got the Ionos. You got attacking turn 1. You got some Bravery Charms. Got some switch cards. A little bit of healing action. But it's definitely tough. Yeah, it's definitely tough. You're giving a Beach Court to the Lost Box player? I mean, you don't have to put Beach Court in play. I don't think you're pressed for Beach Court depending on the situation, so I wouldn't recommend it. But I guess like the problem with that actually becomes that you don't have a... I'm pretty sure. Let me check. What does Jesse play for? Does Jesse play the Vacuum? Or is it just 2 Beach Court? Yeah, Jesse's only stadium bump is 2 Beach Court. So if Estrada just puts a Beach Court in play, it's just stuck in play for the rest of the game. So that is also like another problem. It's going to be tough here for Jesse. We'll see how it goes down. Another Cram Bench from Estrada. So a pretty slow start from Estrada, though. Nothing too aggressive. I guess it's just turn 1. Are you really doing that much more? Maybe not. Jesse has the Nest Ball. Pretty close to already attacking turn 1 here. What are the most important... What are the most important... How do you tackle this the best here for Jesse? You don't want to bench another 1 prize Pokemon, that's for sure. Miraidon's got a little bit more HP than Raikou, but Raikou's going to be the more efficient attacker on this first turn, probably. And then you're really just relying on the Hand Disruption, to be honest, I feel like from that point on, you're relying on Hand Disruption to really carry you from there. I feel like Jesse should not put this Beach Card in play and just hope that maybe the draw leads to the potential of the turn 1 attack. But I think putting the Beach Card in play here would be a mistake here from Jesse. Because then Estrada has full... There's like... Can just use Beach Court every single turn. Doesn't have to worry about it getting bumped. See, I don't know about the Zapdos grab, though. See, now we're putting... Now, this is actually just bad. You don't want to put 2 1 prizes. This is just less HP. Oh, that's not true. It's not less HP for 2 prize cards. It's just more convenient for 2 prize cards. Well, actually, no. That's not true. It's because now this allows Estrada to KO your sheep to remove your energy acceleration and then have another 1 prizer to chase afterwards to KO. So you don't want to put Zapdos in play. You don't want to put Zapdos in play against Lost Box. Putting Zapdos in play is bad. Don't do it. Not Zapdos, another 1 prize Pokemon. Let me correct myself. You want to just put your Mareep in play. So that way you have access to your energy acceleration from your Flaffy. And then if Estrada wants to take away your energy acceleration from your Flaffy, then Estrada goes on odd prize cards and doesn't have another Pokemon to go after. Well, Estrada does play the Echoing Horn, so could, but you could keep your bench full of Vs and EX Pokemon to stop that. So don't ever put 2 1 prize Pokemon in play against Lost Box. It just gives them more options to work with. It makes their attacks, yeah, it gives them more options, more things to do, more ways to win the game by like a lot. And then it allows them to remove your energy acceleration from play by KOing your Flaffy. They get to KO your Flaffy, remove your energy acceleration from play, and then have another 1 prize Pokemon to go after to make their prize trade more convenient. So it has the Beach Card, but like I said, probably... I don't like this. I think it's bad. I think you should just hope to be able to get off the turn 1 attack without putting the Beach Card in play. So this is like one of those situations where it's like, putting the Beach Card in play does increase Jesse's chance of getting off a turn 1 attack, but a turn 1 attack alone from Jesse is not winning Jesse the game. Jesse needs to get the turn 1 attack off, and then hope that Estrada also, like, misses some plays throughout his turns. But putting Beach Card in play increases the odds of Estrada getting off those plays. And even if you get a turn 1 attack off as Jesse, Estrada still always wins the prize exchange at some point. So you may as well try and make it harder for Estrada to actually get there by not putting the Beach Card in play. So yeah, I really don't like that. Now that you have attached the Beach Card, you could have put an energy on the Raikou there, I guess. But
Actually, you maybe should have put an energy on the Raikou there from Jesse. You are likely to draw into one like Jesse did, but I kind of like the idea of maybe putting an energy on the Raikou there, actually. I'm not sure. Here comes the generator. Ooh, no whammies. 2 generators, though. I assume we're going to see this Forest Sealstone go to get a generator. There's a Nest Ball in hand. Is now thinking about the Nest Ball. Probably should have played that before the generator if you're going to play it now. Yeah, so definitely a missequence there from Jesse. Keeping the bench space open there was an argument to do that. Oh, actually goes for the Billy. Are we actually going to Billy here from Jesse? We'll see. Yeah, once you commit the beach card in play, I feel like you should have just attached to the Raikou there, Jesse. Putting Billy in play is also bad. Putting Billy in play is also bad because it has 160 HP, which means it's just lower HP than any of your other 2 prizers. I'm not saying Jesse in this situation shouldn't have put Billy in play, but it's like you don't want to do it because like now you can just like stabilize this twice to put 160 damage, or you have more damage to work with, whatever. But if it's any other V Pokemon, then it's a little bit harder. Jesse does have the Bravery Charm and is putting on the Raikou, and of course you could Bravery Charm the Billy at some point as well, but Estrada does play double vacuum, so the Bravery Charms can be removed. The vacuums. And it looks like we are going to see Jesse try and hold on to the 4 Sealstone use here and use Billy. Or be aggressive with the Billy. No generator. That's what I was talking about. Like, the way it potentially draws out. Like, we even see the switch card there from Jesse. Of course, switch carding your Mareep is not something you want to do. You want to save the switch card to remove damage from play. But, like, not putting Beach Court in play to not give Andrew Beach Court to then use a switch card is probably more beneficial overall. Here we go. 4 Sealstone. This generator better hit. But to be honest, even if this generator does hit, Estrada could respond with like a Dragonite KO. And Dragonite KO would be really, really strong here from Estrada because Jesse has no energy in play to potentially respond to the Dragonite with. But we'll see how this generator goes here from Jesse. If we get 2 hits, though, getting the kill. Oh, okay, 1 hit. So Dragonite's a pretty good attack from here, I think, from Estrada. Dragonite would be a pretty good attack here from Estrada. You go Dragonite. KO the Raikou, because that leaves Jesse with 0 energy in play, and then Jesse needs to come up with 3 energy. I guess you have you just need to come up with a generator, to be honest. Actually, it wouldn't be too hard for Jesse to pull it off, to be honest. Maybe it's not worth it to go with Dragonite. You could just go with like a smaller attack, and that wouldn't be that bad either. To be honest, everything's okay. There's another generator. I guess, yeah, we're just going to go ahead and rip it. Okay, now with this hit off the generator, it does make wanting to attack with Dragonite a little bit less enticing. Even just hitting with Cram here would probably be okay, to be honest. I think the best attack possible, Zapdos is a potential good attacker in this matchup, plus fixes math on D-Knight, so it's worth to get out, right? Well, I just wouldn't. This is like another situation, though, Jesse, where like I wouldn't put it out immediately. Because like you can just wait. Because what if Andrew just never uses Dragonite, and like next one goes Greninja, your Zapdos, and your Flaffy, or your Mareep. And it's like, removes your energy acceleration from play, which might not be as relevant if Andrew's not KOing your active. And then just picks on the Zapdos later to clean it up. But it's like if the Dragonite swings and knocks something out, that's when you can go search the Zapdos out, right? Just putting 2 1 prizes in play, I feel like never makes any sense because it just opens up the play for Estrada to KO a 1 prizer and then KO another 1 prizer. It just gives Estrada more options for attacks for turn. Because does Estrada really want to Sableye and put 12 on a Raikou or a Flying Pikachu that could get a Bravery Charm or get switch carded? I don't know. But when you can KO a Mareep and then put 60 on a Zapdos, it's a little bit cleaner. Just like limit the options from Estrada. You can use the Zapdos to KO the Dragonite, but Estrada has to. What if Estrada just never uses Dragonite? Then you just have a Zapdos on your bench for Estrada to take advantage of. It's hard to save a spot for Raichu and Zapdos at the same time. You don't need to. You don't need Zapdos and Raichu though. You need Zapdos or Raichu. But once the Dragonite takes a knockout, then all of a sudden you can use one or the other depending on which one you want to use. You don't need to save a spot for both. You just need to save a spot for one of them. There's always an argument that you might need 2 bench spaces on a turn for like a Luminion and something else, but I don't know, you piece it together. All right, I have no idea what's going on here. But Andrew is still playing. I think the judge asked him something. Yeah, you just don't, because those are things you just don't need to set up ahead of time to get the knockout. So you just wait. Wait, what did happen here? Is there another headset issue maybe? Okay, we're still progressing. I'm not sure what's happening though. There's the vacuum on the big or the bravery charm, not the big charm. Might be more headset. I guess it is probably headset issues, yeah. And then here we go. There's just a cram punch. I think this is where you got a warning. What do you get a warning for? For the white noise kept going out. Oh, okay. I guess that happens most when I'm trying to reach 310. Yeah, but you don't need 310 in this matchup. We're talking about like this matchup specifically. We're not talking about Raichu and Zapdos in a trying to 1KO Mute VMAX or something. In this matchup specifically, you only need one or the other, or sometimes none, with the Dragonite never hits the bench. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know if you want to just give your opponent the flexibility of like attacking with other things when you don't need to. Because like, yeah, I mean, there's so many good Pokemon for Andrew to go after at this point. Like on the next turn, using Greninja to KO Flaffy plus 90 on Zapdos, and then go like Sableye, like Sableye actually. Or you could actually go Greninja KO Flaffy 90 on Zapdos, then Greninja KO Raikou 90 on Squawkabilly if you can get back-to-back Greninja plays. And just try and avoid drawing prize cards too fast as Estrada as well. Like in this situation, Estrada can like play it really slow and just like go, okay, Greninja Billy plus Zapdos. And just like put a bunch of damage in play, but never draw any prize cards and then draw them all at once. So that way the Iono never hits too hard. Because I think a switch card and a Bravery Charm has already been played from Jesse. There might be a switch card. Actually, maybe a switch card hasn't been played. But you can just put a bunch of damage in play as Estrada and then clean everything up at the end of the game with a Sableye. So you never get Iono'd low. And that's probably what Estrada should look for here. Is either draw 2 prize cards and Kyogre for 4, or just try and draw all 6 prize cards or 5 or 6 prize cards all at once. Because you might want to Greninja the Flaffy at the very least, because that's like so efficient for the 90 damage. You might go out of your way to do that, but it depends how well Estrada draws as well to be able to do that. But that, yeah, you want to just avoid the Iono actually hitting very hard. We do see an initial heal here from Jesse, and you may as well do this here because you don't know where you're going to be able to utilize later. And this is actually definitely getting to the point where Estrada probably does not want to attack with any 2 prize Pokemon. And then there's an escape rope. I'm not sure I like this over just like knocking out the cram, to be honest. It does remove the draw power from play, and Estrada does seem like they have been struggling to actually set up. Yeah, because Estrada didn't even use a Colress the last turn either. So, I don't know. I guess I don't hate removing the draw power a little bit more. It does guarantee that Estrada has like an attacker in the Cramorant, though, I guess. All right, Miraidon's loaded up. And here comes the knockout on the Comfy. Yeah, I'm actually not sure, to be honest. It doesn't seem bad to have done the escape rope there. We know Estrada's probably a little bit desperate for... has not used the Colress yet, so definitely is trying to find that first Colress to start cooking. Oh, there's a Colress. I think it was just top deck then. I don't think Estrada used a Colress last turn, right? I could be trolling on that. Maybe they did. I don't think so. We got a Colress now, though. Elevate P-Pass, that one's going to bite the dust. The Beach Court, honestly, is still okay to keep because if you replace your own... But the Nest Balls, everything else has got to be better than the Beach Court here, I feel like. Yeah. I actually don't even know if that energy from Estrada should have been put on the Comfy. It maybe should have been put on the Greninja, to be honest, because the Beach Court is in play. Yeah, I'm actually not sure on that because the Greninja, attacking with Greninja here is just like super good. Yeah, attacking with Greninja here is like super, super good. So I wouldn't hate to see that if we can get there. Once again, just trying to play around as putting as few as possible, or drawing as few as possible prize cards to avoid the Iono hitting too hard. We are getting to 7 here. So the attack with Greninja is possible. And like I said, you could remove the Flaffy from play, or you could just keep... You can also keep Jesse board locked. I don't know how much Estrada knows about Jesse's list, but you can keep Jesse board locked so Jesse can't put Luminion in play to like find a Judge or find an Iono to disrupt Andrew's hand. Yeah, there's a couple of different ways Andrew can play this here. I think still has plenty of time to go for the 6 prize game, though, and just never get Iono'd low. There's a Sableye now. Like I said, we got to 7. Yeah, that Lightning Energy seems like it would have been better on the Greninja, to be honest. I wonder if Estrada forgot about the Beach Court for a second and just kind of played on autopilot. But it looks like this still does have the out to the Greninja play here. Yeah, there's a water attachment. Nope, taking it back. Can use one more Comfy this turn as well. There's a Mirage Gate. So we got the water and probably has to be a Psychic here. The third Lightning. Okay, the third Lightning is in the deck. So then the question is just, does Estrada want to draw prize cards? I don't think you do here. Honestly, I want to see Andrew just like hit 90 to Zapdos, 90 to Squawkabilly. And then next turn, try and attack with Greninja again and go 90 to Raikou, 90 to Flaffy, and then clean up with Sableye, I think, from there. I think that's like the ideal line here from Estrada. But if you have to use a Sableye next turn, that wouldn't be the end of the world either. Because you're still probably, you're almost definitely winning the prize trade still on that kind of line as well. And the second Brave, you've identified the second Bravery Charm. It's there on the Raikou. I think Estrada has 1 Vacuum left. So that Vacuum can get rid of that Bravery Charm. at some point. Yeah, see, if that Lightning Energy on this Comfey had been on the Greninja, then this turn you could go Water to Greninja, Psychic to Sableye, and be like one more energy set up ahead. Because this energy is kind of trapped on this Comfey. Estrada can get the energy off the Comfey at some point with a Pokestop. But theoretically, you can leave the Beach Court in play for like ever. I mean, the Artisan might come into play, or the Pokestop might come into play at some point for Estrada. But theoretically, the Beach Court could stay in play for the rest of the game. And then that energy is not that it's like trapped on the Comfey, but you might just never utilize it to actually retreat. So I think this Lightning Energy should have been put on the Greninja. Because if you're like an energy ahead on your attackers, it's like the same thing as having the energy on the Comfey. It's just instead of attaching for turn to the Sableye, then you just hard retreat the Comfey to the Sableye if you have to. So, all right, 90. Oh, is going with 90 on the. Does that make sense? What are the lowest HPs here? 190, 210, 160. Yeah, I guess you just hit the Flying Pikachu and the Squawkabilly, to be honest, right? Yeah, I think you just hit the Flying Pikachu and the Squawkabilly. I guess you could hit the Raikou. Hitting the Raikou here isn't terrible either from Andrew, because it's all putting the damage in play to build up. Goes for the Billy, because you can still Greninja again now and hit the Flying Pikachu plus the Raikou, and then, yeah. I guess you don't have to go after the one prizes in this situation, to be honest. It just depends on if you want to remove the... If you want to remove the Flaffy from play, then you have another one prizer to be able to chase afterwards, to be honest. And Estrada still has the ability to go into the Kyogre play as well. Could draw 2 prize cards at some point and then follow up with Kyogre. I think Jesse does. Yeah, Jesse does have a Judge in hand. To be honest, I think this would be a pretty good turn to play the Judge from Jesse, because you're KOing the Greninja, which is some form of draw support. So I think Jesse going KO Greninja plus Judge would be, yeah, I like that. I don't know if it's going to ever get any better. You don't want to give Estrada the ability to potentially recover the Greninja. So you don't want to be like, all right, I'm not going to play the Judge yet, and then KO Greninja. And then Estrada just goes, okay, recover Greninja, use Greninja again. It's like, okay, well now my Judge isn't as effective as it could have been. From this point on, though, like if Estrada doesn't draw any prize cards, the Ionos aren't going to be very effective either. But like that's why this matchup is just tough. There's so many plays that the Lost Box player can do. That draw there from Estrada is not great, but did find the vacuum. Actually, I think the draw's like okay, to be honest. The draw's like okay. Can get the Sableye attack off this turn. You don't really want to... To be honest, you maybe don't attack with Sableye here as Estrada, though, and maybe you just punch with... Actually, it depends what the attackers... The attacker here has to be Zapdos, right? You don't put the Raikou in the active here as Jesse, unless you really need to draw a card, because you don't want to let Cram be an attacking option. I wonder if that actually ever means that... Should Jesse actually attack with the Miraidon here? Because the Cram punching the Zapdos still isn't bad. Because then you can Sableye, KO Zapdos, KO Flaffy. 1 damage here. 9-3. I guess that's still not enough. No, 1 damage here and then Greninja these two. Go down to 3. Cram hit, go down to 2. Sableye, KO, set up 1. Go down to 1. Greninja, KO 2, win. If you attack with Miraidon here, though, the Cram hit into Miraidon is like so bad. Right? Maybe it's the same thing. 1 damage difference. But that 1 damage actually makes a difference to get the Flying Pikachu in range. There's still a switch card left for Jesse, so Jesse can still heal 30. But I'm pretty sure Estrada has the Vacuum plus a Psychic in hand, and I think just top deck the core. So it can definitely attack with Sableye here. And then might just be able to Sableye spread a bunch of times and actually just clean up all the damage on Flying Pikachu. I think you would ideally like to attack with a... Let's see, we got 10, 7, and then 12. And 7, 12. So Sableye, or Greninja Sableye is even better. So I think on Estrada's side, you'd like to go Greninja Sableye. Or you can just go Sableye Kyogre, and that works as well. There's like actually a bunch of different ways for Estrada to win this one. Oh, maybe there wasn't a course. I thought I did see Estrada topping a course there. Maybe not, though. Oh, I guess not. Okay. So I wonder if Estrada ever goes out of the way to... So Estrada is taking a KO here. And then it looks like it's going to put 2 on the Miraidon to get the Miraidon closer. Nope, just going after the Raikou. So still just going after the potential chase of just KO with Sableye. But he's going for the knockout to get some prize cards here because Estrada's hand was not very good. This does make the Ionos for Jesse better, but it seemed like Estrada definitely had to do it there. Yeah, it definitely seemed like Estrada had to do that there because otherwise the hand just didn't have enough options. So needed the prize cards to actually function on the next turn. And you see Jesse's even like taking a look at the Ionos there. Like, all right, the Ionos are in the deck. And now the Ionos are a lot more deadly because like Estrada like would have ideally liked to have not drawn prize cards there, and just like drawn all 6 prize cards probably in a single turn, which was possible. It was To be honest, actually, with the judge down, I don't even know if it was that difficult if Estrada had drawn like a Colress that turn or something. Probably would have been pretty easy to do. Possibly would have whiffed, but I think would have been okay overall. Yeah, I'm just wondering if like attacking with Zapdos or attacking with the Miraidon here is actually best from Jesse. I'm still thinking about that. Another energy here to the Flaffy. And then it looks like it seems to be Punch with Zapdos again. And then will Estrada be able to find... Greninja is a fine attacker, but if you just go Sableye here from Andrew, that just wins the game. Once again, the disruption from Jesse isn't super powerful. The disruption from Jesse isn't super powerful. Like the Iono to 4 is not that bad. There is a Colress top deck from Estrada. Colress and a Pokestop. Why do people put the deck on the opposite side sometimes? Because they play left-handed. What, you mean like... Yeah, because some people are left-handed. That's it. I think that's what you're asking. Yeah. I don't know. Wait, who's left-handed here? Estrada's left-handed. I had to like picture it in my head there for a second. And it act as if I was drawing the card. Yeah, Estrada's left-handed, I guess. Or at least draws left-handed. I know someone who isn't left-handed, but draws left-handed. I don't know why. All right, Artisan didn't actually play the Colress. Going with the Roxanne instead. I mean, that's probably fine. That makes sense, I guess. Didn't use the Artisan either to find the Sableye, but probably wants to draw into double Sableye here. So Andrew's trying to get double Sableye here. I actually don't know. I don't actually think Jesse should have benched Raikou, because you should have kept the bench space open to potentially use Lumineon to find Iono, I think. I actually don't like that play there from Jesse. Because nothing is forcing, once again, nothing is forcing Andrew to draw a prize card this turn. Andrew just can if he wants to. The draw there is not great there from Andrew, though. I don't know if Andrew will be able to attack with Sableye here. It is possible. There's the Artisan. Yeah, benching Raikou is bad. Yeah. I just need the option of the, what's it called? I immediately regretted it. The option of the other thing is definitely better. I don't know what that is. What do we get? Nest Ball? That's not great, though. To be honest, Andrew's not going to be able to win in 2 turns here. Andrew was looking for Sableye, but that... Oh, wait, still has one more Comfy. Hold up. We're not done yet. There's like another Comfy to be had. There's a switch cart. And then we should see this Nest Ball get played, I think. Nest Ball first. Go get another Sableye. Nope. Maybe the other Sableye's not even in there, to be honest. I'm surprised Andrew didn't play that other Nest Ball first. To get the other Sableye deck. Gives up the Super Rod. That doesn't feel great, but I think this is the Psychic Energy, so that trade-off seems pretty good. Now the Nest Ball comes out. I don't know why didn't we play that? We should have played the Nest Ball before using Comfy there. I don't actually understand why Andrew didn't do that. Because we used Roxanne, not Iono, so there's nothing on the bottom of the deck that was like locked up. I don't know what a shot I was thinking there, but it's definitely a missequence. We're definitely going pretty hard for the Psychic Energy here. Because if we whiff it, no matter what, we can rely on Kyogre to win the game. So we may as well go as aggressively as possible for it. Another switch card happening here, and here's the Sableye. So depending on Andrew's hand, you can take a knockout here. But if you take a knockout, now if you get Iono'd, Jesse can Iono you to 2, which is less than 4. And it also opens up a bench space for Jesse to go Lumineon for Iono. So ideally, you don't want to take a knockout as Andrew. But if your hand is literally terrible, you might have to. We'll see what Andrew does. But why are we not good? Why are we... Is Andrew's hand that bad? I feel like... But there's a Pokestop in the hand for Andrew. Isn't that good enough to like get a Mirage Gate next turn? The hand's not great there for Andrew, to be honest. I'm not sure about this knockout. But also, Andrew knows what he has prize. And it did just rip a Colress and a Mirage Gate off the prize cards. That's pretty good. All right. No Iono in the hand here for Jesse. Can retreat to Raikou and use Fleet-Footed, though. And then try and get it, which I think we should see here from Jesse. Retreat to the Raikou, use Fleet-Footed, and then try and get into an Iono. I guess you could switch cart into the Raikou. Does it make a difference? I don't know. Does it make a difference? I don't know. I don't think so. There we go. Fleet-Footed. Iono. It is a Miraidon. All right. No Iono here. Going to see the retreat back into the Zapdos. Zapdos swing for the KO. And then Estrada should just have game in hand with a Colress and a Colress, a Pokestop, and a Mirage Gate should be game here for Andrew. Even sends up the Sableye. Sends up the Sableye instead of even setting up the Comfy. So yeah. Pretty easy dub there at the end. But it got kind of close at the end there, I guess. Yeah, I wasn't sure. I don't know if Andrew should have. I don't know if I agree with Andrew actually drawing a prize card there. To be honest, I think that gave like too many outs to Jesse. But I don't know. Like Andrew's hand was not good. But he had the Pokestop. I feel like the Pokestop was enough because there was a lot of Mirage Gates left in the deck. I'm pretty sure. So I don't like Andrew drawing a prize card there at all. I don't like that. I'm not a big fan of that. I think you should probably risk it off the top deck. It depends if Andrew like knows. I mean, Andrew probably knows Jesse plays Ionos. The big thing would be does Luminion was discarded? Oh, did you already discard Luminion? Okay, that does make a difference. That makes a difference on Andrew's side as well. If Luminion was discarded, that makes a big difference on both sides then. For you to bench lock yourself, and then also for Andrew to not respect the Iono play as much. This time the Luminion's prize, so we're not going to be able to see any early Luminion. All right. You chose to go second here. Okay, interesting. I do think I like that in this matchup as well, though, to be honest. I think I do like going second. And this is like one of the reasons why, like, less likely chance of them setting up. You're going to get the turn 1 attack. You can also turn 1 judge going second. Like, turn 1 judge plus attack isn't too unreasonable. And then, like, if you go first, the Lost Box player just gets, like, a whole turn to, like, play through their deck. And even if Lost Box doesn't attack first, they don't care. Like, Lost Box does not care that the Miraidon player gets, like, an extra energy attachment for turn and gets to evolve a Mareep to a Flaffy. So I think going second in this matchup makes sense on both sides. Both players should want to go second in this matchup. Well, there's only ever one correct thing. It's never correct for one deck to want to go first and one deck to want to go second. They should both want to go the same thing, right? Yeah, they should both want to go the same thing. I'm trying to think if it's ever possible in the history of the Pokemon TCG where there's ever two decks that when they play up against each other, one wants to go first every time and one wants to go second every time when they play against each other. I think that's impossible if we're doing it with the purpose of maximizing win percentage. I don't think it's actually like a thing that's possible. I could be wrong on that. I don't think so. I think I'm right on that. All right, so Jesse going second. Slow first turn from Andrew, which is what Jesse like needs to see in this matchup. And that's like one of the reasons you do want to go second. I don't know if Andrew actually has a Colress in hand, but if Andrew does have a Colress in hand, if Andrew goes second, you know, you get a much more aggressive start. Both players, you play this matchup assuming Jesse gets the turn 1 attack anyway. So depends on if you know what deck they're playing. Well, yeah, obviously, yes, obviously it depends on like knowing the matchup. There's like in a meta with the deck you're playing, you should neutrally go first or second if you don't know what they're playing. But I mean, old formats had guaranteed turn 1 rules. That doesn't change anything about what I said though. Like, yeah, that changes like, absolutely nothing about what I said. That doesn't change anything. And we actually do have we have a judge and an escape rope here. The escape rope actually we could see the escape rope get used here from Jesse. I think Jesse should go for this. I think Jesse should get. I don't like this Mareep. I don't like this at all. I don't like this Mareep Zapdos stuff that Jesse keeps doing. This just gives more plays to Andrew. I don't like this. I don't like this. What Jesse should do here is go Mareep Flying Pikachu, escape rope into Flying Pikachu, force the Comfey up, play the. Actually, do you play the judge? Andrew did nothing on the first turn. Well, no matter what, you want to play the escape rope. So, all right, we don't play the. Well, we can still play the escape rope. All right, maybe it's not that bad. I'll let Jesse play out the rest of the turn. I still don't like you. We shouldn't have put Zapdos. I don't like the Zapdos. We also already have the Raichu in play, which can respond to the Dragonite, so we don't technically need the Zapdos. But here's the Arm for the generator and the Forest Heal. So the escape rope play is still gonna happen. We don't need the Flying Pikachu. To be honest, should we judge Andrew here? Actually, to be honest, not judging here actually seems fine. To be honest, not judging here actually seems fine because Andrew just literally went. Pass. But I don't know, actually. I would actually be curious on, like, statistically what's the correct play here. Because Andrew's hand currently probably is more likely to have a Chorus than if you judged Andrew. But you know Andrew's hand currently has no outs to basic Pokemon or any other basic Pokemon besides maybe a V that Andrew doesn't want to bench. So with that in mind, is it better to judge still? I'm actually not sure. The one thing you know is Andrew does not have any outs to Comfey. Or does not have a Battle VIP pass, does not have Nest Ball, does not have any other basic Pokemon, except for maybe a V. No way you judge. I need turn 1 attack. I have a rope in hand. Oh, I guess that's true. Also, you're not guaranteed to get the knockout if... You're not guaranteed to get the knockout if you play the judge. I see what you're saying as well. You're not even guaranteed to get the knockout if you do the judge. Yeah. You should probably just play the Armor. Yeah, I agree. I take it back. Well, you could have done it to hope to get it if you think the judge was that disruptive. But the judge is just honestly, yeah, I agree. The judge is not that disruptive here. You're right. You're right. You're right. Hopefully this generator hits an energy for you. It's gonna be real sad if this one whiffs. I honestly don't know the actual score of this final game, so I don't know if this whiffs or not. No, you're right. You should not play the judge here. No, actually, to be honest, I take that back. Nah, you shouldn't play the judge. There's no way into this board state you ever play the judge. You always do the Arvin play. In my head, I was thinking about the other way, but now we're chilling. We're chilling. All right, 2 energy, pretty good. Raiku's loaded. 1 energy in hand. Probably should just go to a Miraidon to have the possibility of Miraidon to KO Dragonite. And the Miraidon's like a little bit harder to set up than a Raichu anyways. Or it's easier to set up Raichu than it is Miraidon. So the attachment for turn should probably just go to Miraidon. But yeah, escape rope, fleet-footed, then attach somewhere. There's the Comfy. The Comfy's going down. Laffy for next turn. Nice. Where should the attachment go? I actually don't know, to be honest. Goes to the Zapdos. Is it worth it to play around boss there? Maybe. All right, and there's a concede from Andrew. All right. Effective brick game 2 for Andrew. And we're moving on to game 3. I'm curious to see if Andrew chooses to go first or second. Like I said, I think it's correct to go second in this matchup. Jesse agrees because Jesse chose to go second in game 2. Will Andrew agree that going second is correct here? Oh, that sucks. Double Raikou prize is really bad, actually. A little bit less bad if you are going first, though. But let's see what Andrew chose. Andrew did choose to go second. Okay. Unfortunately for Jesse, it's a little bit less bad that you prize double Raikou when you go first, but it still does kind of suck. Fleet-footed, to be honest, is like the effect that fleet-footed has on like your potential in the Miraidon deck is like a lot more than you would think for just drawing 1 card, but it is pretty good. The draw 1 is like pretty good. It is only 1 card, but it is pretty good to have. But now you can just set up for the Miraidon here, Jesse. It won't be the end of the world, hopefully. And honestly, in this situation as Jesse, I would leave the Mareep in the active, but I would not bench the Zapdos. But I think Jesse is already going to go ahead and bench the Zapdos. Because then you just put Andrew on odd prize cards, make him waste the cram hit, and then just set up your attackers from there and just go from there. And then if you need the Zapdos to respond to a Dragonite, you can get it later. If you need the Zapdos later, you will have the possibility to get it out later to utilize to respond to a Dragonite. But it's not necessary. But I think we are going to see, yeah, Jesse stays aggressive with the Zapdos here. And then we might just see attach from right on pass here. And we'll see how good of a start that Andrew has. Getting the double 1 prizer in play is even that much worse if one of them is going to go down to a Cranberry. We might see Jesse like escape rope or... I mean, I wouldn't want to put Beach Court in play. Stop hitting on my Zapdos. He's a beast. He's not that good. Definitely not that good. Yeah, I'm curious to see if Jesse retreats to the Flying Pikachu. I think this is probably correct here as well. Attaches to the Zapdos. I don't really like that. I don't really like the Zapdos attach, I don't think. I also don't really like the Raichu attach. Or Raichu bench. If we bench Raichu, all of a sudden... Wait, is Flying Pikachu weak to Lightning? Turn 1 Raikou is possible. I don't really love playing around Turn 1 Raikou against Estrada's build. Estrada's build isn't that aggressive, but... I think I'd rather attach to the Miraidon here. I think Raichu's attack here was good, actually. Actually, yeah, I don't actually hate that either, Jesse. Actually, attacking with Raichu here was pretty chill. I actually don't hate that either. That probably would have been a pretty good play. All right. Over to Estrada. A lot of cards in hand. Has the Greninja. Battle of VIP Pass. I think might have a Comfy or a Sableye as well in the hand. So it has a lot to work with. Yeah, I don't hate you. I think I would just attach to Miraidon. I think just attaching to Miraidon makes the most sense. Because to be honest, this like you attaching to Zapdos here does open up an opportunity for Andrew to be like, okay, turn 1 attack with Dragonite, and now you're like that much further away from from the Miraidon attack. Yeah, I don't know. If he benches Raikou though, you are happy to speed up the game with the return KO. I mean, that's if you can get the return KO. That'd be the whole point. Is that the reason Andrew would do it because you don't think you can get him the return KO? That'd be like the point of like making that play. That also like never makes like that statement right there. Stink is like. Basically, you saying that statement says, like, okay, so the thing we'd analyze is, okay, is it correct for Andrew to attack with Raichu or with Raikou? And it's like, if it's yes, it doesn't matter that, like, your statement is basically implying that Andrew would be misplaying that at that point. But it's not. Andrew's best play on his turn is the play that gives him the highest % chance to win the game. So if it is the Raikou, then it is the Raikou. It doesn't matter if Jesse could respond to the Raikou. You know what I'm saying? Like, your statement makes it sound as if that would be a misplay from Andrew. But it's not a misplay from Andrew. It's just like how the game could develop. The question is just like, what is the best play here from Andrew, if that makes sense. I wasn't assuming it was the best play. Yeah, no, but that's what I'm saying. But that's what we're, yeah, I was saying. That's what I'm saying. Your statement is like, I think your statement should just be attacking with Raikou is bad. The way you make your statement is like, okay, that's what he does and that's best, but then also like this happens. I guess like your statement just sounds like it's very in between. Like, it's not like picking one way or the other, whether it's good or bad. But that's what I'm saying, is your statement is like isn't picking a side in that situation. So like it's like my response to that is just like, well, what do you think then? Do you think it's a good play or a bad play? That's what I would want to know from you. Do you think attacking with the Raikou is good or bad? Yeah, because I don't know, because I'm bad. Yeah, but you can still have a... That's what I'm saying. Like, your statement, basically what I'm saying is your statement doesn't add anything to the conversation. But I want you to add something to the conversation. That's what I'm trying to say. Your statement adds nothing to the conversation, but I want you to add something to the conversation. But then when your response is, yeah, I don't know, because I'm bad, that also doesn't change anything. I'd be happy to let him attack with Raikou. So you would think that means you think attacking with Raikou would be a misplay, which is like something, right? Because this matchup is so bad. Yeah, okay. All right. That's so funny. There is one recycler down, and actually the Roxanne, to be honest, I feel like is like a really powerful card in this matchup on the Shroud side. And one recycler being gone does decrease the odds of Kyogre actually being used. Like we saw in the last game, though, and just in general in this matchup, you don't need the Kyogre. The Kyogre just makes this matchup that much better, but you don't actually need the Kyogre to win this matchup, as we saw from like game 1. Winning this matchup is just, if the Lost Box player plays the game, you basically win every time. Also, this could, what I was saying before as well with the 2-1 prizer thing from Jesse. If Jesse just doesn't put Zapdos in play here, then Jesse can just leave the Mareep in the active, let it die to the Cram, attach to the Miraidon, go for a Miraidon attack next turn. It kind of sucks for Jesse once again to have prize double Raikou, because you'd rather attack with Raikou. It's a little bit more energy efficient to respond to a Cram. But now this Cram hit into the Flying Pikachu is so good. This Pikachu's got 190 HP. This thing is super soft. Literally gets KO'd by everything. But because you like got the Zapdos, then like letting your Mareep get knocked out isn't as good, because then go KO Mareep, KO Zapdos. But if Jesse had just like not gotten Zapdos and lets the Mareep kind of hang out by itself and goes for the Miraidon setup, I think that would have just been like a better sequence there. Because then you just like let the Mareep die, like, okay, that's fine, Mareep's dead, but now you don't like your Flying Pikachu hit for 110. Instead, the Cram KOs the Mareep, and it's like, okay, that's like a relevant damage. Attacking with Miraidon is so shit though, man. You gotta reset him too. No, I know. I mean, it sucks that you prize the double Raikou, but you got switch cards. You can make it happen. Or you can just set up 2 Miraidons and do a retreat. Or maybe on your first knockout, you get the Raikou and then you can retreat into Raikou. But I think just giving up the Mareep, potentially putting a Strata on odd prize cards is better than doing this. Because this attack is so good. A Strata punching Flying Pikachu here is like a super efficient attack, it feels like. That's true. Attacking with the Raichu into... if you expect the Cram attack, attacking with Raichu as a response to Cram would be like okay as well. Here comes the escape rope now. This makes things awkward. You set up the Miraidon. Okay, so Miraidon gets sent up. This punch also, though, once again, this punch, like the Cram punches into 2 prize Pokemon is just really, really good. Just sets up your prize trade really well. So like Cram punching this Miraidon here is like fine. As long as it actually does it. We'll see if... I assume Estrada has another switch card here. There's a Vac even. Ooh, I don't know if I like that, though. It does get to 7. Are we attacking with Greninja here? All right, chill out. What the heck? Oh, it's such a good attack with Cram, but if we got the Greninja attack, you know, I'm not against it. That's a pretty good play. A Vac... I guess the question is, like... The question here, actually, is it worth it? Is it worth it to attack with a Greninja this turn to burn your Vacuum instead of saving your Vacuum to actually get rid of a Bravery Charm? I'm actually not too sure on that, to be honest. Also, you get to keep the Artisan in play. So either Artisan stays in play, which you can constantly use to find Sableye and stuff, or Jesse bumps your Artisan and now you have access to Beach Card. So it's like a win-win in that kind of scenario. It's like, I can utilize this for something, I can utilize that for something. It's not like they're putting a stadium in play that you wouldn't be able to utilize, and that's Jesse's only way to bump your stadium. You get to do the Greninja play, but now one of the things you hit with Greninja can get a Bravery Charm. So the extra damage you're doing this turn, if both Bravery Charms are found and put into play, can effectively like be negated. So I don't even know how much I like this aggressive double Mirage Gate play. I kind of just like the cram and chill, to be honest. I'm kind of a fan of the cram and chill, save the vacuum to actually remove bravery charms. It also becomes harder to get as much value out of cram later on as well. Like the cram hit into this Miraidon right now is good, but if you spread out your damage into like 3 places and then Jesse attacks with a different attacker, it might be hard to use cram later as well. Also, this is a great turn for Jesse to respond to this play and be like, knock out Greninja plus Judge. Not having Greninja in play when you get Judged, that's not good. That sucks. So, yeah, to be honest, I'm not a huge fan of this play. I think it's okay. I assume we're gonna punch what? Flying Pikachu and Raichu? Oh, goes after him. Actually, you know what? I do like the. All right. The one thing though, I guess, is with how little energy Jesse has in play, with an energy on a Zapdos specifically, I do kind of like. But to be honest though, from Andrew, I think I would like to see the Zapdos get punched. I think Estrada should be able to tell that Jesse prized double Raikou because there was no Raikou searched on turn 1 to attach to it. So I think Estrada could make a guess here that is prized. So I don't hate the 90 going to the Zapdos. I also kind of like the I like the Greninja play a little bit more because of how little energy Jesse has in play, and with 1 energy being on a Zapdos, removing the Mareep from play, it's kind of cool. Also, it like opens up the possibility for the Echoing Horn play next turn, but hopefully Jesse plays around that. But Judge knockout on the active here is pretty good as well here from Jesse. So we'll see how this turn plays out on this next turn. Losing Greninja that early can be tough. I mean, there's like that could be a lot for Jesse to have though. The Judge plus the Greninja KO here isn't super easy to pull off. We'll see them. Marlon getting used. Yeah, I don't even know if Jesse knows about Estrada's Echoing Horn. I don't know if it's been shown in the other 2 games. It maybe has. If it does, if it was shown, then hopefully Jesse would fill the bench here, because a Mareep getting picked on by a Sableye like next turn would not be good. There's the beach court. You hate to put that in play, but actually, to be honest, for like Jesse's current hand, it feels like you have to. Dude, the Zapdos just feels so whack here, though. Like the Zapdos being, because like, I guess it doesn't really matter one way or the other, because no matter what, Estrada can KO anything with Dragonite. But like, actually, to be honest, it doesn't really matter for Jesse. Well, that's not true. If we had a Miraidon set up here with Miraidon with a Bravery Charm here, can't be 1-hit KO'd. Miraidon with a Bravery Charm here can't be 1-hit KO'd by a Dragonite unless they have the second vacuum. But like, to be honest, well, we're getting 2 energy off this one from Estrada, so it's not as likely. But honestly, Estrada attacking with like Raikou or Dragonite as a response to a Zapdos KOing or Greninja, I don't hate that. Ooh, the energy on the Flying Peak? I don't know about that. That's just going to get removed, right, from a Sableye attack? I don't know if I like that. But is it actually better on the Raichu? Is Fly the play here? Maybe Fly is the play here. Maybe we're in such a bad spot here for Jesse that Fly is the only hope. We actually see the Force Steel Stone getting murdered as well. Burning Vacuum made me go for the aggressive Charm attached to deny prizes and go for high roll Fly attack. Yeah, I don't hate that, to be honest. I don't hate that, Jesse. Gotta identify what you think gives you the best out. I don't hate that. Yeah, go for the Fly. Protect it with the big Charm. Is down 1 vacuum. I'm down for that, to be honest. Man, prizing the double Raikou really just sucks. It really sucks. Going for the YOLO Fly. I mean, Fly's like okay. It's obviously not like broken or anything, because you can just like Sableye around it, or you can just Sableye it, to be honest. Then unfortunately, here's the Zapdos attack. So like attacking with Dragonite. Actually, now that you've committed the energy to the Flying Pikachu, though, well, I guess the Raichu can always respond. But yeah, actually, attacking with Raikou or Dragonite here from Estrada is probably decent, because then you can respond with Dragonite or Raichu again, or my bad, Dragonite or Raikou, and like back-to-back Dragonites or Raikou into Dragonite or something like that is like would be pretty hard for Jesse to deal with no Flaffy setup. And only 1 energy currently in play. So back-to-back would be tough, to be honest. That energy is trapped on that Comfey now, which probably isn't going to be a big deal. I guess that's not true. Andrew could, like, vacuum the beach court and then retreat it. I don't know if that's going to ever be a big deal, but... Well, the escape rope's played now, so the... Well, actually, to be honest, though, that leaves 4 energy in play for the Raichu to work with. I don't know if you want to do that. But we could just see a Cram Punch here from Estrada as well, and that'd be fine. Cram Punch into Sableye from there is probably a decent strat. Biggest thing to try and find here for Estrada is that that's what I was talking about with like the Greninja play was like okay, but like maybe saving the vacuum to deal with these Bravery Charms is better, to be honest. I don't hate that from from Estrada. It didn't seem like the play that Estrada made was necessary. Okay, you should definitely get rid of the energy here, I feel like, from Estrada. It's a Kyogre versus energy. I feel like you want the Ogre here. Yeah, Estrada agrees. We're up to 10 now. Sableye online, but no energy on it, so we might have to end up with going with a hit with a Cram. But like I've been saying all the time, like just hitting in general every single turn is just all you need to do. See, now we're hitting with Cram anyway. So it's like we went Greninja first. We like it felt like we extended to do the hit with the Greninja. Not maybe overextended. And now this turn we're just hitting with Cram anyways. But what if we just hit with Cram first? Didn't burn the vacuum, kept the vacuum for the Bravery Charm. I don't know. That just feels like better to me. I don't know. If now we're just hitting with Cram this turn instead of last turn. It's like we did the exact same thing in opposite order, but we did have to burn a vacuum that we could have saved for our Bravery Charm. It felt like an unnecessary attack from Estrada to go for that really quick Greninja play. I don't know. It didn't feel like super efficient. It felt like we could have just like getting that Cram punch. Like Cram felt really good there. Cram punching the Flying Pikachu for 110 was like that seems pretty good. Like we're getting the first attack off. Cram punch into a 2-prizer. Hey, that sounds like I'm chilling. I don't know. And now we got like one less turn of Greninja as well, which like it doesn't matter that much. But Greninja's like a Pokemon you want to keep in play as long as you can and utilize as much as you can. So. Don't love it. But also using Greninja as soon as possible to be able to give yourself more time to reestablish it is nice as well. That is like another thing. You appreciate the 100 bits there, Feet. Timing of KO and a Reap may be a factor. That is true as well. Like that's what I was mentioning as well. Like removing the Marie from play stops the Flaffy, stuff like that. Yo, what's up, Gundam? All right, I wasn't really paying attention to what's happening. Boss on the Sableye. Does this even do anything, though? I don't know what the other play from here Jesse would have been. But is this better than just not KOing the Cram? The Sableye's not guaranteed to actually attack next turn, where the Cram is. And Cram attacking Zapdos is like 100% fine, because this is another 1-prizer. And then you just Sableye to clean up these things eventually. Or a combination of Sableye plus Greninja to clean these things up. So I don't even know how good of a play this actually is from Jesse, to be honest. So what happened here was just boss the Sableye, KO with Zapdos? I don't know. I would almost hope that Estrada whiffs Psychic Energy, which isn't like that likely to happen. But the Cram into the Zapdos is like a fine matchup for Cram next turn. Cram's chilling on that matchup. Seems very strong. Would have been the line Estrada wanted. Yeah, I think it would have been pretty good. Like as I was saying, like, there's not that much energy in play for Jesse to work with. So going like even Raikou KO the Zapdos felt pretty good there as well. Because like the recovery from Jesse to like respond knockout would have been tough. Also because you're removing the Zapdos from play specifically, the Miraidon actually can't respond KO the Dragonite. So it has to be a Raichu with 4 energy. And then the Raichu loses all the energy in play, and then Jesse has 0 energy in play again. So if Estrada could have got the Dragonite KO Zapdos, I think that was probably the best play there. I don't know if it was possible. It didn't seem like it. Switch cart, another Comfey. Like I said, like I don't think Andrew has to like dig super aggressively for a play here. I think just attacking with Cram here is probably fine. Here we go with the Colress. There's a Sableye, there's an energy, that's all good. There's a Force Seal Stone as well, but obviously that's not going to be as good unless you have a V Pokemon. Nest Ball goes down. I don't know, Nest Ball's pretty good there. That recovers Greninja, that recovers the Sableye. Favorite the Force Seal Stone instead. I don't know if I actually like that from Andrew. I almost like if you have like Super Rod in hand here and could have gone Super Rod. Yeah, if Andrew could have gone Super Rod and then Nest Ball, all right, there's the second vacuum. So we kept the Force Shield, but then we got rid of the Raikou as well from Estrada, if I'm not mistaken there. I might be mistaken on that. Now we're seeing the Sableye play. Goes after the Flying Peak. And then puts 1 on Zapdos, 1 on the Miraidon. Once again, though, Andrew's like drawing prize cards. I don't know if Andrew has to draw prize cards. I would have hated to see... Because the Bravery Charms are still just as effective anywhere else. I would have hated to have seen Vacuum the Bravery Charm and just punch the active Zapdos with Cram. And then buy more time to set up. Because now it feels like Estrada is rushed into a situation where now the Ionos are hitting for 3. Like I feel like I don't like this play at all from Estrada. Let me see the prize cards here. Is Estrada pressed for any of these prize cards here? Like how important are these prize cards here? What are we even getting off these prize cards? A beach court. A beach court. I don't know what the first one was already drawn. A heavy ball. There's a Colress and a nest ball prize. Like I don't know. Those don't seem that good. Like the Colress is the best prize card there, but like I would rather not get Iono to 3. I think and this is what we've seen from Estrada in both games, where Estrada could just like not draw prize cards and would be 100% fine with that, it seems like, and then chooses to draw prize cards. I'm not a big fan of the prize card drawing because now you're just like letting Iono becomes a non-factor to a factor as soon as you start drawing prize cards. But like Iono's not even a win condition for Jesse, and you're losing also attacks with Cram. The longer the game goes on, the less effective Cram becomes an attacker. But Cram punching Zapdos, or like on turn 1, Cram punching Flying Pikachu, like that's big Cram value right there. Like I feel like taking your Cram value when you can and not having to expend a Sableye or a Greninja when you can feels like a little bit stronger. Because you just gotta keep those on the back line or keep them in the deck or keep them in play. Stuff like that. So that way you just have them to work with later on. I wonder if Jesse knows about the Echoing Horn here. Because Jesse like didn't fill up the bench. And I feel like you'd want to... Okay, there's Luminion. And see, here comes the... It's gonna go for the Iono, right? See, I just don't like that play. I don't like Estrada drawing... Yeah, drawing prize cards is just such a bad play. I feel like drawing prize cards is just bad. What about Sableye and Zapdos? I mean, that was like an okay... Sableye and Zapdos means the fly can happen, though. You don't want the fly to happen, I guess, from Estrada. Wait, does fly prevent effects of attacks as well? It actually changes my thought process on that, to be honest. Does fly prevent effects of attacks? I thought it only prevented damage, but does it prevent both? Let me read this thing. Prevent all damage. Oh, and effects of attacks? Okay, that kind of changes my mind a little bit, actually. Maybe Estrada's play was fine then. I forgot it prevented effects of attacks. I thought it was just damage. All right. Because that would be pretty annoying if you let that thing happen, to be honest. If you let the Flying Pikachu come up and, like, start slapping and getting heads, all right, that'd be pretty annoying. All right, I don't disagree with Estrada's play anymore, to be honest. I'm still not a huge fan of the Greninja over the Cram on turn 1, but you probably want to kill that thing before Jesse just gets like 2 heads in a row or something. I'm okay with that. Depends how many escape rope you have left. I guess you can always push it to the bench and knock it off then. And you have like time to KO other stuff around the Flying Pikachu while you try to find the escape rope as well. So yeah, I don't hate it. I don't hate it as much anymore though, for sure. That draw there from Estrada is bogus. That is trash. But if Jesse has to attack with the Zapdos again here, the Cram can finally get its attack in on the Zapdos. Honestly, Bravery Charm or Switch Cards here for Jesse is pretty good. Here comes a Super Rod even from Estrada. Just going after the Sableyes and the Psychics. I'm not sure what the hand is there, what the rest of the hand is. There might not be... Yeah, this might actually just be the best thing for Estrada to do. You might just have to dig for the digging for the individual pieces might be optimal here. There's another Super Rod in hand. Actually, I think there is a Colress. No, maybe there's not a Colress. They're just trying to find Psychics and Sableyes. It's for the Recycler. Does find the Sableye. Benching is interesting, though. Well, no, it's... I don't know if I like benching it, because then Jesse could, like, boss KO it. But Jesse would need a decent amount... Jesse would need, like, generator for 2 boss or attached generator for 1 boss after pushing up a Raichu. But Jesse could Iono you again as well, I guess, which if they Iono you... Yeah, I don't know. I guess it depends on what Jesse has more of. Bosses or... Jesse does have the boss in the hand, but I don't see a generator. Man, pricing the Raikus just sucked. Pricing the Raikus this game was so tough. There would have been so much more energy and play for Jesse to work with if just like one Raikou wasn't priced. You don't need both, just one. If Jesse just had one Raikou to work with, like, yeah, that's rough, man. The double Raikou being priced. To be honest, yeah, this game, Jesse would be in like a decent spot if the Raikus weren't priced. Just one. You just need like a little bit more. It would have given you just like a little bit more to work with in the early turns. It would have been a pretty big deal. Cash him right on. Here comes the research. Hoping for a generator. No generator. Whiff from Jesse. Jesse's got 3 prize cards left. So on Estrada's turn, Estrada can either attack with Cram into whatever Jesse leaves in the active. And actually, I think Jesse should retreat to Mareep here. Wait, does that make sense? This does make the Echoing Horn possible for Estrada. Depends if Jesse has like another Pokemon to fill the bench up with here. Because if Jesse can get Bravery Charm from Miraidon, Andrew getting this prize card, as long as the Echoing Horn's not a possibility, isn't a problem. So on this turn, I feel like Estrada should retreat the Cram and just use Comfy. Because KO in the Mareep is theoretically pointless. So I feel like we should go Cram to Comfy and use Comfy instead here from Estrada. So I'm curious to see what Estrada does here. Because this knockout only matters if you think you can use the Echoing Horn to put a Mareep back in play, to play around the Bravery Charm, or the Switch card that could heal this Miraidon and put it out of range from the Sableye. So yeah, but Estrada takes note of that. Goes with the Comfy. But if it's not possible, well, the Echoing Horn play is still so unlikely for how many cards Estrada has in it. It's always correct to retreat here. No, it's always correct to, because the Echoing Horn play, even if Jesse doesn't have another Pokemon to fill the bench with, it's still correct to play it like this from Estrada, I think. Because the Echoing Horn play is just super unlikely based on the amount of cards that, yeah, Andrew's hand just sucks. There's like nothing in that. All right, back over to Jesse. Does have the energy to attack with finally, but does not have a boss. You would definitely want to boss the Sableye here as Jesse. It's definitely what you want to do. Not a possibility. Has Ultra Ball for the Flaffy, so can attach to the bench, Ultra Ball for Flaffy, and then play the Research. I assume you're always playing Research here. You want to try and find the Bravery Charm and the Switch card are in the deck, which we need to get that Miraidon on the bench out of range of a Sableye knockout. And then also Jesse needs to... what else does Jesse need to do? We need to find an Iono. We probably want to Iono Andrew at some point. Even if Andrew hasn't been doing too much on these last couple turns, at some point you do want to Iono your opponent. Yeah, so at some point you're still trying to Iono your opponent. At some point they have too many cards in hand. Even if they aren't doing exactly what they want to do on the turn, at some point does it ever hurt? Well, we got the Switch card. Second Iono prize. Oh, it was prize. Well, we got the Judge at least, right? That's something. Got the Bravery Charm to protect the bench, Miraidon. Quick vacuum check from Jesse. I mean, even if there was a vacuum left, or I think that we're checking for the vacuums here from Jesse. Even if there was a vacuum left, it doesn't really change anything. Jesse still has to put the Bravery Charm down on the Miraidon. You can't not do it. I guess you could not do it. It doesn't make very much sense, though. So we got to put the Bravery Charm on the bench, Miraidon. I don't see a world where we don't do it. Quick generator, quick whiff. Oh, no, we got one. Hold up. We're not done. I thought we were whiffing there. I'll put it on a Raichu, I guess. Jesse's been playing around boss this whole game up to this point, so like putting one energy on the Flaffy, I guess, to like be consistent. If Jesse wants to be consistent, I'm pretty like Jesse's been playing around it this whole point, so at this point maybe you still continue to do that. Yeah, continues to play around the potential of a boss on the Flaffy. There's the Bravery Charm to the Miraidon, and like based on the composition of Jesse's bench, it probably is still correct to put the energy on the Flaffy just in case of a boss, because like everything else you could load up in basically one turn. Going down to does not get the Iono. That's what Jesse was looking for, was for the Iono there. This turn, Estrada cannot win, but at the very least, you could just punch the active Miraidon with Cramorant. Oh wait, does that still put him out of range then? Wait, this is actually like getting really close here at the end. What was that card off the Comfy? I don't know what that was. Because the Cram Punch isn't enough, right? The Cram Punch here isn't enough. Because you Cram Punch this, and then Jesse has a Switch card. I guess Estrada always wins here with Raikou, though, right? Not this turn, but like any turn. I guess, yeah. Cram Punch Miraidon is ideal. Yeah, I mean, Cram Punch Miraidon's better than nothing. But then if this thing gets Switch carded, then they're all out of range. Oh, but if you attack with Cram, then the Flaffy can KO the Cram, and there's no two-prizer in the act. Oh, actually... I actually don't think Cram into Miraidon's correct, because then Flaffy goes KO Cram. Oh, you mean it's ideal for Miraidon? So this turn, Estrada either needs to go Sableye the bench or just win the game with Raikou. But I think Raikou's in the lost zone, so it would have to be Dragonite. Dragonite's in the hand, but I don't think Estrada has it. Maybe does. I guess always has the out of Kyogre. I'm kind of forgetting about Kyogre at this point as well, to be honest. I'm not really thinking about Kyogre at all. I assume Kyogre's just not happening, but I could be wrong. Kyogre might be able to happen. But if Estrada just retreats to a Comfy, then that's possible. Oh, here comes a Mirage Gate. There's at least a Psychic in there, I think. Psychic to Sableye. Water to a Comfy. Flaffy only does 50. Oh, wait, does it really? Does Flaffy only do 50? That sucks. Dude, Flaffy sucks. What the heck? Yeah, never mind then, I guess. So we could see Sableye and put what? So we're going to go Sableye here. Because you have to go Sableye. Yeah, because if you go Cram Punch, then he just gets Switch carded. So we go Sableye here, put... I don't know, some on Lumineon, some on this thing probably. put 12 on Luminian, I guess, because our win con at this point is literally to use another Sableye. Five. They need to put more there. Yeah, seems fine, right? So now there's no way out of this for Jesse, I don't think. Hang on, what if we go switch card, though? Retreat, switch card to this, switch card to this. Switch card on this gets this out of range. Switch card on this goes to 15, 16, 6, 11. No, we still die. All right. So it has to be the Iono off the prize cards there is what Jesse needed, to be honest. There was a course left in the deck for Andrew. To be honest, the composition of Andrew's deck is pretty good to play around Iono. So I guess it's possible statistically Judge would be a better play here anyways. Because it's like 4 cards left in deck, and one of them's a Colress. So the composition of Andrew's deck is just really good to get Iono'd into. And I'm pretty sure Jesse doesn't even have an Iono to play in it. There's only a Judge. I think you should still play the Judge here as Jesse every time, I'm pretty sure. I don't think you'd ever not play the Judge. Because Andrew's got a huge hand. We'll see what Jesse does, though. I guess you could choose to not play the Judge. I don't know if that ever makes sense. I bet you do it based on how Andrew's last turn went. But yeah, there's 2 switch cards left, but playing 2 switch cards never actually does anything for Jesse. Right? Heal the Luminian out of play with 3. Heal and lift 3 off the bench with Rhydon. 166. No, yeah, you only have 11 HP left on the Miraidon. It was close, though. If Jesse whiffed an attack there in the middle of the game at some point as well. But then maybe Andrew would have played a little bit more aggressively for the possibility of... Yeah, I heard about Jesse making this play, too. So Jesse makes this play... Oh, wait, does this ever... No, this plays around nothing. Yeah, I heard that Jesse made this play and that it doesn't actually do anything. But the possibility of shot at winning off of a Judge is like really high no matter what. So I think... and I'm pretty sure Jesse whiffs the switch card here. But whiffing the switch card doesn't actually change anything either. So it doesn't really even matter how this goes. Because no matter what, the Sableye KOs the bench Miraidon. So playing for the double switch card actually doesn't make any sense from Jesse. Because if you whiff the switch card here, you can't KO the Sableye. Does hit the switch card. But yeah. Just a bit of trolling. Yeah, just a wee bit of trolling. At least you hit it. It would have looked really bad if you had whiffed. It would have been pretty funny if you had whiffed, that would have been pretty funny. At least you hit it. That would have looked really bad if you had done the retreat switch card and it's the last card in deck and you're just like, oh, okay, pass. Knockout. Estrada had, like I said, the composition of Estrada's deck is pretty good. There's a Colress, needs a Sableye and a Psychic. There's a Sableye. There we go. Goes him right on. Jesse does the count. Yeah. I feel like Jesse, you just right there, you just didn't do the math and you were just like, well, I can play 2 switch cards. Maybe that'll be enough. Not quite enough, though. Not quite enough. Yeah, dub for Estrada. Yeah, the only thing was like the early game. I don't know. Like I said, I didn't like that Jesse kept putting 2 1-prizers in play. I didn't like that. I feel like Jesse should have tried to like force the Mareep onto Andrew more and then hoping that Andrew KOs the 1-prizer and then just not benching the 1-prizer to kind of waste that cram punch. And then Estrada with like that early Greninja play, it just felt like unnecessary. The early Greninja play from Estrada just felt like super unnecessary. The cram punch on the Flying Pikachu is like, that's already like, you got the first attack off. It's a cram into a 2-prizer. Like, that feels like it's good enough. I don't know. Played super sloppy. Yeah, I mean, it's a tough matchup. I don't think too much would have changed. You never even I mean, Estrada never even had to bring out the Kyogre. Like, now, if you had played better, would that have led to Estrada potentially using the Kyogre? Possibly. And that maybe is a point where you could actually have won the game, is like where Estrada is forced into the Kyogre out, maybe not able to get there, but yeah. The Kyogre's like makes this matchup like usually unwinnable, but up for Estrada. All right, that's it. We're done VOD reviewing. We're gonna play some Mew Charizard now. That's the plan. Mewzard. I will be VOD reviewing again this weekend though, as soon as tomorrow, because Barcelona starts at like midnight. I'm not gonna watch it live, but I'm gonna rewatch the VOD afterwards. Is the plan. So Barcelona special event is tomorrow. It's being streamed. TPCI is streaming it actually. So we'll have a VOD to look at then, and I'm gonna watch that as well. Would have thought Kyogre would have been one of the best cards from year 2 of Sword and Shield. What set is it from? We lose Kyogre, right? Kyogre rotates. I'm almost positive Kyogre rotates. Does Barcelona coverage start round 4 now that TPCI does it? To be honest, it probably does, which kind of sucks. I didn't think about that. Yo, appreciate the 24 months there. Zubby. Dude, hang on. I'm like forgetting my login information. Wait, TPCI is doing special events now? That's sick. Yeah. They're streaming all the European events, right? Isn't that what it says on the site? I think every European event is being streamed now, which is cool. I mean, they were all right, hold up. They were already being all streamed. It's just TPCI is doing it now. But Limitless did a really good job and was streaming every European event last year. So we were already getting all the European events streamed, to be honest. I'm not going to give TPCI too much credit because Limitless did a really good job. And I think this year Limitless probably would have done it as well if TPCI didn't take over. On what platform? It'll be streamed on Twitch. Wait. Yeah, it'll be streamed on Twitch. Actually, it's streamed on both. It's streamed on Twitch and YouTube. The Limitless streams, to be honest. I don't really have too much of a... I never really watched the streams, so I don't have too much of a comment on that, to be honest. All I did was like VOD review the gameplay, so... Yeah, Barcelona stream starts in like 5. If I didn't have like a coaching schedule tomorrow, I would maybe stay up and watch the stream, but I have like coaching schedule tomorrow morning. I also hate being on a bad sleep schedule or messing with my sleep schedule. I just feel so much better when I'm on a good sleep schedule, so I don't really want to fuck with it. So I'm not going to be streaming it live, but I'll VOD review it tomorrow after when I start the stream. I'm starting my stream by like 1 or 2. Yeah, that is one thing. So to be honest though, do we like that TPCI took over? Because Limitless streamed every round of the tournament, whereas TPCI might only stream round 3 or 4 on. To be honest, let's bring back Limitless, bro. I'm kind of down to bring back Limitless to run the streams. Let's do that. Because we got every round of the tournament then. I think we should run that back. Dude, all right, so what are we doing for our Charizard deck? I'm just going to delete this one. I'm not going to delete it. I guess it's my active deck. We're going to create a new deck. I prefer streaming every round. It's just more Pokemon. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. How much is your coaching? You can find all the information on my coaching on my coaching page. Put exclamation point coaching in the chat. Honestly, I should make it so you can put exclamation point Medify as well. Let me change that command real fast. Has CBC ever explained why they won't stream round 1 and 3? I mean, it just has to be like a workday thing, right? I would imagine it's just like a workday thing where it's like they don't want to pay production to stream those extra rounds. I don't know for a fact, but that would be my guess. It's like it's just, they're trying to, maybe they're trying to avoid overtime or something like that. But that'd be my only guess. Have to pay production more, have to pay the casters more. Whenever I've asked the casters if they would want to do more, I think all of them have said yes. Whenever I've asked them, I'm like, I'm pretty sure Chip would be down to cast more if they would. So I think it just comes down to, I mean, it comes down to TP. It sounds like it comes down to TPCI saying no for whatever reason that might be. What one's the best one? Is this one, right? Because I don't think people are going to wake up at 7 or whenever to watch the first few matches. I don't think that's why. I don't think that would be why. It all depends on like where you live. Like it's also not 7. The tournament start at like 9 a.m. Eastern. So like, depending on where you live, that's like fine. What usually confuses me the most is when is them not streaming the first 3 rounds of like Worlds. Yeah, I mean the bigger the tournament is, the more it sucks, I guess. I don't know. Like, it feels worse. The bigger the tournament, the dude. I hate how that doesn't bring up the fire energy. Are they not fire energy? What are they? They're basic flame symbol energy. Let's go a couple less actually. Let's do this, and then I'm gonna copy some of the Japanese list, but I'm not gonna play. I'm gonna play B barrel instead. I don't want to play the curliest stuff. I'm gonna try without the curliest stuff. I'm a big B barrel fan. And I'm gonna pull up their list so I can get some more ideas. What else did they have? There's the gold. Are you gonna make early list for 151 decks? If I have time, I don't know, cause like this. Not today. Tomorrow, I'm sure I'm VOD reviewing Barcelona. On Sunday, I'm VOD reviewing Barcelona. So maybe on Tuesday, but then it already comes out Thursday. So like, do I really want to go that far out of my way to like look at? I don't know if I'm going to be honest, because I do plan on doing it for Paradox, but it's just like I haven't had as much time. Yeah, you appreciate the 6 months there, Harris. How's it going, bud? I don't want to use the Gallade in here. I'm gonna try to go no Gallade. I'm gonna try no Gallade and see how that feels. I think I'm gonna play 4 boss though, because this deck likes boss. Deck does like boss. What was I saying? I was saying something, but then I completely forgot what I was saying. Yeah, so it's like too soon before the release. I don't think I'm gonna, because like the thing releases on Thursday, so because it releases on Thursday, I'm probably just not gonna like make lists ahead of time, to be honest. Probably not worth it. Probably not worth it. Gallade finds the boss, but then I have to set up a Gallade. I'd rather just play a 2/2 B barrel and just B barrel. You know what I'm saying? I'm feeling the barrel. Some of my favorite card in here. Oh wait, no. Vip. Honestly, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Maybe not. Maybe not. I was saying, what about a 3/3 B barrel? You don't think the Dev TM is going to matter that much? Seems like rare candy decks are gonna have to play so many more stage 1s to be safe for when it comes out. I mean, I don't think it's a matter. You just need to play one stage 1. If one of your things is a stage 1, you just have the evolution back, or you could like. I don't think if you just don't like all right. So if you go like turn 2, play 4 rare candy, evolve 4 things, and they go de-evolution spray, that's gonna suck. But if you go like turn 2 candy 1 stage 2, evolve 1 to a stage 1, attack. Are you gonna Devo spray that board? I don't think you're gonna Devo spray that board, because I'm just gonna go candy out another stage 2, knock you out. Are you gonna Devo spray that board? I don't think so, because I'm so far ahead in the prize trade at that point. You just lose the game if you keep Devo spraying, or not Devo spraying, but technical machine de-evolution. Now, so I think the only thing that's gonna happen is when people misplay and like overextend their rare candy, then that will be like punishable all of a sudden. But that just comes down to the person misplaying more than anything, which is like, I don't know, is that like really that's not really like a reason that the card is broken. Someone misplaying is not a reason the card is broken, you know? Like, yeah. So yeah, I think the de-evolution technical machine is only going to be good when people are like overextending rare candies. But if that's the only reason it's ever good, no one's ever going to play it to begin with. So even the people who do overextend rare candies aren't going to get punished by it. That's my like take, or my current analysis of it. However, with like some kind of spread deck, that does change. Like, yeah, if it's some kind of spread deck, things do change when it's some kind of spread deck. I'm thinking of Pidgeot gamers getting punished from Dev. But it's not really punishing. It's not really getting punished at that point as well. That's like another thing to think about. Like punishing is a misused term, because then that would assume you're misplaying. But if you make the right play and your opponent has the answer for the play you made, that's not getting punished. That's just like, oh, they had the answer for the play I made. You know? There's like a difference. Like, if you make the correct play on your side of the field, and then your opponent has the play to answer that play, you didn't get punished. They just had they had the response play. It's like, oh, they had the response play this time. It's whatever. That's how you should view it anyways. Yeah, the term punished gets misused a lot. Punishing, like, technically doesn't exist, because on one side it's either you just misplayed or you made the correct play. Pokemon sounds like really like silly and boring when I oversimplify it and dumb it down to what it actually is. Pokemon does sound kind of like boring sometimes, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie. Can't get lucky, you can't get unlucky. There's no play styles. You don't have different options for choices. You can either misplay or make the correct play. That's all you can do. There's nothing else that you can do. Nothing you do matters. There's theoretically one optimal deck for a tournament. Why are you even playing this game? All right, we're at 55. We got a lot of space. You can either win or lose. That's it. Nothing in between. Oh, well, this list has 4 level balls. Do I want to play 4 level balls? To be honest, I'm down. Let's find our basics. Is attacking with Charizard by itself, is that enough? Just Charizard? Figuring out all that is fun. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Pokemon, there's a high enough skill cap in Pokemon that to get to the point where you've truly maximized everything and done everything optimal is so hard that the fun of Pokemon is getting to that point. Because getting to that point is so difficult and no one ever gets there that, like, yeah. Pokemon actually never gets to that point. It definitely is worse. Level Ball without Curly is definitely worse. But it still finds Charmander, Charmeleon, Mew, Manaphy, Bidoof. Like, it still finds a lot of our squad. The squad is still getting found, you know. They're getting searched out, whether they like it or not. Yo, what about Cramomatic? How are we feeling about Cramomatic if we're playing the passes? Thoughts? 1 spot left? Dude, I don't know about that. What about 4 Mew? I don't know. That's not good. Nah, that could be okay. Though. I don't hate it. NTV? No, I'm not. I'm trying to candy Azard and swing with Azard. I'm not giving my opponent a low HP 2-prize Pokemon. That's trolling for sure. And we don't troll around here. Delphox? Now, Delphox, I could get a little bit more behind the Delphox. So, like, the Delphox is doing something besides just smacking their active. Luminion? No, that's a low HP 2-prizer. Delphox is also a low HP 2-prizer, but the potential return on a Delphox is way higher than the potential return on an Entei. Luminion's potential return is pretty high, though. Like, going from playing the game to not playing the game, it's a pretty big deal. Honestly, I don't hate the idea of 4 Mew, though. I don't hate the idea. Well, what does our bench look like? Double Mew, double Charmander, 1 B-Barrel, and like Manaphy or double B-Barrel. We could do a Heavy Ball. How much do I care about Heavy Ball? Prizing Manaphy sucks in certain matchups. Prizing the 4th Charmander could suck, but we have double Rod plus 4 Charmander. Prizing a Bidoof wouldn't suck, but I wouldn't hate the idea of, like, playing 2B or getting double B-Barrel set up in a lot of matchups, I guess. Or is there any, like, tech item cards I should play? Reshiram V is the answer. So you can call it Reshizard. True. You might be right. What about a Squavette? Dude, I'm not a vet fan, to be honest. I'm not a fan of the Squavette. He's so weak. I don't know, but I guess I have a lot of other weak Pokemon in play, right? I have Muse. Is Charizard EX good? It's okay. Dude, I'm kind of stuck on this one, to be honest. I'm not sure what to play with this last spot. Why is finding out this last card so hard? Vengeful Punch? Well, that only matters when they KOs from full HP, right? No, Vengeful Punch is at any point. A rad Pokemon? How good is Radiant Zard in here? I guess that's a good question. Is Radiant Zard good? 250 for 1 energy at the end of the game. It's a 1-prizer. We don't have any other 1-prize attackers. All right. I'm down. We do have Jet Energy too, so opening it isn't the end of the world. Yeah, if we open this thing, it's not too bad because we do have the Jets. We got some Jets. Dude, pretty much everyone cut the Radiant Charizard from their list, though. The thing is pretty mid. Teeny. I could maybe get behind Teeny. This is like more likely to do something than like Entei V is. Entei V is... That guy's trolling. He maybe sometimes does like a little bit of a thing, but not too much of a thing. I just like a little bit of a thing sometime. No punch? No, we're not punching. No punching. All right, I need to go to the bathroom and get some food. I'll be right back. I get my yogurt. I'm gonna fully telegraph what we're playing. Might as well. The theme. Yeah, I'll be right back, chat. I'll put the list in the Discord if you want it. I'm gonna go use the bathroom, get some yogurt. I think that's all I have on my agenda, and I'll be right back. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. Oh wait, this isn't submitting for some reason. Oh wait, I'm not logged. Oh. Hold up. I need to reset it, I think. All right, now it should be in. Wait, that's. Dude, that thing is so. All right, let's try again. Wait, maybe it still won't work. Hold up. Oh no! What the fuck? How do I get it to? Well, do I have to set this active? Export now. Okay, now it went in. All right, now it went through. Okay, cool. Dude, I don't know, all the little bugs. Like, to be honest, this bug on PTCG Live isn't that annoying. Like this bug on PTCG Live isn't that annoying, but like this was my active deck before. So when I made this deck and when I clicked export, it exported this deck's deck list. But it's not supposed to only export your active deck's deck list. It's supposed to export whatever deck you're on's deck list. So that little bug isn't like that big of a deal, but it's just that little bug is really annoying when there's the rest of the bugs that exist on PTCG Live. At that point, it gets pretty annoying. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get some yogurt.
Yo, appreciate the raid. Where'd I put my food? What the fuck? All right, now I'm back. Yo, appreciate the primes up there, Mr. Overkill. Welcome to the Rat Pack. We're out of washing machines. We've got plenty of mint. I thought I better get a rant. Yo, what's up, Sizzle? No, same mascara. Mascara as always. Dude, I was gonna say something, bro. What was I gonna say? I was gonna say something. I mean, that's just. I'm just like, there's. I could rant about PTCG Live again, but it's just like I don't know. It's like I feel like everything's been said. You know, I'd have to get pretty riled up to like rant on about PTCG Live. It's still trash. It needs to be better, and it's crazy that it's not better. But it's trash. It needs to be better. It's crazy that it's not better. But also, like, what more is there to say, man? I guess we could submit a support ticket. Yo, we got any support ticketers in chat? Get it up. Yeah, my friend. Dude, am I even gonna... When is this? Oh, wait, it's 6 weeks. Okay, I might actually finish this. Dude, don't forget about the star behind the defeat text. Oh. It's there. I've seen it. Imagine if you're Japanese, you can't even use 151 on live. We're getting pretty close to universal releases with sets, so that's getting like fixed. We're getting closer and closer. I literally downloaded Yugi Master Duel today just to see what a good client looks like and performs like, and now I'm even more sad. Yeah. That's like when it gets worse, is when you like realize what else is out there, you know? We're against the Lost Box, it looks like. We're going first or second. Alright. Open Greninja. Ooh, okay, hold up. We're kind of cooking here. I want to say that they're not going to get the turn 1 here, but I don't really want to give them my Artisan. I'm gonna go like this. I'm gonna thin out the deck before I use this thing. Yeah, they're not getting the turn 1 here. I'm gonna see it. Maybe I shouldn't have used the Ultra Ball though, because I could have saved the Ultra Ball to get like the B barrel, right? Dude, how do I whiff the Mysterious Tail there? Not even a level ball? Come on now. Alright. Honestly, I should have said the Ultra Ball there. That was trolling. Yeah, using the Ultra Ball there was definitely trolling. Definitely. They could get off the turn 1 Greninja attack. Like I said, my rule of thumb is if they open Comfy, they can do it. If they don't open Comfy, I don't think they're going to be able to pull it off. Also, they might not be Lost Box. It could be like Chi and Power or something, or like Palkia. Like all those things are also possible. So it is Lost Box. No, we knew it was Lost Box because of the Mulligan, right? Pretty sure we did. Client sucks, but at least there's a client. I mean, but like that's like such a. What does that even mean? The client sucks, but at least there is a client. That's like kind of one of those like defeatist comments where it's like, can we not hold anything to any standards then? I mean, I know what you're saying when you say that. The client sucks, but at least there is a client. It's like, sure. But then should we hold anything to any standards because of that? Like my house is on fire, but at least I have a house that's on fire instead of no house. You know, it's like, well, I don't know about that. Would you rather not have one? No, but that's not the alternative. The alternative is to not have one, or is to have one or not have one. That's not the alternative.
So you're saying we just shouldn't hold anything to any standards? That's basically what you're saying. It's like holding something to a standard. Yeah, we shouldn't hold anything to any standards, which I don't agree with. I think it's fine to hold things to certain standards. Hey, yo, Dragonite? Yo, I can't kill that thing. Oh, wait, hang on, they're cooking. What the fuck? What do they have their loss zone? Oh, they just want to do this. Okay. It should be way better. Yeah, and that's what we complain about. We complain that these are the things that it could improve on and should improve on. Assuming that PTCG Live was a brand new... Dude, this hand is awful. What do I even do with this? Bro, I can't work with this, bro. I can't work in these conditions. Man, I was expecting like a turn 2 Charizard out of this thing, but this sucks. Wait, now I'm gonna get Greninja though, so I like have to get the Manaphy now. Otherwise, I'm just gonna Greninja my 2 Charmanders, then I just lose. I was expecting something else out of that, to be honest. But we were not cooking. That's what I get for burning that Ultra Ball on the Rough the Rip. Assuming that PTCG Live was a brand new code base, it is far ahead of the life cycle that the other client was at in its past. In this place in its life. But that's another thing. That's another thing. So the first argument that I looked at in chat was like, we shouldn't have standards for anything. We should just be grateful for literally having anything. But it's not like you shouldn't be grateful for nothing. And then you said, assuming that PTCG Live was a brand new code base, it is far ahead of the life cycle of the other client was at this place. There's no reason to ever compare PTCG Live to PTCGO. It doesn't make any sense. We're 10 years past when PTCGO was first a thing. Comparing PTCG Live to PTCGO makes zero sense. The only thing you should look at from PTCGO is like, okay, what did PTCGO do right and what did they do wrong? And let's not do any of the things it did wrong, and let's do everything that it did right, but then build on top of what it did right. And that's it. But you shouldn't be like, oh, well, PTCGO was dog shit for 10 years. So this client being dog shit for 8 years is fine. Like, what does that even mean? What are we doing here? What is happening? That makes no sense. We're kind of on that Iono and Prey train right now. Need a little bit of... Oh, I don't know if I should have sent that up. Client's been in beta for years already. I mean, it was only in beta for a year, right? It was only in beta for a year. I'm trying to defend it, but like, yeah, I mean, that is the truth, right? Are we cooking? I don't know if we're cooking. Let's see. Draw 1. Dude, if I don't get a rare candy here, dude, don't do this to me, man. Okay, I was scared for a second. No, but it's not just the bugs. It's the whole pace of play of playing a game of Pokemon on PTCG Live is like agonizing. There's so much delay in just playing a game. It's not just about the bugs. It's the bugs and the fact that it takes a year to play a game. Like, it takes so long to play a game on PTCG Live. It's a shame. It's not just the bugs. It's like everything. It's the bugs. What am I eating? Yogurt and blueberries and strawberries. It's the bugs. It's the bugs. It's the bugs. It's the delayed animations. It's like the hiccups in between actions. It's how long it takes to play a game. It's the I can't check my loss zone while I'm having to promote a Pokemon. Like, it's all these things. It's everything. It's literally everything. And it's one thing if now it would be one thing. Frozen fresh berries. It's one thing if PTCG Live was the only card game client in existence right now, but it's not, because we can look at all these other card game clients and be like, oh, I mean, Yu-Gi-Oh's doing this, and Magic's doing this, and this is doing that, and that's doing this. And it's like, okay, then why does it feel like we're so far behind with PTCG Live? It doesn't make any sense to be this far behind. Dude, we're getting cooked in this one. We can look at all these other clients and be like, oh, all these other clients are doing this way better. And we know these things are possible because these clients are doing these things. Why can't Pokemon keep up? Pokemon has more money. Pokemon is bigger. Like, there's really no problem with like holding them to that standard, to be honest. I don't think so anyways. I think we have to like find an Iono here. I am putting 260 HP Pokemon in play, so like Sableye does kind of win the game. But if I don't get an Iono here, I think I'm losing anyways. And I might need another Charger because if they just punch the Charger with this thing, then I need to retreat to a new one anyways. So Iono. Dude, what the? They still have their V-Star power? Alright, well maybe if they can't set up another Sableye. Right? Like it's everything, and if PTCG Live was literally the only like this, PTCG Live would be super sick if it was the first card game client ever, right? Then it would be like, oh shoot, this would be sick. Like this would be sick. Everything that PTCG Live is would be absolutely sick, but it's not the first card game client ever. We have like a baseline of what like a reasonable card game client should look like and how it should function, and we're like, okay, this is really behind the curve. For a company as big as Pokemon, because we're not like a small indie company either. Yeah, and you can like look at and like Lorcana's fan-made client is better than PTCG Live, which is that's crazy. Now that's wild. The Lorcana fan-made client is better than PTCG Live. That's insane. It's crazy out here. It's wild out here. I'll save us some time. Disney fans are kind of crazy, though. That's true. Disney fans are kind of crazy. But are they that crazy? Are they that crazy that their fan-made client is better than PTCG Live? I don't know if they're that crazy. Like, I don't know if they're that crazy. Maybe they are. What should you play to your cup? Whatever solid tier 1, tier 2 deck that you're best at. Disney is the second biggest IP in the world behind Pokemon. Yeah, but it's a fan who made the Lorcana online client, not Disney. That's embarrassing, bro. That's embarrassing for Pokemon. That's freaking embarrassing. What are you doing? What are you doing, buddy? Ooh, the Guardian matchup? Bro, I'm ready to cook him, bro. Tier 1, probably just Guardy. Guardy's probably the only tier 1 deck. Alright, what do they got here? Can we win a game? Let's find out. I'm ready to put these bosses orders to work, to be honest. This is like a matchup where we want like boss. This hand is pretty sick too. We had a pretty good opening hand here. I'm kind of excited for this game. Turn 2 Charizard, and then we're just cooking from there. We're just cooking them from there. No chance Zard is a favorite in this matchup. Bro, why are you here, Slab, bro? What the heck? No, we're definitely favored in this matchup, I think. I'm going to beat him for sure. VIP pass for double Mew. Do I hit him with a double Mew off the rip? Maybe not. Maybe I don't hit him with double Mew. I maybe want more Zards in play. And like bench space for Radiant Zard as well, possibly. Yeah. Okay. We'll play a little bit slower. I don't really want to Iono them either because they didn't really do a whole ton on the first turn, but we do have the Candy Zard in hand, so we don't really have to, actually, to be honest. Yeah, we can actually just chill. No, yeah, we don't even. Yo, appreciate the 48 months there. Horsey, no chance Zard is favoring this matchup. Yeah, you're right, no chance. Actually, you know what? Yeah, Horsey's right. I don't know what you were saying, Slap, but Horsey's kind of cooking over here. All right. Yeah, they didn't have a great turn one, so I don't really want to Iona them. I'm just gonna hold the Candy Zard play in the hand. Double Mew? Nah. Double Mew was like okay there, but I really don't want two Mews in play. If my opponent's thinking like Candy KO my active, then I'm kind of just like hanging out with like an extra Mew in play the whole game, which I don't really love. Yeah, I'm not really feeling the extra Mew chilling. They got that Candy Guardy? Bro, they're cooking though. No, but they have Candy Guardy, but do they have, I mean, them getting the Cresselia attack's like not that unlikely, to be honest. Dude, are they absolutely cooking? Maybe I should have Iono'd them, bro. What is his hand? Dude. What is that draw, bro? What the heck? Absolutely cooking. Do they have much more to work with, bro? If they have the Cresselia attack here, dude. Are they gonna go after one of my Manders? Maybe they'll go after my Bidoof. All right, that's kind of, maybe I should have Iono'd them. I don't know. I guess. I mean, I can't really predict that their hand was this good though. There's really no way for me to make that prediction. That they got the Candy Gardevoir into the Iono. Jeez. Or not the Iono, the research. Jeez. All right, here we go. So they're gonna, I guess we'll see what they KO. I mean, what would I KO? I'd probably KO the Bidoof here if I was them. No, to be honest, I would maybe KO the Mew to prevent the turn 2 Candy Zard. I'd maybe go after the Mew. I'm actually not sure. I'm curious to see what they go after here. I think I would go after the Mew. I'm just trying to slow down the Charizard player here. Let's see. What are you going for? What are you going for? The Bidoof. All right, I think Bidoof is a solid choice. I respect the Bidoof KO here. Respectable. Respectable. All right. Candy Zard into Iono. I actually kind of want to like find a call. I want to find a Battle VIP pass like Ultra Ball away, to be honest. I want to play everything but keep the Super Rod. I don't know if I should value the Super Rod that highly. Oh my gosh. All right, I'm giving the Manaphy. Dude. Whatever. That's fine. Set not. I need to set up B barrel. Like setting up B barrel is definitely important here. We're nuts. It's not working out. It's just not working out the way I wanted it to. All right. So I got some. I don't really want to. Yeah, I don't want to burn a super on because I have the second Bidoof in the deck. I don't really want to burn the super on Bidoof. Okay. The hand's a little rough. I could. No, I think setting up the V-Barrel is too important. I could have got Charmeleon there because then I'm guaranteed another Zard next turn. But are they going to want to KO my Charizard this turn? It's going to be, I don't know, it feels like a tough call to KO, or a tough, they can't reversal me. Oh. Because they can't reversal this, because they already drew a prize card, I'm feeling pretty comfortable here. I don't know. We'll see. Another Ralts? Sure, sure, sure. All right, Cresselia KO Bidoof was pretty annoying here, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie. I will be able to respond with Boss KO Guardy EX, though, I guess. Yeah, dude, not getting my Bidoof to a B-Barrel is like... That's pretty rough, to be honest. And being able to just sit here, the turn 2 Candy B-Barrel KO is annoying, man. Oh. Or just go for the aggressive knockout on the Guardy EX? Or should I go KO the Shiny Arcana? Dude, how are we just getting absolutely far? Do they just KO me? If they have another energy, they can literally KO my Gardevoir or my Charizard. Dude. This is ridiculous. Maybe I should just boss KO this, actually, to be honest, to force them into the Zacian, potentially. They can literally KO me with this. This is so dumb. This is so dumb, bro. This is so dumb. What do I even do? Are they going to do it, though? They might not do it, but I feel like they're going to. We'll see. We'll see. They could go Cresselia KO Beat if it's still, like, good here. But they could just literally load up the card for and knock me out, right? I think so. 789, 270. Yeah, 3. Dude, that's just so ridiculous. That's just absurd, man. You know what I was talking about when I said punch? Drawing into the punch would be the problem, though, right? Like, drawing into the punch itself is the problem. We can knock out the Baby Guardy with this. So we can just Heat Tackle KO and then, like, have Zard as a backup attacker. Which is, like, okay. We need to, like, find an Iono. They don't have that much draw. When I KO this, if I can go KO this plus Iono, they don't have that much draw power in play, to be honest. Yeet Tackle, baby. Let's go. I just get Cresselia now, though, right? I don't see why they would do anything besides Cresselia. They have the 9 Psychic setup, too, so I just, like, they can just get the 1-hit KO with Zacian now. That new Psychic supporter's gonna go crazy. I don't think Guardy's gonna play it, to be honest. I don't think Gardevoir's playing it. Super Rod's probably... The aggression of a Super Rod's probably too important still, to be honest. So what has been my struggle with this deck so far? Honestly, my struggle so far has just literally been setting up B-Barrel. But the reason that was a struggle this game is because my opponent literally turn 2 KO'd my Bidoof. Like, yeah. I'm not gonna change anything about the list yet. There's still stuff to work on here. Yeah, there's still stuff to work on here for sure. Let him cook. Eats Evo Incense? Nah, we're chilling. We're chilling. Yeah, they're going to Cresselia. Can I even win the prize trade anymore at this point? I don't even know. Energy spread like a little thin. Station's in the discard pile. They're down 1 Super Rod. Well, I can go like attack with Charizard plus Iono, I guess is the plan here. Dude, you gotta be kidding me, bro. They're gonna Iono me? Bro, I can't believe I'm losing to this person. Now I'm tilted. Dude, I haven't done anything in like 3 turns. Why would you Iono me? Like, what? There's just no way, bro. Every time. Jirachi blocks Cresselia. Yeah. How many cards went to the bottom of my deck there? 5? Ain't no way this is real. Oh, they went after my Charmeleon? That's fine. I guess I'm okay with that. It's fine. It's not a big deal. So I can bump the stadium. I can attack with Charizard. I don't. What is my? Do I still have a win con? I don't even know if I have a win con, to be honest. I think I'm still losing. But literally, like, why would you ever Iono me there? Like, you gave me 1 less card, but at least they're getting punished for throwing. Would have been really sad if they weren't getting punished here. I need another Charmander. Some Ultra Balls, to be honest. Maybe I should play like double vacuum instead, to be honest. We have so many dead cards to like vacuum away, to be honest. We have so many dead cards to vacuum away. We should maybe play double vacuum. Dude, I'm like, yeah, we maybe should play double vacuum. We have like so many dead cards. I'm down for that. I wonder if we could ever just do 4 boss, 4 Iono. No, probably playing some kind of research is like pretty good to, as well to like have around. Yeah, kind of. I dig it. I dig it. Coming out, yeah. Wait, what is that thing even called? Screamtail? Is that what it's called? Screamtail? I think it's called Screamtail. Zinnias? Nah, Zinnias can't be it, man. 2 Mew? What's I tuned into? This is Muse. It's Musar, but we're not really mewing it very well. Appreciate the 6 months there, J Grizz. We actually play 3. Dude, stop, bro. Leave me alone. Dude, just leave me alone. Dude, that's so annoying. Another Cresselia. Dude, I literally got cooked, man. Alright, try this again. His deck is cool, but it's not feeling very good, to be honest. It's cool, though. It's cool. Gotta give some more games, though. It's only 2 games. Cresselia is not toxic like Sableye? Bro, that's what I'm saying, bro. Everyone's over here complaining about Sableye, but have you read Cresselia? Nah, Cresselia is chill. You have to put so much more work in. So much more work in to make, like, Cresselia requires so much more effort to, like, do anything than Sableye. It's also just kind of like how they function in the decks that they play as well. Like, yeah, Sableye is definitely better, but or more oppressive, I guess I should say. Like, I think Gardevoir could exist without Cresselia. I don't know if Lost Box could exist without Sableye. Yeah, Gardevoir would definitely be fine without Cresselia. They'd be surviving. We're so close, Nox. We're so close. Actually, we're not even that close, to be honest. We're like 4 months away from VIP Pass rotating. To be honest, we're not that close at all. I take it back. All right, let's see what we got. All right, Mew start. Sounds pretty good. We get double Mew pull. We can Artisan for another Mew. And then we can like double Mew here. We'll be all right. I don't know if we're going first or second. I wasn't really paying attention, to be honest. April was the last one. Last time we rotated was in April. No, it was in March, wasn't it? It was when Scarlet and Violet came out. Scarlet and Violet came out in March, right? I'm almost positive it was March. We rotated with Scarlet and Violet. Second again. We're up against a Lost Zone deck. All right, that's fine. No complaints. Okay, and my opponent is literally just dead drawing. Sick. Okay. Serious Tail. I don't really want to give them Artisan. We'll go Mew. You might have to put the Artisan in play. I just really don't want to give it to them, so we're going to try and avoid it, but we don't get a Battle VIP Pass here. I feel like we kind of have to use the Artisan. I do want to kind of fill up my bench turn 1 as well. I mean, I don't need double Charmander, but I kind of want double Charmander. I don't really want to give them an Artisan, though. That's like the thing. But I have like the Charmeleon in hand as well that I'm trying to like get onto the bench. I think I'm just going to throw it out. Whatever. Double Mander setup. I guess I might regret this, though, as well. If my opponent goes Path to the Peak, because they could be Lost Tina, and they could just kind of throw a path out there, just to throw a path out there this turn. All right, so they weren't completely dead drawing. They are still in this game. I thought maybe they were disconnected, or I thought they like disconnected by accidentally click pass or something like that, to be honest. But all right, let's see what they got. Unfortunately, our third Mew... Dude, should I play 4 Mew, to be honest? Maybe I should play 4 Mew. Because, like, to be honest, these 2 games that we've prized a Mew has kind of sucked, because then a Mew gets KO'd, and then I want to be able to, like, Mew. But I can't Mew when they KO a Mew, so... Yeah, there's the path, man. That's what I was saying! Alright, that's fine. We're chilling. I need to play a second vacuum, to be honest. I need what I need right here is an Ultra Ball so I can get B Barrel. Alright, come on. Give me the Ultra Ball. I mean, vacuum, we need that for the future, but I'm not sure what the future's going to hold at this point. All right. Million. I mean, my opponent is still literally... But how are we bricking so bad, you know? Should I boss here? Disrupts them? I might save the boss to try and use it next turn, though, to be honest. Actually, it might even need to vacuum the boss away. All right, I think we're just passing here. Yeah, because we might go vacuum boss, top deck, Mew for Ultra Ball away, Charizard plus something. Vacuum, Candy Zard. We'll see. Dude, how did I not get any... No Ultra Ball? I've used like how many Mews now? Like 4 Mews, no Ultra Ball? Well, the other early ones I was looking for. But I got no Battle VIP Pass either. I got no Battle VIP Pass early. No Ultra Ball. I don't think so anyways. Yeah, I'm not sure. They just lost owned VIP Pass turn 1? No, they went first and went draw pass. This is their second turn. They have a 13 card. There's apparently nothing in their hand. They have a 13 card hand and have done absolutely nothing. And I might lose this game. That is so stupid. I can't believe we're about to lose this game when my opponent is literally doing nothing. Okay. Now we're cooking. Yeah, if I can get an Ultra Ball here, I'd rather draw with B. I'd rather you, because if I don't want to, dude. Okay, we're fine. All right. I kind of want to keep the Charizard around, so I think I'm gonna do that. I boosted their loss on there. Dude, do I even play Ultra Balls? I don't even know, man. All right, we're swinging. I kind of wanted to keep the boss. I actually don't know if I maybe should have kept boss over this, to be honest. I want to with like boss punch Tinas as they come down, to be honest. I wasn't against. I'm not against a good old boss punch Tina. I think this deck should play double vacuum, to be honest. I think we should do like the double vacuum. And the fires first. The problem with thinning the fires first is that I don't have cards to actually use the Ultra Ball on to get the B barrel. Because if I had gone vacuum, Candy, Zard, I have 1 card left in my hand in the Radiant Zard, and then I have nothing to Ultra Ball away. So I have to Ultra Ball first, then draw some cards to vacuum away. But then I have the B barrel established. So even if I'm not going to get much value off that initial B barrel draw, I at least have the B barrel established at that point. So definitely better to do it that way, I think, for sure. I just want to get the B barrel established and then go from there. Dude, they have an 18 card. Do they have 10 in the loss zone? Dude, I can't believe I'm about to lose this game, bro. This is so cringe. I'm actually about to lose to a lost Tina that one draw pass. We're literally just getting cooked. It's actually insane. We just drew so slow. And now they're going to go KO Charmander, KO Bidoof. Dude. I mean, maybe they go after the Charmeleon? I don't think they ever go after Charmeleon. I don't even know if... I don't think I can win. I don't think I can freaking win. Dude. They didn't go after the B barrel. Honestly, I mean, KO and Charmeleon is better than KO and Charmander, right? Because, well, Charmeleon, yeah. Well, you should always KO. I mean, I should always KO the Bidoof should always get knocked out. This guy gotta go, bro. You gotta take the doof out. If you're not taking the doof out, the doof's taking you out. Still nothing. Okay, love to see it. All right, how many Mew? I used like 5 Mews there to try and get Ultra Ball. Dude, there's the B barrel, but it's so... they're just gonna KO my Bidoof now, bro. They're gonna KO my Bidoof, bro. I finally get the B barrel, but they're gonna KO my Bidoof. Well, they might not. They might. I'm assuming it's happening through the Sableye. So unfortunate, man. I kind of want the 4th Mew, though, to be honest. I kind of do want the 4th Mew. Opening the Mew is pretty cool. I could see, yeah, 4th Mew would be cool. 2nd Vacuum seems really good, so that way we can Mysterious Tail into it. Man, the ladder is really boring, though. He's playing against... I mean, I don't know. I'm just like... To be honest, it's just kind of boring to play against the same... Like, I've played against these same decks for so long now. It just is kind of boring to play against the exact same decks. over and 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 over again. Maybe I should set up the Bidoof there, assuming they were gonna knock out my Bidoof. Yeah, probably. Then if they didn't, I don't actually know, to be honest. Now they have 2 Tinos in play. I was hoping they would only end up with 1. Dude. Oh, do I just concede, bro? Can I even win a game of Pokemon with this deck? They're not even wearing shorts. They're lying. Dude, I think on that note, I'm gonna get off. Yeah, I'm gonna get off. We'll try this. We'll try this deck some more. I'm just not in the mood to play Pokemon right now, to be honest. I'm down to VOD review some Pokemon though, and that's what I'm gonna be doing more of tomorrow. This Barcelona Regionals starts in like 4 hours. I'll be starting up the stream between 1:30 and 2 p.m. tomorrow. Starting up the stream, VOD reviewing, VOD reviewing Barcelona, not regional, special event. I'm gonna go ahead and raid Lorelei. _Gengar. So we got Barcelona as special event to VOD review over the weekend. The VOD review over the weekend. Day 1 tomorrow, day 2 on Sunday, and then next week on Thursday we got Pokemon 151 coming out. I'm gonna go ahead and raid Lorelei before I get out of here. Raid XQC on Kick. Not today, maybe tomorrow. So have a good one, chat. See you all tomorrow. Have a good day. If you want more content from me, check out the YouTube channel. And peace.